Chapter 167. Shifuyu pondered for a while to reorganize his words, then he said, "At first, many people did absorb the power of faith to cultivate, especially in the early stage of the incense era. However, the power of faith and incense had repercussion or side effects." Side effects? According to the records in the Profound Gate, faith and incense is very poisonous to the spirit. "Is that what you mean by repercussions?" asked Feng Heng. "It's not that simple. Do you know what faith actually is?" "No." Faith is basically the aggregation of spiritual power of countless people. For example, when someone prays to either offer worship to a higher being or to ask them for something, a part of their spiritual power will combine with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to form the power of faith or incense. The negative side of this is the fact these spiritual powers are not pure, but full of emotions and desires. As a matter of fact, the power of faith was first discovered when a monk accidentally absorbed this power in a temple while breaking through the primordial spirit realm. That monk discovered that he could use the incense to go through the heart demon tribulation needed to turn his soul into a primordial spirit. Later, this method was used by Buddhist and other sects to make it easier to break through into that realm. However, faith is not only made of positive emotion or desire, but also negative one, which can easily affect a person's spirit, forcibly changing their nature. Especially later on in that era when Buddhist sect absorbed a massive amount of incense power. The majority of monks in that time became brutal and greedy. They would slaughter people for no reason. More importantly, they would enslave mortals to force them to pray and offer incense to them. Shifuyu paused for a moment, then took a short passage down memory lane. Meanwhile, Feng Heng hurriedly asked, "So, how did the people of that time deal with the problem?" The question jolted Shifuyu from his memories. He smiled before answering, "This problem occurred in the early stage of the incense era, so I'm not very sure exactly what happened. What I do know was that it was solved by the karmic Unbound Emperor." "Karmic Unbound Emperor? Never heard of him," replied Feng Heng. Shifuyu paused for a moment after hearing this, then he looked at his disciple deeply. "Master, is there something wrong?" "No," replied Shifuyu as he secretly sighed. The karmic Unbound Emperor was actually the first Buddhist emperor of the incensed era. He created the karmic heavenly flame and passed it down to the world. As a result, the Buddhist sect could use this flame to burn out the impurities inside the incense power, thus making it easier to absorb. Since this flame has the name karma, does that mean it could be used to wash away the karma of the people who absorb incense power?" asked Feng Heng. "You are correct, however, incense is not as karmically binding as chi luck. As long as the person who absorbed the power accomplished the wish or desire of the people who prayed to them, they can still escape being bound by karma." "Master, since the problem was solved, why did other people stop using that power?" "That's because the majority cultivator labeled the incense Tao as heretical or unorthodox. Not to mention that only the Buddhist sects had access to the heavenly karma flame. Furthermore, the flame did not completely solve the problem. At first everything was fine, however, the Buddhist sects decided to expand their borders to all the other worlds in the community. They not only preached the philosophy and ideas of Buddhism, but also used these worlds to gather a massive amount of faith. However, with this large amount of power, even the karmic flames could not remove all the impurities. At that time, the Buddhist sect began to fracture due to the internal contradiction." "You mean infighting?" asked Feng Heng with a surprised look on his face. "Yes. The term Buddhist sect is used to refer to a coalition of all the different factions of that era that practiced the teachings of Buddha. So, you can imagine the contradiction with so many emperor lineages collaborating together. So what caused the split between them? Well, one faction wanted to stop using incense power due to its harmful nature, or at the very least not absorb so much. The other faction was more aggressive and refused to stop. They believed that doing so would greatly decrease the power of the Buddhist sect." "So, which faction won in the end?" asked Feng Heng with an intrigued look on his face. At first, the peaceful faction had the advantage. After all, Buddhism is a sect that focuses on discovering the self, liberating the self from the sea of suffering and reaching nirvana. For most Buddhist cultivators at that time, the power of incense was just a means to achieve enlightenment at a more rapid pace and help more people liberate themselves from their suffering. However, things rapidly changed. The radical faction conducted a ceremony that contacted a powerful being using a massive amount of incense power. That being then gifted that faction the Western Pure Bliss Land, or Buddha world. Wait, Western Pure Bliss Land? Are you talking about one of the 6 forbidden lands? Asked Feng Heng, visibly shocked. Shi Fuyu nodded before replying, now it is considered a forbidden land, but back then, it was not. Western Pure Bliss Land was the holy land of Buddhism. Just standing there, you could feel the powerful Buddha rhyme that increased understanding and enlightenment. At the center lies the Maitreya Bodhi tree, a very powerful spiritual tree that may have reached beyond the emperor tier. Anyone who meditated under it will have the Maitreya Buddha mother explaining the Tao to them herself. She was an unimaginable being that words alone could not express her sacredness. Just being in the divine presence of the Divine Mother Buddha was enough for any monk to know and experience what true nirvana was even for a brief moment. A brief moment that all monks pursue for their entire lives, even willing to give their entire life, said Shi Fuyu with a twinkle in his eyes. What? Beyond Emperor tier? Master, does such a thing exist? Asked Feng Feng all flustered. Shi Fuyu looked at his disciple realizing that he must have said something that he should not, so he immediately said. You do not need to think about these kinds of things that are outside of your capabilities. Feng Heng nodded mechanically, but the look of shock was still in his face. After seeing this, Shi Fuyu did not say anything, giving his disciple the chance to slowly process that information that he let slip. And this quiet lasted a few hours. Then, Feng Heng took a deep breath to calm himself down before saying, Master, so what happened between the contradiction of the 2 factions? And what does any of this have to do with my ancestor, the absolute beginning emperor? Shi Fuyu looked up and down at his disciple. After noticing that he had relatively calmed down, he continued, well, after getting access to the Western Pure Bliss Land, the radical faction labeled the other faction as unorthodox and almost destroyed them. Luckily, the peaceful faction had previously taken control over the heavenly karmic flame, so they still found a way to survive. Master, wait, if the peaceful faction had control of the karmic flame, then how did the other faction refine their faith power? Well, Western Pure Bliss Land also had this ability, so they did not need it. Feng Heng nodded, then he asked, so, what brought the destruction of Buddhism in the end? What about the heaven race you previously mentioned? Be patient, I'm getting there. After eliminating their competitors, the Buddhist sect began to gather incense using more radical means in order to power up the Western Pure Bliss Land. They mainly targeted the small 1,000 worlds in our community. By creating catastrophe, then sending a Buddhist emissary to save the world, they could gather very pure incense power. At that time, every time a Buddhist emperor managed to prove the Tao, he would lead the world to conquer other worlds in order to gather more faith. Of course, not all emperors born in that era belonged to the Buddhist sect. Other factions also managed to cultivate one of 2 emperors back then, and those emperors tried to deal with the Buddhist sect, but they were not strong enough, especially with the protection of the Western Pure Bliss Land. The only emperor that posed a threat back then was the ancient desolate emperor of the Tao opening sect. However, since he had some karma with Buddhism, he did not attack them, but instead made a deal with them not to do anything to his sect in exchange for his neutrality. All of these actions actually garnered the ire of all the factions of the world. However, everyone decided to close one eye because of how powerful the Buddhist sects were. However, when we created the One World Nirvana plan, everything changed. Chapter 168. One World Nirvana Plan? What's that? Asked Feng Heng. Just like the name implies, it was a plan that allowed all the Buddhist cultivators to all reach nirvana by combining all their consciousness together, thus reaching a realm, oneself, one being, or one world. That sounds like a brilliant plan, so why did it cause the destruction of Buddhism? It was indeed a brilliant plan, and one that had a high chance of success too. However, there were 3 major problems. One of was the energy needed to sustain such a powerful consciousness, second was a leader to bear such tremendous amounts of power, and lastly was whether Heavenly Tao would allow such a thing to happen. The problem of leader could be solved as long as a powerful great emperor was born in the Buddhist sect. As for the other two problems, well, they both had the same solution: incense power. As long as the incense power was enough, the energy required for this plan to succeed was more than enough. As for heavenly Tao, the Buddhists believed that as long as reaching nirvana was the belief or desire of all living beings, heavenly Tao would not interfere. All living beings? You don't mean? Asked Feng Heng. Yes. The plan of the Buddhist sect was to conquer the entire myriad plane world, then gather faith from the entire world. Feng Heng looked at his teacher with his mouth open, becoming speechless. The entire myriad emperor world is vast and very powerful. Beside the human emperor, the world was only conquered once again in the devil era. Shi Fuyu could guess what his disciple was thinking. Yes, the Buddhist sect wanted to conquer the entire world, just the great Qin imperial dynasty. After calming himself down, he said, in guessing that they did not succeed. Even worse, they did not even begin their plan before they were destroyed. How come? The Buddhist sect knew that the cultivators of the world would never allow someone else to conquer the world like the human emperor, so this plan was kept the highest level of secret. They planned to only execute the plan after they cultivate a powerful great emperor. Unfortunately, the plan was leaked. Leaked? How? Asked Feng Heng. Well, this is where your ancestor came into this story. Shi Fuyu paused for a few seconds before continuing. In the ancient emperor era, both Taoism and Buddhist were actually competitor and fought for the title of the orthodox religion of the myriad emperor world. During that time, the five-element palace was the leader of Taoism, while the Tai Profound Gate was probably not even created yet. However, after the incense era, Taoism was completely suppressed by Buddhism to the point that the five-element palace was forced to close their mountains for generations, only coming out when they decided to fight for the heavenward battle. As such, the Tai Profound strived during the incense era with the absence of the five-element palace. However, they were only considered an immortal land, not an emperor lineage, as they did not cultivate a great emperor of their own. Immortal land, interrupted Feng Heng, just know that they are more powerful than supreme land, but way weaker than emperor lineages. You will get access to this information when you become more powerful later in the future, replied Shi Fuyu, so he just nodded. Your ancestor actually got the news about the One World Nirvana plan from the Heaven race. How would the Heaven race get access to such a powerful secret? Let alone leak it? Shi Fuyu sighed before continuing. The plan actually needed a tremendous amount of faith, and as the Heaven race was born out of incense and faith, they were the perfect people to use as a catalyst to execute it. Furthermore, the Buddhist sect wanted allies before executing the plan. With this plan, the Heaven race would have access to a tremendous amount of incense power, as such they could deal with the problem of the low population of their race. So, they were the perfect partner. As for your ancestor, no one knew his exact connection with the Heaven race. However, after finding out about the plan, he secretly rallied all the cultivators of the world against Buddhism. After a brief pause, Shi Fuyu continued, your ancestor was a heaven-defying genius with a deep and scheming mind. He was very low-key during his rise and his reputation was not very loud. Everyone knew that he was powerful, but no one knew how powerful until the Heavenward battle. In that battle, the Buddhist sect had pooled together all their resources to cultivate a terrifying genius. Using all the incense power of the entire sect, which by that time had spread through thousands upon thousands of worlds, they created a Buddha golden body. I remember that day when the golden body was completed. Buddha lights enveloped all the continents of the myriad emperor world along with multicolored lotus. The chant of countless people in myriad worlds chanting reverberated throughout the entire world community we are located in. It was truly a majestic sight. Unfortunately, it was useless, said Shi Fuyu with a sigh. Because of the ancestor? Yes, because of Li Taishuang. In that generation's heavenward battle, he alone faced all the heaven chosens of the Buddhist sect and killed all of them, even the one with the Buddha golden body. At one point, the owner of the golden body even sacrificed the lives of all the heaven chosen to increase his strength. After all, he was the embodiment of the hope and wishes of all the Buddhist monks. He was the aspiration of an entire era. However, it was futile as he still failed under Li Taishuang's sword. After that, your ancestor proved the Tao and took the name of Absolute Beginning. Shi Fuyu took a few second pause after talking up to here, then the hand that was behind his back was secretly clenched as he continued, do you think that things are over? No, this was just the beginning. After proving the Tao, the Absolute Beginning Emperor showed his ruthless side. He rallied all the sects that he had previously contacted and used the One World Nirvana plan as an excuse to wage a terrible war against Buddhism. And he was relentless. The Absolute Beginning Emperor seemed to have a terrible hatred for incense power, so he set out to completely eradicate Buddhism, and he succeeded. He destroyed all the Buddhist sect in the entire myriad emperor world. Even the countless emperor lineages were not spared. Even the heaven race was not spared from his wreath despite the fact that many of them still supported him. As for the Buddhist sect, no matter what method they used, it was simply useless. During that period, countless immortal venerable and Tao ancestors were killed and slaughtered. Many were left over by previous great emperors manifested themselves, but they were no match for the Absolute Beginning Emperor. Even the Western Pure Bliss land was not spared as it was also destroyed by the Absolute Beginning Emperor, and by that time, the Bliss land had actually evolved into a great thousand world, only a little smaller before reaching the size of a heavenward world like the myriad emperor world. Meanwhile, Fengheng had twinkled in his eyes after hearing the exploits of his sect's ancestor. As for Shi Fuyu, the hand behind his back further clenched, showing red veins on them. But he still continued, do you think this was the end? No, the Absolute Beginning Emperor was truly relentless. Using his own Tao, he actually cut the absolute beginning of Buddhism, meaning he erased their origin from the world. So, disciple, what do you think happened to someone who has their beginning erased? They will cease to exist. Without beginning, there is no living and no eventual end, replied Fengheng after thinking for a few seconds. That's correct. With this method, all history of Buddhism was erased from existence, all their knowledge and philosophy, all their cultivation techniques, all their accomplishments, and even all memories of them. Anything related to Buddhism was completely gone, wiped out. This is the reason that virtually nothing is known about Buddhism in this era. Fengheng was shocked, then he quickly asked something. Wait, if what you said is true, there should not be any information whatsoever about Buddhism in this current era, yet there is still some news remaining about them floating? What's more, the Western Bliss Pure Land is still a forbidden land. Not to mention that there are still rumors about the famous Buddhist emperor scripture, past, present, future Buddha scroll. The reason for that was a last resort of the Buddhist sect. At the last moment before their destruction, they sacrificed to the Maitreya Mother Buddha through a Bodhi tree seed that was saved. The purpose was to leave a future for Buddhism, and they received a positive answer. The Absolute Beginning Emperor was furious and rushed in to completely destroy the remains of the Western Pure Bliss land, but he failed. He had a heaven-shattering battle with the will of the Maitreya Mother Buddha, but he lost and was greatly injured. What? The ancestor actually lost? Asked Fengheng with a surprised look on his face. Yes, this was probably the only failure in his life. As a result of this, a few pieces of the history and inheritance of Buddhism managed to survive the passage of time. Fengheng nodded in acknowledgement before asking, but teacher, what does that have anything to do with Wang Wei? Let me ask you, you have read a lot of information about great emperors, do you think many of them were like the Absolute Beginning Emperor? No, the majority of great emperors have left only a footnote in his history. As for the ones like my ancestor, there have been only a handful of them. And all of them displayed terrifying talents at a very young age. Wait, are you saying that Wang Wei reminds you of my ancestor? Shi Fuyu nodded before continuing, whether it is strength, will, intelligence, and talent, this Wang Wei reminds me completely of the Absolute Beginning Emperor. What's more, his Tao seemed to be more terrifying. In fact, Shi Fuyu did not tell his disciple the whole truth. As a matter of fact, he was a little scared of Wang Wei. The reason for that was that during that last strike, the world-breaking fist, he suddenly felt a terrifying fluctuation from Wang Wei. And Shi Fuyu had felt this fluctuation from the will of the Maitreya Mother Buddha when she fought with the Absolute Beginning Emperor. As such, he knew that Wang Wei probably had a terrible secret that even he himself might not know. As for Fengheng, he became silent for a few seconds. Master, so what are you going to do? You should be asking yourself that question. In that case, let us continue with our original plan, replied Feng Heng after thinking for a few minutes. Chapter 169. Back in the Great Xia dynasty, Wang Wei was frowning while looking at a bunch of papers. In the past few days, he was not in the best mood, and it was all because of paperwork. After winning his battle with Ji Song, the vast territory of the Great Zhou now belongs to him. However, it will still take some time before he settled all the people there, let alone made them have a sense of belonging with Great Xia. As a result, many rebellions occurred throughout his territory, so he had to dispatch the army to use force to eliminate these rebels. If it was in the past, Wang Wei might consider using less brutal means to deal with the situation, but now the end of the trial was rapidly approaching, he did not have time to play nice. Although Wang Wei was the final winner of the trial, he knew that his competitors would use the shortest amount of time to recuperate from their defeat, then strive to break through the supernatural realm as soon as possible. And if he wasted any more time in this world, he would be left behind. So, he decided that all his plans must be accomplished in 5 years or less, then he will leave this world. Of course, dealing with the affairs of the dynasty was not the only reason that Wang Wei was in a bad mood. But because Yan Liling, his supposed chancellor, refused to help him. According to her, she was mad at the fact that he did not share his secret Longxue tea recipe with her. After hearing this, Wang Wei immediately blamed Li Jun for not being able to keep his mouth shut. I mean, doesn't he know to place his brother before his companion? I mean, they basically grew up together wearing the same diapers. Couldn't he keep his mouth shut? Wang Wei sighed while gritting his teeth. As a last resort, he had to ask Dong Lifan for help, an act which made him very embarrassed. After all, he had just basically rejected the poor girl, but now he was asking her to work for him. Wang Wei felt like a capitalist that exploited the people working for him. However, after seeing her working hard and not complaining, he removed the guilt he felt. He convinced himself that she enjoyed the work. One day while working in the Dragon Throne Room, someone came in and told him that a special guest came to see him. It turns out the person was actually Feng Heng, the leader of the Great Shu dynasty. Wang Wei could not think of the reason that this guy showed up to meet him. However, he did not care. No one can stop from conquering this world. As such, the Great Shu dynasty is actually on its last breath, and it is only a matter of time before he conquers it. A few minutes later, Feng Heng entered the Dragon Throne Room, then cupped his hand together to salute Wang Wei. However, one of the ministers of the court roared, "Bold! You dare not to properly salute His Majesty." However, Wang Wei waved the person off as he knew that Feng Heng just used the etiquette to indicate that he was treating him as the sacred son of the Tao opening sect, not the ruler of Great Xia. As a matter of fact, he did not really care about etiquette. As long as the person shows the necessary level of respect, everything is fine. As such, Wang Wei just observed this heaven chosen from the Tai profound gate from up to down. He noticed how this Feng Heng had a very peaceful and natural temperament, which symbolized that he has a high understanding of Taoism. Speaking of Taoism, Wang Wei knew a little bit as he had read the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu and Zhuangzi in his previous life. Although he only did so to impress his boss, he still remembers them with his unforgettable memory. Furthermore, the origin path system that all the cultivators in the myriad emperor world cultivate borrow many ideas and philosophy from Taoism. After taking a brief moment to call this thing, he said, "So, Tao child Feng Heng, what brought you to my little dynasty? I'm here to make a deal with you." "Oh. Please say. I will hand the entire Great Shu dynasty to you without fighting. In return, you have to give the position of national master and make Taoism the national religion of Great Xia." Wang Wei looked directly into Feng Heng's eyes for a few seconds, before saying with a sneer, "You must be joking. I have done all of this work, just to let you benefit for cheap. You value yourself too much." Wang Wei could guess this guy's plan. Let all the other heaven-chosen battle between themselves, then allies himself with the final winner. With the status of national master and the spread of religion, he can absorb as much chi luck as the final victor of the trial. No wonder this guy never actually made any move during the whole trial, thought Wang Wei secretly. He always wondered what Feng Heng's endgame was. During the whole trial, he had many opportunities to conquer more territories. As the first person to truly conquer a dynasty, he could have easily invaded the Great Wu back then and conquered them. Or, he could have attacked the Great Zhou when they were fighting with the Great Wu. However, he did not do any of these. He remained neutral, just protecting his own territory. Now, it seemed that he was playing the long game. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was not that surprised that he was rejected, so he continued, "What if I add the western region?" "What do you mean?" asked Wang Wei with a frown. "During all my years in the trail, I have successfully spread Taoism throughout all the dynasties in the western region, and they are essentially under my control. I can see that you are the kind of person who likes to have the best when doing things, so you should strive to have a 7-color rainbow chi luck. However, to achieve that, you will need to conquer the entire world, even the western region." Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, then replied, "You are right, but I do not see where you matter in that situation. Even without you, I can still conquer the western region." "You are right, however things are not as simple as you think. To the desert people of the West, Taoism is not just a religion, but a form of salvation for their poor living environment, a kind of sustenance for their soul. So, anyone who threatens their belief, they will never accept it." "What does that have to do with you?" asked Wang Wei. However, he had an inkling what Feng Heng was about to say. "As the Taoist ancestor of this world, I have a lot of power," replied Feng Heng. "As long as I tell these people that the Great Xia is a threat to Taoism, millions of people will not hesitate to take arms and fight to the death against you. I mean, you can imagine the burst of power these people will bring out when believing that they are fighting for their religion, their beliefs, their ways of life." Feng Heng paused for a few seconds before continuing. "As a matter of fact, I know that despite all of this, your Great Xia will probably still win in the end. However, at what price? With the majority of people of the western region dead in a war, what is the point of you conquering that barren land? How long will it take to end such a war of faith? However, with my proposition, all of this can be avoided. You can easily conquer the entire world, and I will just benefit a little." Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face while tapping his finger on the armrest of his dragon throne. He realized what a brilliant move Feng Heng's plan was. Plus, he did not want to waste more unnecessary time on this trial. "However, I can agree with your proposition, but I have a few conditions." Feng Heng hurriedly said, "Please say." "First, you can only absorb enough chi luck to reach the 2-color rainbow level." "Impossible," replied Feng Heng. He did all of this work in order to achieve the highest result possible. How could he accept the bare minimum instead? As a matter of fact, if it was up to him, Feng Heng did not want to use this method. Unfortunately, the barrier between the peak purple gold chi luck and the 2-color rainbow is too vast for him to accomplish with the territory that he has control of. According to his master, a person has to conquer an entire small thousand world in order to break the barrier between those two levels. And if you want to reach higher levels like 3-color, 4-color and sun, you need more than just vast territory. You need to properly govern the people, make them happy and better. And even that can only guarantee a 6-color rainbow chi luck. If you want to reach the last color, you have to fundamentally change the world. So, Feng Heng was very happy when Wang Wei was the final winner because according to the information he received, the people of Great Xia have very happy and fulfilling lives. "But now, either accept my condition, or we can go to war," said Wang Wei with a cold and ruthless tone. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had an ugly look on his face, while thinking about his options. Chapter 170. Feng Heng thought about the situation for a good half-hour, then he said with gritted teeth, "Fine, I accept. What other conditions do you have?" As for Wang Wei, he just smiled after seeing this. "My second condition is actually very simple. I want to fight with you." "Fight me?" asked Feng Heng with a puzzled look. "Yes, I want to see whether you are worthy to negotiate with me on the same level." Feng Heng's face instantly became ugly again after hearing this. This was the first time that his peaceful mood changed so much in such a short time. He looked at Wang Wei with fire in his eyes. However, Wang Wei did not care, so he said, "You can't blame me for this, after all, no one has even seen you fight. How do I know you are not a sheep disguised as a tiger?" Feng Heng took a deep breath before calming himself down. Then he said, "I accept your challenge." In a forest not far from the great Xia capital, both Wang Wei and Feng Heng stood not far from each other. Many people were standing far away, watching and commenting on the battle that was about to happen. "Who do you think will win?" asked Dong Lifen with a worrying look on her face. "Isn't it obvious?" replied Li Jun with a calm look on his face. He saw a recording of the battle between his big brother and Ji Song from Wangju, so he knew how powerful Wang Wei was. That battle also brought a lot of pressure to him, however he was also motivated to increase his strength. Furthermore, he decided to cultivate the Overlord Fist, in order to refine a strong body for himself. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was looking his opponent up and down waiting to see what kind of method he would use, however his opponent seemed to be more patient than him, so he decided to attack. In an instant, Wang Wei appeared in front of Feng Heng, then punched him in his guts. However, a sudden cumulus cloud appeared to block the attack, but it was to no avail. Feng Heng was sent flying for more than a few hundred meters away, throwing up a mouthful of blood. However, midway through, his body suddenly turned as light as clouds, then he slowly floated in the air before stopping. Feng Heng wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth as he realizes that he underestimated his opponent despite the fact that he saw his true strength during the battle a few days ago. So, he decided to take things seriously. With a wave of his hand, red clouds were condensed from the atmosphere, then they dropped like rain on Wang Wei. However, with just one punch in the air, a powerful shockwave dispersed these clouds. Immediately afterwards, Wang Wei flew straight towards his opponent, and kicked him. Boom! Feng Heng was sent flying on the ground with tremendous force as he spewed out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately for him, a cumulus cloud appeared in front of him and blocked some of the attack. And this was not an ordinary cloud, but one that turned as dense as metal, but it was still no use under Wang Wei's kick. As for Feng Heng, he did not hit the ground as expected. He used the same previous tactic by turning his body as light clouds, then slowly landed on the floor. Feng Heng frowned as he looked at Wang Wei in the sky, then he used another attack. This time the clouds turned into a dead gray color before rushing straight towards Wang Wei, who just watched as the attack hit him without even leaving a single scratch on him. However, this attack was not a simple one as Wang Wei felt an extremely creepy energy trying to penetrate his soul and corrode it. He snorted coldly, then this energy was instantly vaporized. Then he looked at Feng Heng before saying, "Interesting use of yin and yang Dao. Turning a cloud which is water in nature and imbued it with fire nature. Then, transform it from a weak substance into one as solid as metal, symbolizing the transformation of yin into yang. Not to mention the last attack that contained extreme yin nature, capable of directly attacking the soul. However, if this is all the strength you have, today's battle will officially be the worst day of your life." Feng Heng had a frown on his face. Not only because his attack seemed to be useless, but because his opponent seemed to be able to read the nature of his attacks in just a few minutes. After thinking for a brief moment, he decided to use another tactic. With a wave of his hand, countless swords materialized in the air, then they rushed forwards. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at all the swords rushing towards him and guessed that his opponent decided to use 5-element spells from now on. He was not that surprised as the Taoist sects are known for their amazing and wonderful spells. So, he rushed straight towards Feng Heng, ignoring all the swords that hit him. These swords could not even break his innate field, let alone his skin. However, Feng Heng seemed to have anticipated this, so he moved away from Wang Wei. A burst of red clouds appeared under his feet, swoosh. In an instant, he appeared a few hundred meters from Wang Wei. As a result, for a few minutes, a game of cat and mouse chase occurred in this battle. Wang Wei frowned as he observed this situation. He was quite surprised at how fast this Feng Heng actually was. Although he looked like he just teleported, Wang Wei knew that this was just because of how fast this guy moves so that it appears that way. Of course, this is not the reason that Wang Wei actually stopped chasing. The real reason was because one of Feng Heng's attacks managed to break through his innate field, and he was puzzled. According to the intensity of the attack, there is no way in a million years that such a level of power could break his defense. After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Wei once again rushed towards his enemy. This time he observed every single sword that hit. After a few 100,000 hit him, a slight break a few centimeters appeared in his innate field, then the swords hit his skin before being bounced off from it. Wang Wei stopped again and looked at Feng Heng and said, "You are the owner of the yin-yang eyes." A slight surprise appeared in Feng Heng's eyes before disappearing, then he said, "What are you talking about? Your attacks seem to be able to find the tiniest of flaws in my defense and attack them. These flaws are so small that even I did not notice them, yet you could see them and directly target them. Only the yin-yang eyes had such ability." "You are wrong," replied Feng Heng while shaking his head. "This is my natural innate ability, but I do not have the yin-yang eyes." Wang Wei looked at him deeply as he could not tell if this guy was telling the truth. The only thing he had to go on was the slight surprise in his eyes when he first mentioned this, but Feng Heng's soul fluctuation remained calm after he denied it. However, he remained suspicious. Wang Wei waved his palm, a giant blue dragon manifested, releasing a powerful suppression. And to his horror, Feng Heng found himself unable to move as Wang Wei rushed towards him. With a desperate attack, all the swords floating in the air turned into countless needles, then rushed forwards. Meanwhile, Wang Wei ignored these needles as he let them attack him. However, to his disappointment, none of them seemed to attack his weak point. So, lightning appeared on Wang Wei's body, then he instantly appeared in front of Feng Heng. He proceeded to slap him in the face. Bang! Feng Heng flew from the sky with tremendous speed and force. And this time, he did not have the ability to slow down his fall. Boom! After landing on the ground, a powerful shockwave traveled from his landing spot. Countless trees were destroyed, and a deep hole could be found with the shape of a human body could be seen from the air. After a few seconds, Feng Heng managed to unbury himself from deep underground, then he vomited blood for a few seconds. His face was slightly deformed as his skull was bulged inwards, and many of the teeth in his mouth had fallen off. He raised his head and looked at Wang Wei with gritted teeth, while the latter had a frown on his face. A few seconds later, Wang Wei said, "My final condition to accept your proposal is for you to use your innate ability to find the weakness in my defense." Feng Heng opened his mouth as if to refuse, then he closed his mouth with gritted teeth. Then he said, "No problem." Chapter 171. After the battle, Wang Wei was sitting on his dragon throne with a pensive look on his face. After a few minutes, he said, "What do you think?" After a brief silence, Li Jun opened his mouth. Something seemed wrong. Everyone then looked at him, so he further elaborated, "This guy Feng Heng seemed very weak for a heaven chosen." "Weak?" asked Dong Lifen, as she did not totally agree. In her opinion, the only reason that the battle ended so quickly was because of His Majesty's strength. Not weak per se, Li Jun tried to find the right words to express his feeling. More like he could not use all his strength. It was as if it was difficult to control his power. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. After seeing this, Yan Liling then asked, "Big brother Wang Wei, did you think of something?" "Yes, I just find this guy very suspicious," he replied. "Because of the yin-yang eyes?" "Yes." "Why would he hide such a thing?" asked Yan Liling with a confused look on her face. In fact, not just her, but everyone in the room who knew the importance of such a powerful physique had the same question. "Do you all remember what happened when Heavenly Tao acknowledged my physique and the Heavenly Physique list appeared? What was the name after the yin-yang eyes?" "I remember that there were a bunch of question marks instead of a name," replied Li Jun with one arm crossed and another on his chin. Wang Wei nodded before continuing. At that time, many people believed that it showed that the yin-yang eyes did not appear in this generation, but what if that was not the case? Everyone except Dong Lifen had a frown on their face, contemplating the meaning of these words. Young master, are you saying that the yin-yang eyes appeared in this generation, however there were some complications in the process? And that Feng Heng knows something about it? Asked Wang Ju, who was always very astute when it came to analyzing information. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, an act which did not disperse the frown on everyone's face. If that was true, it meant that all the top 6 physiques in the heavenly list appeared, making this glorious age even more turbulent. Not to mention what kind of secrets that this heaven chosen of the Tai profound gate was hiding. Meanwhile, back in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng used some secret methods to return on the same day after the battle. Even his injuries were partially healed. After entering his temple, he activated all the formation inside to isolate from the outside. Then, he started to freak out. Master, 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 come out, said Feng Heng in a rushed voice. Soon after, Shi Fuyu's primordial spirit appeared in front of him. Master, do you think he knows the truth? Disciple, you need to calm down. But master, he clearly noticed something wrong. Shi Fuyu sighed before saying, I warned you not to use the power of your eyes in front of this Wang Wei, but you did not listen. I had no choice, otherwise, would not even be able to even touch even once during the fight. What's more, it was you who told me to agree to his last condition. If you did not agree, he would have become even more suspicious of you. Based on what happened in the secret realm, you can see how cunning this Wang Wei actually is. Feng Heng clutched his fist, then he started walking back and forth in the room while muttering, We are screwed. We are screwed. People will find out what we did, and the sect might even instantly kill us. Shi Fuyu looked at the state of his disciple, then he patted his shoulder. Suddenly, Feng Heng sensed something traveling throughout his mind, then he returned to his calm mood. Feng Heng sighed in relief, while Shi Fuyu asked, Have you calmed down now? Yes. That's good. Do you still have it with you? Feng Heng nodded before taking out something from his body. However, that thing was covered by formation. After making a bunch of signs with his hand, the formation was lifted. There lied a human body that had a look of horror on its face despite the fact its 2 eye sockets were actually empty. What is worse is the fact that this child looks nothing but a 5-year-old boy. Both Shi Fuyu and Feng Heng looked at the body, however their reactions were different. Feng Heng's body trembled slightly after seeing it, and a look of regret could be seen in his eyes. However, his master just looked at the body with indifference. Shi Fuyu then said, In order to properly get the yin-yang eyes as a physique, just taking the eyes is not enough. We need to find a way to swallow both the soul and source blood of the true owner. By then, no one will be able to tell the difference, and all the evidence will also be destroyed. So, all you have to do until then is to actually deny that you have any relationship with the yin-yang eyes. Feng Heng was silent for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. Since he had already done so much, there is no turning back for him. He will bear this sin for the rest of his life as it was his decision to make no matter the consequences. Furthermore, as long as he can become a great emperor, who dares speak ill about his actions? After thinking about this, Feng Heng suddenly felt that his mind became more clear, then his peaceful mood turned into an indifferent one. Just now, his state of mind has reached a higher level. Shi Fuyu noticed his disciple's change, then he nodded in satisfaction. Even without a special physique, his disciple's talent can be ranked top-notch, and there was a reason he was chosen. Meanwhile, back in the Great Xia, while dealing with all the affairs of his territory, Wang Wei was planning another expedition. This time it was to the southern region, and he was leading it personally. The reason for doing this was one because he wanted more habitats for his people to live in, so taking control of the territory of the demonic beasts that is full of resources is the perfect place. Secondly, and the most important reason, was because he did not trust the demonic beast left in that area. Wang Wei always asked himself why Lu Meishio actually left so many demonic beasts alive in the southern region after leaving the trial. However, he could not think of the reason. So, he decided to kill all of them so he did not have to worry about it again in the future. Under the leadership of Wang Wei, the Great Xia army started to ravage all the demonic beasts in the southern region, and Wang Wei was always at the head of the attacks. He used his true will ability to destroy the cultivation levels of all the demonic beasts in a large area, then these beasts were taken and stored for his future plan. Wang Wei used the wind calamity attack, thus ravaging all the demonic beasts in a few hundred miles radius. While watching all the cut-up corpses of these demonic beasts, he started to think to himself, am I being too harsh in killing all these demonic beasts? After all, they are still living beings and part of the natural flow of nature, so why should I kill all of them? Just because of my suspicions of Lu Meishu? My method seems too radical and maybe wait a minute, suddenly muttered Wang Wei out loud. Since when did I start to question myself like that? As a person who seeks to be free and unfettered, I should be able to do anything I please, whenever I please. I should have the freedom to base my actions solely based on my desires, so why would I care about the balance of heaven and earth by killing a few demonic beasts? Even if their number is in the millions? After saying this, Wang Wei suddenly felt a veil uplifted from his mind, making his thinking more clear. Despite this positive benefit, Wang Wei was not happy, which was evident by the frown on his face. He realized that a heart demon had just attacked him. Technically speaking, this was an impossible thing to happen, as heart demons only occurred to primordial spirit cultivators that have to go through heart tribulation. What's worse was the fact that Wang Wei knew that this was not the first time that this had happened to him. The first time he suffered from heart demon was when he first killed a person when he was a mortal. Back then, according to normal situations, after all he had gone through in the pagoda trial, he should have only suffered from discomfort after killing someone. However, he had nightmares for days instead. The first time that such a thing happened, Wang Wei might have considered it as a rare thing, but twice showed that something is wrong, so he started thinking of the reason for this to happen to him. Chapter 172. The first thought that came to Wang Wei's mind was that someone was actually using some means to actually influence his state of mind. However, he quickly denied that idea. Back then he did not offend anyone. Well, given his status, maybe he did not need to. Nevertheless, he spent most of his time in the sect surrounded by some of the most powerful people in the world. If someone tried to deal with him, whether it was his mother, father, grandfather, or other elders of the sect, they would notice something wrong. And in this world, with the protection of his Tao protector Yan Chen, this situation is unlikely. The second possibility that Wang Wei thought of was that this was the hand of heavenly Tao. However, he still denied that possibility. When he first had his heart demon, he had not offended heavenly Tao yet. Additionally, with him passing the divine punishment thunder, he and heavenly Tao were somewhat even. Wang Wei knew that because of his transcendent Tao foundation, when he broke through the supernatural realm, his heavenly tribulation will not be a joke. However, that was still for the future. Not to mention the fact that heavenly Tao could not interfere with him all the way in this small thousand world. So, it could be eliminated as a suspect. So, the last possibility that he could think of was that this has something to do with his reincarnation. Maybe something happened to him when he was going through the process of going through samsara. After all, his massive soul power was gone during the process. Unfortunately, his memory of the experience was completely wiped out, so there was nothing he could currently do with his little strength. After thinking about this, Wang Wei realized how insignificant he truly was in the grand scheme of things. So, he decided to rein in the little arrogance he had after defeating Ji Song. After taking a few moments to regain his bearings, Wang Wei then continued his expedition of the southern region. This time, he was even more brutal as he wanted to end this war as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Myriad Emperor World, Central Chilan Continent, Herd-Raising Valley, Lu Meixia's arm was already regrown back. However, upon further examination, it is easy to see that one of her arms had a different shade of color than the other. This was due to the fact that she still needed some time to train the regrown arm to be as strong as the other one. While cultivating, Lu Meishu suddenly opened her eyes with an ugly look on her face. The reason for that was that she felt that all the demonic beasts that she left in the Warring Kingdom world were slowly dying. So, she yelled with gritted teeth, "Wang Wei!" After this, her hatred for Wang Wei had dramatically increased. However, immediately afterwards, she calmed herself down and started thinking. She had made great plans for these demonic beasts in the southern region. As for the reason she left there, it was because she did not want her plans to attract the attention of certain people in the herd-raising valley. She thought that Wang Wei would just ignore these beasts, then her plan could continue in secret. However, her thought was completely wrong as she underestimated Wang Wei's careful nature and his ruthlessness. After thinking about it for a few minutes, she whispered to herself, "In that case, let's execute the plan and move the experiment to the northern Black Tortoise continent as there are plenty of demonic beasts to use. However, I need to be very careful not to draw the attention of any demon race imperial family, otherwise things will escalate out of my control." After thinking about this, she took out a token and notified her loyal servant to come meet her. They had things to do and needed the utmost secrecy. Back to the Warring Kingdom world, Wang Wei took a few months to destroy the majority of the demonic beasts in the southern region. After everything was over, he focused on his deal with Fengheng. Under the cooperation of the two, the entire world was finally conquered and became peaceful in just 2 years. On this day, Fengheng was standing on top of a Taoist temple in the Great Xia capital which was moved in the past 2 years. In just 2 years, many of such temples were actually built, thus spreading Taoism throughout the whole world. So, Fengheng's mission in this world was over. After using a secret technique to check his luck, he looked at the 2 colors Qi dragon swimming on top of his head, then he sighed. Afterwards, he crushed a talisman and was swallowed by a space crack. Soon afterwards, Fengheng found himself in front of his Tao protector, Wu Ming. Immediately, Fengheng bowed to him before saying, "I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? You did your best, and your results are among the best in this trial," replied Wu Ming with a calm look on his face. "I know this. I am apologizing regarding the disappearance of the incense power. Oh, you did not need to hurry about the sex punishment as I already knew that you did not absorb it. Furthermore, I scanned the entire world in search of it, and I did not even discover where it disappeared to. So, the likely possibility is that this world's heavenly Tao absorbs this kind of power to test it as this was the first time it appeared." Fengheng nodded after hearing and was also relieved. However, he had a feeling that things were not as simple as his Tao protector said. In the past 2 years, many temples have been built throughout Great Xia, however there has been no case of incense power going missing. He always felt something fishy was going on. It was as if the person responsible for stealing the incense faith was scared to absorb that power under the eye of Wang Wei. However, Fengheng placed all these thoughts on the back of his head. All he cared about now was the fact that he was heading home. Meanwhile, back in the Great Xia, Wang Wei noticed that Fengheng was gone, so he was relieved to go about his plans. He did not trust that guy a single bit. Although in the last 2 years, he used the excuse of using Fengheng's innate ability to observe this guy in person, he did not discover anything. Luckily for him, he managed to remove all the tiny flaws in both his innate field and his skin. However, he did not do so for his muscles. He did not trust Fengheng to this extent. After giving his orders to his subordinate, Wang Wei flew straight into the sky. When he reached the edge of the world, he used his token to send a message. Soon, true monarch Yan Chen appeared in front of him. "Young master, what can I do for you?" asked Yan Chen with a smile on his face. "Supreme Elder, I need you to send me to the sun," replied as he pointed in a direction. The reason that he needed help was because the sun of this world was located in a void place without spiritual energy, so he could not fly there by himself. Yan Chen's eyes lit up after hearing this as he thought of something. So, he complied with a smile on his face. Standing on the surface of the sun, Wang Wei sat down and started refining his bones with the ancient desolate body refining scripture, as fire was the element needed to temper the bones. Furthermore, Wang Wei was preparing for when he needed to refine his heart in the future as fire elements will also be needed. Just like that, Wang Wei spent another 2 years in the sun. In the process, he has reached the core of the sun with a temperature of millions. At this time, simple temperature has no effect on him. Only flames with special nature can still burn him. During the entire process, he had to burn or melt all 206 of his bones over and over, then regrow them again. The most dangerous part was when he had to melt his skull, almost frying his brain into paste. Luckily for him, there are many records of similar experiences in the scripture. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei felt that his strength had greatly increased again. Furthermore, as long as he absorbs the heavenly silver ore into his bones, the tempering of his bones will be over, and his strength will increase again. Wang Wei then woke up after finishing checking his bones. Then he felt the beating of his heart. The beating was strong and steady, even more than before. Blood was rapidly traveling throughout every part of his body, thus increasing his regeneration ability. So, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction as he knew that he would save himself a lot of time in the future. Afterwards, he crushed a talisman that instantly teleported him back to the Great Xia capital, where he sent a notice to all his officials to come meet him for a meeting. Soon, all the officials including the member of his team and a court meeting took place. The first thing he said when the meeting started was, "Is everything prepared for my plan?" Chapter 173. Many of the officials looked at Wang Wei with a happy look on their face as they could not help themselves. The past few years had been the most fulfilling time of their lives. As high-ranking officials of Great Xia, they have slowly watched how a powerful and prosperous dynasty that covered the entire world took place even in the southern region. With Wang Wei's cleanup of the demonic beasts 4 years ago, the entire southern region was open to humans. As such, countless cities were built and many people migrated there under the incentive of the court. As a matter of fact, it was not that difficult to motivate the people as the southern region was full of fertile land, and was home to numerous spiritual herbs and ore. Many people suspect that the south was even richer than the central region when it comes to resources. Although the northern region was completely destroyed, no one really cares about this due to its barren nature. And now, with the return of His Majesty, the last place was about to have earth-shaking change, the western region. While these officials just noticed Wang Wei's return, people Li Jun and Yan Liling noticed the subtle difference and changes that occurs to him. They could see his long breath, and if they focused hard enough, they could even hear his heart beating. They all sighed as they realized that Wang Wei had gotten even stronger than before. While these people were observing him, Wang Wei was also doing the same thing. With his true vision ability, he easily noticed how both Li Jun and Yan Liling had acquired 5-color rainbow chi luck. As a matter of fact, even people like the 5-number general and the Iron Fist King, Tai Gang, had increased their luck to the beginning of purple gold. Of course, the person that surprised him the most was actually Dong Lifen. In the past 4 years, not only did she manage to reach the peak of the divine altar realm with 350 divine veins, she also reached a peak of purple gold chi luck. Wang Wei was not surprised by her cultivation level given her talent and the blessing of being the Empress of Great Xia. However, the chi luck level did surprise him. In order to achieve such a level, she must have contributed a lot to the dynasty in the past few years. However, he was also puzzled by the constant frown on her face. Then, Wang Wei secretly sighed as he looked at his black chi luck that was 99. 99% turned back into purple. No matter what he did in the past few years, he did not make any progress at all. However, Wang Wei was not worried as he already had a plan that guaranteed his success, hence the question he previously asked. Wang Jihu noticed that many of the officials were too excited to answer the previously asked question, stepped up and replied, "Your Majesty, according to your instruction, all the arrays have been set up." Wang Wei nodded as he also checked out his head maid. No, he should call her his shadow from now on. He could see that Wang Ju has also benefited greatly from the chi luck of the dynasty. Her divine body realm cultivation was more stable than before, and she seemed to have used the increase of comprehension brought by her position to understand the techniques she cultivated. He guessed that her cultivation would increase dramatically after returning home. After receiving a full report from Wang Ju, Wang Wei spent a few hours checking the situation of the dynasty during his absence. After checking that everything was normal, he headed straight for the western region. Once there, Wang Wei stood in the air, then waved his hand. He used all his 720 divine veins to control all the spiritual energy in the western region, then countless circular runes appeared in the air, surrounding the entire region. Under Wang Wei's control, these arrays started to absorb powerful energy from something buried underneath the soils or desert of the western region. If one person could observe closely, they would find out that the arrays were absorbing the blood, souls, and cultivation power of countless demonic beasts. And there were billions of them buried underneath the ground. After the array absorbed all those powers, something magical happened. The desert that has existed in the western region for millions of years suddenly started to turn into normal land. Mountains and rivers then started to appear in many different places. Many fertile and cultivable lands also manifested themselves. Then, the temperature of the desert started to cool down until it reached the normal level of the other regions. Following which, rain, which was a very rare thing, suddenly to fall everywhere. As a result, many trees suddenly grew widely in different places, creating vast and luscious forests. The last transformation to occur was the increase in spiritual energy from heaven and earth. As a matter of fact, the reason that such tremendous changes occurred was due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. What Wang Wei was doing was to essentially create and repair the spiritual veins located under the western region using the vitality of all the demonic beasts that were killed due to the beast tide a few years ago. By doing so, Wang Wei can rejuvenate the barren land of the western region. He got this idea from a great emperor of the D clan. At some point of time, the western White Tiger continent suffered a devastating catastrophe that left all the spiritual veins there completely destroyed, resulting in the spiritual energy in the western continent to become even less than the northern continent. Due to this, at some point things got so bad that the devil cultivators in the west wanted to wage a war against the demon race in the north to take over the continent. However, before things escalated to this point, a great emperor was born from the D clan. Using his amazing ability, he single-handedly fixed all the spiritual veins to the point that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was recovered, but it even briefly surpassed the southern vermilion bird continent and almost reached the level of the eastern azure dragon continent. Of course, Wang Wei did not have the power of that great emperor, nor did he have such a deep understanding of feng shui to easily repair spiritual veins. So, he used the blood, soul, and vitality of demonic beasts as an energy source, then attached a powerful spirit-gathering formation where the spiritual veins are located. As for the already existing spiritual veins, the spirit-gathering array was attached to them as an aid to help them produce more spiritual energy. Due to this, the great Xia dynasty had to spend countless resources and more than 2 years to set up these formations. And why did Wang Wei go through such great lengths to do such a thing? It was for the same reason that the great emperor of the D clan did: merit. Merit is a mysterious and almost omnipotent thing, so Wang Wei knew that this was the perfect thing to help with the problem of his qi luck. Soon after all the transformation of the western region finished, many people marveled with excitement on their faces. Then, many people kneeled on the ground with tears in their eyes while chanting, "Long live His Majesty." As a matter of fact, the lives of the Western people have dramatically improved over the last few years as members of Great Xia. They never had to worry about food, water, or shelter. Even the horrible temperature of the desert was no longer a problem with constructs specially designed by the refining hall of Great Xia. However, compared to the lives of the other regions, the people of the Western people still felt a little inferior. After all, they live in a vast desert. As a result of this, it is very difficult to build roads or crawling dragon construct. They convinced themselves that everything was fine since they could still use the soaring phoenix construct to travel by air, but they always felt like their region was backwards. But now, things are different. They finally have the chance to modernize themselves completely, to become more like the central and eastern regions. As for Wang Wei, after finishing controlling the arrays, a sudden will suddenly manifested around. Then, golden clouds suddenly enveloped him as he could feel that this will was showing its goodwill towards. Wang Wei knew that the heavenly Tao of this world was happy by his deed, and the golden lights that fell from the heaven and into his hand further proved his feeling. As such, Wang Wei looked in excitement at the golden lights in his hand. This amount of merit was a few times larger than the ones Lu Meishio received. Meaning, that even if he used it to change his qi luck, there should be more than enough as a reserve. Chapter 174. After receiving the golden merit, Wang Wei did not absorb it directly in order to change his qi luck, but instead used it to increase his comprehension. After absorbing some of the merit, Wang Wei found that his mind started to work 100 times more rapidly. Adding on to his previous comprehension, Wang Wei could feel that his mind was working faster than a quantum computer. Many things that he did not previously understand instantly became clear. However, he quickly reined in his mind to focus on understanding his qi luck. So, that's how it is, muttered Wang Wei after a few seconds. He finally understood why his transformation was not complete after so long. Wang Wei had confused the qi luck of a person and the one of a nation. As a matter of fact, there are different kinds of qi luck. There is the human qi luck or innate qi luck. This one, the luck that everyone is born with. This luck to an extent determines your talent, the amount and kind of opportunities you will get during your life, and the chances you are to escape certain dangerous situations based on luck alone. This kind of luck rarely changes and can only go all the way through purple gold. After realizing this, Wang Wei then suddenly realized how precious the Spirit Road trial actually was, as it allowed people to change their innate luck. The second kind of luck is actually called heavenly luck, and it is granted by heaven itself. The qi luck color of these people does not really matter, as they are blessed by heaven themselves. The highest level of heavenly luck is in fact the sun of destiny. The third kind of luck is referred to as earthly luck, and this is the category that a dynasty's qi luck falls under. This luck is created by gathering a small portion of destiny or luck from myriad things, people, lands, emotions, desires, etc. This kind of luck is somewhat similar to incense. However, it is not as poisonous due to being more restrictive through karma. As for Wang Wei's black qi luck, this was the result of him being rejected by heaven and earth. And this kind of thing is not as bad as it sounds, because it means that it is very difficult for heavenly Tao to plot against by using fortunate encounters as bait. More importantly, for Wang Wei, who desired to become free and unfettered, it means that he has the chance to control his own luck, and he succeeded. The process of him turning his black qi luck back into purple is a transformation that occurs due to him slowly grasping his fate when it comes to controlling luck. And now that he finally understood all the knowledge needed about qi luck, his transformation was complete, and Wang Wei also developed a new ability. This ability is called Destiny Sun, and as the name implies, Wang Wei could forcibly become the son of destiny of any world he is in. Then, his luck would be as legendary and scary as Long Outyen. Everything would become easy for him to achieve. If he wanted some rare herb or material, just follow his instinct and he would eventually discover it. His chances of escaping true mortal dangers would increase dramatically. In general, this ability is heaven-defying. However, Wang Wei was not happy and he will not use it blindly. As a person who truly understands qi luck, he knew that heavenly luck was actually a big pit. Do you think that heavenly Tao would bless someone with luck for no reason? Of course not. Heaven and earth revolves around the concept of balance, of cause and effect. If something extraordinary happens to someone, then there must be a reason. For example, the title of Son of Destiny sounds very appealing. However, Wang Wei knows that each son of destiny of any world is born or chosen for a reason. And it is usually because the world sensed that a catastrophe is about to happen, so it chose someone as a son of destiny to cultivate in order to fight or prevent the disaster. So, those lucky bastards usually have a rough life despite being lucky, as they have to go through countless trials and tribulations. A perfect example of that was Long Outyen. The heavenly Tao of the Warring Kingdom world chose him as the son of destiny in a desperate attempt to prevent all the participants of the trial from truly taking over the world. Despite the fact that the Heaven Chosens mostly brought positive changes to the world, it did change the fact that they were foreigners, outsiders. So, the world's plan for Long Outyen to rise up and become the one to conquer the world. And maybe in the process, form an alliance with a few Heaven Chosens and use the advanced resources of their world to better this one. According to the information that he learned from studying qi luck, and after watching the life of this world previous son of destiny, Wang Wei guesses that there was a reason that Long Outyen was teleported to Fang Lijuan after the explosion of the secret realm. In all likelihood, Heavenly Tao wanted Long Outyen to seduce Fang Lijuan, then with her unreserved support, Long Outyen would have a better chance of conquering the world. And maybe found a way for this world to evolve from a small thousand world to a middle thousand world. Unfortunately, Heavenly Tao greatly underestimated the Heaven Chosen of the Myriad Emperor world. More importantly, it underestimated Fang Lijuan's ruthlessness. It probably thought that with her arrogance, she would not do such a thing. However, as a person who aspires to become great emperor, how could Fang Lijuan not swallow her pride when necessary? No matter how arrogant a person is, in front of endless power and immortality, who can resist? So, after seeing the death of Long Outyan, Wang Wei has a newfound respect for this member of the divine clan. Unlike other members of her clan, she knows when to be arrogant, and when to rein in. Of course Wang Wei is more interested in the talisman that was in Long Aoshan's hand. If he guessed correctly, this talisman is very precious. And now that it has fallen into Fang Lijuan's hands, her threat level for the future has greatly increased. After taking a brief moment to think about these things, Wang Wei reined in his mind. Then, he used his secret method to convert earthly luck into innate luck. His chi luck rapidly changed from purple, then to purple gold. After a few minutes, a second color appeared, then a third. Wang Wei spent a few minutes absorbing the luck. He checked his chi dragon, and it had 7 colors, signifying that he reached the 7-color rainbow chi luck, so he smiled. Wang Wei knew that the reason that he reached the maximum level of 7 colors was because of the transformation of the Western Desert. Otherwise, he would only reach 6 colors. One thing that caught Wang Wei's attention was the fact that the 7-color rainbow chi luck is also referred to as immortal luck. Given that more than 7 color of chi luck is referred to as emperor luck, he guessed that immortal luck has something to do with immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. Unfortunately, he only learned the title of that level of luck, but nothing about what immortal venerable actually is. He guessed this has to do with the fact that this world's level is too low, so it does not have any information besides just a name. After absorbing the chi luck, Wang Wei felt that his strength had suddenly increased dramatically. It reached the point that he could kill his previous self with just one punch. Wang Wei knew that this was actually another function of earthly luck. The king of any dynasty can bless himself with the power of the dynasty's luck, thus increasing their strength dramatically. Unfortunately, this kind of ability is only available in medium-small thousand world and above. And it requires the dynasty to refine a luck-condensing artifact in order to be able to use chi luck in such a way. Wang Wei knew that every emperor lineage back home actually has a luck-condensing artifact, and it is usually one of their emperor artifacts that served that role, just like in the Tao opening sect. The emperor artifact of Wang Wei's ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan, served as the luck-condensing artifact of the Tao opening sect. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei is a little lucky that this ability was not available in the trial, otherwise he would have to suffer. When all the other Heaven Chosen could use this ability in desperation, he would not be able to do the same as his chi luck was still black. And if Ji Song had that ability in the final battle, then Wang Wei would have suffered greatly. As a last result, he probably would have to ask Dong Lifan to control the dynasty's chi luck and channel it through him. However, Wang Wei guessed that even if that method succeeded, there would still be some repercussions. Not to mention that she would actually have to be close to him, thus risk being a liability during battles with her weak strength. After thinking about this, Wang Wei sighed, then he returned to the capital. Now that he has accomplished everything he came for in this world, the trial is officially over. So, it was time to head back home as he missed his family greatly. Chapter 175. After returning back to the capital, Wang Wei spent a few days making sure everything was fine, then prepared to leave. Of course, many turbulence occurred throughout the territory when the news that the wise sage, His Majesty Wang Wei, was actually leaving soon to the higher realm. Many people cried, many people begged for him to stay, while some blessed him on his journey. As for the officials, they seemed to have organized a protest asking for Wang Wei to reconsider his decision. Even since he announced the news, many of them have been kneeling in front of the imperial palace claiming that they would not leave until His Majesty changed his mind. However, Wang Wei ignored them. More than 4 years ago, he had already warned these people so that they would be ready. On the last night before leaving, Wang Wei was standing on top of the imperial palace looking at the vast territory that he ruled. Then, he took a little trip down memory lane. He remembered how insignificant he was in his previous life compared to now. Back on Earth, he used to slave daily in order to climb up the ladder in his company. And compared with the people of his age, he did not have some success. However, all of these are nothing compared to ruling a dynasty with billions of people. His every word, actions, and slight insinuation could determine the fate of so many people, the fate of an entire world. Not to mention his strength. With his current ability, he could probably destroy the entire Earth with just one punch. Forget the Earth, he doubts whether the entire solar system could survive his world-breaking fist. And that was far from his limit. When he one day manages to prove the Tao, not just one small thousand world will bow to him, but thousands of them. Especially after absorbing the power of merit, Wang Wei's plan after becoming emperor was finalized. As a result of this plan, his will be spread to myriad worlds and races in the endless void. His name will bring both despair and hope to trillions of lives. He will control the fate of so many people and worlds. This is one of the reasons that he was not so homesick after reincarnating into this world. Compared to his possible future in this world, his life back on Earth was too insignificant. Although he sometimes missed his family back on Earth, he did not mind that much as he believed that as long as he reached a certain level of strength, he might be able to see them again. As for the passage of time? Well, Wang Wei believed that as long as his strength is high enough, time will never be an obstacle for the things he wants to accomplish. While Wang Wei was thinking about his past and future, he heard the sound of someone walking towards him. From the soul fluctuation, he knew that it was Dong Lifan, so he was puzzled why she came to see him this late at night. Dong Lifan came next to Wang Wei, but she did not say anything for a few minutes. She just watched over the beauty of the capital fully lit during the night. Then, she seemed to have made a decision, so she ran into Wang Wei's arm and kissed him on the lips, to his complete surprise. After waking up from his shock, he removed his lips from hers and asked, "Why are you doing this?" Dong Lifan lowered his head before looking him straight in the eyes. "I want to spend the night with His Majesty before you leave." Wang Wei's eyebrow was raised after hearing this, then he said, "You should know that this will not change anything between us." "I know, but this is my choice, and am willing to live with it." Wang Wei looked at the confident and stubborn look on her eyes, then he smiled. He lifted up, then headed straight for his dragon bed. The next morning, Dong Lifan woke up. Immediately, she winced a little, then blushed when thinking about how crazy the two of them were last night. She finally understood how powerful His Majesty's fleshly body was. After turning her head to the side, a flash of sadness passed through her eyes when she noticed that there was no one beside her. She sighed, then looked at the blood stain in the sheet. With a wave of her hand, she places it in her space ring, then gets dressed. However, as soon as Dong Lifan finished dressing, Wang Wei walked in to her slight delight. "Have you made a decision of what you are going to do?" asked Wang Wei calmly. After a few seconds, she replied, "I decided to stay in this world. After all, it is my home. However, I hope your Majesty can take my master with you. Her dreams and aspirations are not the same as mine." Wang Wei nodded, not too surprised by her decision. Then, he took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal before saying, "In that case, let me give you a departing gift in order to help you achieve your goals." Dong Lifan looked at these two things with a look of shock on her face. She understood the meaning of these two things. It means that she is the legitimate successor of the great Xia dynasty. After pondering for a few seconds, she reached out and took both of them. "Your Majesty, you knew of my plans?" Wang Wei smiled before answering, "I always knew that you were an ambitious woman. However, I have to warn you, although I hand over the dynasty to you, whether you can keep it is another matter. Now, technically speaking, this world belongs to the sectum from, so no other people have the right to intervene. However, nothing is set in stone. So, you have to watch out for possible interference from people in my world." Dong Lifan nodded, knowing that her future was full of challenges. However, she was ready for it. Then, she suddenly asked, "Your Majesty. You can call me Wang Wei." Dong Lifan hesitated for a while before saying, "Young Master Wang Wei, did you hand over the dynasty as a way to pay off the karma of what happened last night?" Wang Wei was a little caught by surprise by this question, then he answered, "You are partially right. However, the real reason for me doing this is because I want to see how far you can go." After saying this, he took a deep look at her, then held her face and gave her a kiss on the forehead. Afterwards, he left the palace without hesitation. After flying for a few seconds, he saw Li Jun, Yan Liling, Wang Ju, the 5 named general, Tai Gang and Yu Siyu, who sighed after seeing Wang Wei coming alone. "Is she really not coming?" she asked, fully knowing the answer. "You know her better than any of us, so you should have anticipated this outcome," replied Wang Wei calmly. Afterwards, he looked into the sky. Soon afterwards, a space crack appeared and swallowed everyone, transporting them in the endless void in front of true monarch Yan Chen. "Excellent trial, young master. You completed even better than the sect anticipated." "Not just him, all of you did an excellent job," praised the true monarch. While most of the people had a calm smile on their faces, both Tai Gang and Yu Siyu had a look of shock on their faces as this was their first time being teleported. Furthermore, they were told of how powerful this smiling elder actually was. This was a supreme realm powerhouse, the being closest to the great emperor, so they were in awe after meeting. As a result, both of them remained quiet and tried to reduce their presence. Unfortunately, this was not possible as Yan Chen started addressing them next. "When you reach our world, something extraordinary will happen to you both. All you need to remember is not to panic. Afterwards, you will be greatly rewarded." Wang Wei smiled after seeing this. He expected this kind of behavior from Yu Siyu, but it was odd to see Tai Gang also act this way. After all, the impression this guy gave him was that he did not fear nothing between heaven and earth. This was proven after he decided to challenge him right after watching his battle with Ji Song. Wang Wei looked at true monarch Yan Chen before asking, "Supreme Elder, are we leaving the same way we came?" "No," replied Yan Chen while shaking his head. "Since we are the winners of the trial, the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty handed over the Ascension Teleportation Array." Everyone then nodded, so Yan Chen activated the array after everyone was ready. After a few seconds, the entire group only saw the world twisted up and down, then they found themselves leaving the desolate void. Wang Wei immediately realized that he was in the Heavenspan domain, where the Tao opening sect was located. He took a deep breath, thus absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. "Oh, the sweet smell of home," said Wang Wei with an excited look on his face. End of volume II guys, do not forget to vote with Power Stone, add this book to your library and recommend it to other people. Leave a 5 stars reviews if you think this book is deserving so, or comment in any of the chapters. I usually read all of them and answered to some. And if you are financially capable, bought the privileged chapters or sent me a gift. I greatly appreciate your support. Chapter 176. Wang Wei was not the only person that was happy to be back home. All of the members of his group were. After entering the world, a feeling of euphoria suddenly overcame them. It was as if a mother, the entire world, was welcoming its children back home. While the group was rejoicing of finally going home after 15 years, a supreme and powerful will suddenly appeared around them. Then, the will started to invade Tai Gang and Yu Siyu's body to their horrors. Luckily, they remember what true monarch had said to them a few minutes ago. So, they each took a deep breath to calm themselves down. However, they were just calm on the surface. That supreme will scan everything part of their bodies. Whether it was their soul, spirit, and even their memories. Of course that supreme will was the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world. Every time some foreigners enter the world, it is his job to check out these intruders to ensure that they are not a danger to the world. As such, as soon as it noticed these two, it started to check. It checked their bodies and souls to ensure that there were no curses implanted on these people by some powerful being from the endless void. Then, it checked their memories to ensure that these two were not vanguards sent by other powerful worlds in order to acquire the world coordinate of the myriad emperor world. Just by how meticulous heavenly Tao was, it is obvious that it knows from experience what to look for, so it was very thorough. An act which made Tai Gang and Yuxiu suffer greatly, as it was not a pleasant experience having all their deepest secrets seen through by someone. However, the process did not last long. After a few minutes, the process was finished. Then, a vast amount of spiritual energy started to enter the bodies of Tai Gang and Yuxiu. Sit cross-legged and begin to cultivate. This is the reward of heavenly Tao, instantly yelled Supreme Elder Yan Chen. The two then immediately reacted and followed the instructions. Why are these two getting rewarded? Asked Li Jun to the Supreme Elder. In fact, it was not just him who wanted to know this answer. Everyone else also wanted to know. They can understand the necessary precaution to check the identity of these two. Why would heavenly Tao reward them? Because of their talent, suddenly said a beautiful voice. However, it was not that of Yan Chen. Everyone looks in a direction of the voice to see Yu Yan Wang Wei's mother suddenly appearing next to the group, with them even noticing. Meanwhile, Yu Yan smiled happily at the group, before embracing Wang Wei and caressing his face without caring of the weird look the people were giving her. However, unlike previously, Wang Wei was not embarrassed, nor did he smile wryly. He just laid in his mother's arms while also embracing her. As a person who has lived 2 lives, he knows the importance of spending time with family. Especially in this cultivating world where seclusion can take thousands of years. More importantly, the cultivation world is more dangerous than anyone can imagine. No one knows for certain what can happen. So, he cherished his family greatly. Aunt. Sec Madam, all the people who recognized Yu Yan saluted her, to which she just nodded. Mother, what do you mean by talent? Asked Wang Wei, who was still curious about the previous topic. Heavenly Tao will reward certain foreigners that enter our world based on how their talents are. This is an incentive for these people to stay in the world and contribute to it in any way possible. Wang Wei understood what she meant. This was the way that the heavenly Tao of this world poached talented people from other worlds through promises and bribing. Some countries in his past life did a lot of this in order to quickly develop both their science and technology, but also their economy. The process of breakthrough lasted only a few minutes. However, from the smile on these two's faces, they were more than happy with their rewards. Yuxiu managed to inscribe more than 300 divine veins on her altar, making her foundation and strength dramatically increase. As for the former Iron Fist King, Tai Gang, his divine veins reached 330. But more importantly, he managed to figure out what chi of good fortune is. As such, as long as he has the proper technique and head into seclusion, he can break through the supernatural realm at any time. After these two finished their transformation, the entire group left for the direction of the sect. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw Sect Master Wang Tian and a group of elders waiting for them. As soon as they arrived, Li Jun's mother started to cuddle her son. In fact, even Yan Liling was not spared in this large embrace. Unlike Wang Wei's calm look, these two were completely shy. Great Elder Li Jiang patted his son on the shoulder with a smile on his face, while Great Elder Yan Mei smiled at her niece. As for Wang Tian, he looked at his son up and down. Good, good, you did better than during my trial. Then, he proceeded to imitate his wife and played with Wang Wei's gray hair. Wang Wei looked at his father with a speechless look. His eyes seemed to be saying, "You are a grown man, why are you acting so weird?" He could understand his mother's behavior, but he did not understand why his old man started to act more childish. However, Wang Tian just ignored his son's gaze as he continued to mess up his hair with great pleasure. As a matter of fact, there is a reason that Wang Tian behaves so childlike. It is because he is nearing the supreme realm. So, he started to return to a more simplistic nature of himself. He behaves childlike because he is in tune with heaven and earth. His state of mind is returning to a very simple and innocent one so that he can better understand the laws of heaven and earth. Wang Wei decided to ignore his father, so he asked him, "What did you do for your trial?" After pondering for a while, he responded, "Well, I created the Supreme Sword Sect, then spread the Tao of the sword throughout the entire world." How was the result? Of course I succeeded, however there were a few setbacks in the middle. Wang Tian looked at his wife. "Your mother rallied all the people in the world to encircle me and my sect. Unfortunately, she was no match for me and my loyal sword followers. Meanwhile Yu Yen snorted, the only reason that you survived that battle so easily was because all the heaven chosen at that time were infighting for control over the alliance. It doesn't matter how I survived, snickered Wang Tian. Furthermore, wasn't it you that said that only the result matters, not the process? Yu Yen stared at her husband before saying, do you want to sleep outside today? Wang Tian smiled leisurely, but he did not say anything else. However, Wang Wei was intrigued as he wanted to know how things ended in the end. So, who was the final winner in the end? There was no final winner, or we both were, as me and your father eventually formed an alliance, replied Yu Yen. What alliance? You basically blackmail me that if I did not ally with you, you would spread saber Dao to fight with me. Wang Wei became puzzled after hearing this. How is that a threat? Wang Tian looked at his son. Practicing the sword was not the same as practicing the saber. It is very hard to start practicing the sword but easy to master. As for the saber, it is easy to start practicing, but hard to master. It can take even the most powerful genius of the sword more than 2 years of training in order to become proficient in using the sword and have certain combat power. However, the saber was different. Even a normal person holding a saber can easily use it after a few weeks of practice. If your mother had managed to spread saber Dao throughout the entire world, I would have to spend countless years before sword Dao can reign supreme in the entire world, thus prolonging the time I'd have to spend to reach the rainbow level of Qi luck. So, it was simply not worth it to fight for her for so long when an alliance would allow the two of us to benefit. Wang Wei nodded, however he guessed that things were not that simple. He guessed that his father probably had developed a little crush on his mother back then, so he easily accepted her deal. Wang Wei knew that he would never accept such a thing. He is open to negotiation, never being forced. This can be seen in how he reacted to Feng Heng's deal. Instead of just accepting, he used the excuse of a fight to slap him straight in his face, showing that Wang Wei has a very petty side. However, this can't be helped. As a person who pursues freedom, nothing he hates more than being forced to do something even if that thing is good or beneficial to him. Chapter 177. While all these people reunited with their families, true monarch Yan Chen bid goodbye to all of them. He was in a hurry to discuss the details of the trail with the other old guys. In this trial, he watched how the young sect master slowly transformed the entire world into something better, something more efficient. According to the information he heard, this process was called modernization by the young master. Yan Chen suddenly remembered the conversation that he had with Wang Wei after the Spirit Road trial. At that time, he thought that the young master only had a preliminary plan on how to change the world, but after seeing what happened in the Warring Kingdom world, Yan Chen knew that Wang Wei was not simply talking, he actually had a thorough plan. And he used this trial to test some of his ideas. So, Yan Chen watched how Wang Wei had to first force these cultivators to integrate the power of cultivation into everyday life. However, as time passed, using incentive and the satisfaction of slowly changing the world, these cultivators were more than happy to help slowly build the Great Xia according to Wang Wei's vision. Many of them came up with ideas of their own, some talked to mortals in order to figure out their needs and create specific origin artifacts for them. In general, the majority of the cultivators were more than happy to help mortals with their ability as it gave them a sense of accomplishment. And what was the result? A very prosperous dynasty, dramatic increase in population and more importantly, a rapid development of professions like alchemy, talisman and refiner. With so many professionals working together, sharing their knowledge and experience, these professions develop at an alarming rate. So, Yan Chen started to envision what it would be like if the entire myriad emperor world started to develop so rapidly under the young master's guidance. Just like he said back then, their civilization will flourish so much that even the ancient emperor era would not be able to compare. And who would benefit the most from such fast development? Of course it is their Dao opening sect. Yan Chen can foresee that in the beginning of such an era, many of the powerful sects will hesitate to side with the young master. However, at that time, their Dao opening sect will provide their whole support. And as the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. By doing so, their Dao opening sect will have a large amount of head start before the others, so that when they join down the line, the other factions will never be able to catch up to them. Yan Chen 100% believe that these factions will change their mind once they start to see the benefit that their sect receives. As for how he knows how these sects will behave? Simple, just by looking at the way they reacted to all the changes that happened in the trial. To them, the changes that happened in the Great Xia dynasty was simply a marvelous idea to them, a good idea that gave the Great Xia a little edge over the other dynasties. Nothing more, nothing less. And many of them thought that Wang Wei had done too much to mix cultivators with mortals. To them, this was a simple disrespect. So, Yan Chen sneered at how low the vision of his peers actually were. As a matter of fact, they did not even discover the benefit of the Warring Kingdom world's martial art to low-level cultivators. Their understanding of spirit is a great help people break through the divine altar realm. Their snobbish and prideful attitudes has simply blinded them, resulting in their Dao opening sect benefiting greatly. Supreme Elder, thank you for your hard work. Sect Master, there is no need to thank me. Protecting the young master is my duty. And I would gladly die to accomplish it, replied Yan Chen with a smile. Afterwards, he left and returned to the Supreme Elder cottage. Wang Tian and his family returned to Wang Clan Mountain in order to have dinner with his grandfather, who had a happy smile on his face. After the meal, Wang Chang looked at his grandson with satisfaction. Wire, according to the report of Yan Chen, you did a terrific job in this trial. However, many of your plans cannot be exposed as of yet. Oh, why is that? Simple, the emperor lineages are similar to the noble clans you had to deal with. Things like holding knowledge to a privileged few is how they maintain their strength. So, they will never allow anyone to change the status quo. So, if you want to do the exact same thing you did in the trial in this world, your strength has to reach a certain level. Wang Wei sighed as he expected this. In the end, it's all about whether I can prove the Dao in the end. However, Wang Chang shook his head. Being a simple emperor is far from enough. You have to be stronger than an average emperor, you have to become an eternal emperor. Eternal emperor? This kind of knowledge is too early for you to know. Just remember that an eternal emperor is the highest of caliber among all great emperors. Throughout the billions of years of this world, throughout the countless eras, among the thousands upon thousands of emperors that walk this world, the number of eternal emperors can be counted in 2 hands. Wang Wei's eyebrow was raised after hearing this, but he could probably guess the meaning of an eternal emperor. Among all the great emperors cultivated in this world, some of them were simply more extraordinary than others. The feats that they accomplished are simply legendary, leaving an eternal myth regarding their existence. Wang Wei guessed that his grandfather meant that only by being one of these kinds of emperor will he have a chance to accomplish his plans. So, he nodded in acknowledgement. What are you going to do with the 2 people that you brought back? Suddenly asked Wang Tian. Well, I plan to train Tai Gang to be my left arm man, so the sect can provide him with the highest of treatment. However, his loyalty cannot be 100% guarantee, so send someone to monitor him for a while, replied Wang Wei after pondering for a while. As for Yu Siyu, she seemed to have no ambition besides the desire to cultivate peacefully. So, just provide her with the resources she needs and leave her be. Wang Tian accepted his son's recommendation. As for Yu Siyu not being required to contribute, it does not matter. Their sect has more than enough resources to raise anybody. Furthermore, Wang Tian could guess the reason that his son made such a decision. After dinner, Yu Yan grabbed her son and started asking him about the trial. So, why did you not bring that girl Dong Lifen? You know I was ready to hold a big fat grandson. Wang Wei looked at his mother with a speechless look. Dong Lifen is not the girl for me, and she chose to remain in her world in order to accomplish her ambitions. As for grandson? I'm afraid that you might not hold one for the remainder of your life. What? You do not plan to give me grandchildren? Ever? Asked Yu Yan with a visibly surprised look on her face. This was current news to her. Well, not never, but I do not plan to have children until I succeed in my pursuit of the end of the Tao. That way, I will not be distracted and my children will be born with terrifying talent. I wonder if it's possible to give birth to a great emperor? Back to the topic. By the time I am ready to have children, how long do you think will pass? Yu Yan looked at her son with her mouth open, then she said, so, you are going to watch your mother and father slowly die of old age without giving us a fat grandson to hold? Mother, you do not need to worry about such a thing. With me, it is only a matter of time for our family to become immortal. And even if something were to happen to you, Dad, and Grandfather, when I become so powerful, it will be an easy matter for me to reverse samsara and bring all you back to life. Yu Yan sighed as she knew she could not change her son's decision, as he can be stubborn when it comes to certain decisions that he makes. So, she decided not to bring the topic up again. After returning home, Wang Wei spent a few months hanging out with his family. He needed to relax both his body and mind after the trial. Then, he entered seclusion in order to reach the supernatural realm. Chapter 178. Inside his seclusion chamber, Wang Wei did not immediately break through the supernatural realm, but took both the Origin Path scripture and the Overlord Fist in order to review all the information he needed. Afterwards, he then started his breakthrough. The first he did was to enter a deep state of meditation, then blend into heaven and earth. The first step Wang Wei's breakthrough is to capture a wisp of qi of good fortune. And what exactly is qi of good fortune? Well, it is the breath or special vibration exuded by heaven and earth. Whether it was the ground, a rock, animals, or plants, all of them have a unique breath or rhythm. After capturing this unique breath, Wang Wei used a special technique to turn them into a qi or energy. Suddenly, a silver energy suddenly appeared in front of Wang Wei. This was the qi of good fortune. Immediately after capturing it, he controlled it to enter his altar that was in the shape of the Temple of Heaven. The qi of good fortune rushed straight into the top of the altar, then an ancient lamp suddenly manifested itself. The qi of good fortune entered the ancient lamp, then a multicolored fire appeared. To be precise, the fire had 13 colors exactly. Wang Wei knew that this was the good fortune flame, and it is extremely precious for cultivators in both the divine body and primordial spirit realm. According to normal standard, the maximum number of color a good fortune flame has is 12, but Wang Wei has one more due to his transcendent Tao foundation. After the flame appeared, Wang Wei knew that the first step of his breakthrough was over, then he continued to the second step. Well, in this time, Wang Wei has to do things differently. According to a normal breakthrough, he should have combined all his divine veins into origin pattern, then opened his Naiwen aperture to create his sea of consciousness. However, many of his divine veins were inscribed in his souls, so Wang Wei decided to open his Naiwen aperture first. So, he controlled the good fortune flame to move to the place in the middle of his forehead. Then, Wang Wei felt like his head exploded. It was like the Big Bang that created the universe. However, instead of creating an entire universe, only his sea of consciousness was opened. There, Wang Wei saw his massive purple cloud-like soul with gray edges, and many divine veins inscribed on them. As soon as Wang Wei opened his sea of consciousness, a terrifying pressure from his soul suddenly enveloped the entire Tao opening sect. All the disciples and elders including the true monarchs felt a terrifying and heavy pressure on them. It was as if their souls were under heavy pressure. Their thinking became increasingly slow, and many weak disciples even passed out. What's more, the soul pressure seemed to want to expand beyond the sect. And with its power, it might even spread throughout the entire world. However, Wang Wei remembered the warning that the battle maniac emperor gave him, so he quickly controlled his soul pressure and did not allow it to spread beyond his cultivation room. This act was a relief to many of the disciples of the sect. Knowing that the sacred sun was in the midst of a breakthrough, many people looked in the direction of the Wang clan mountain with awe and envy. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Elder cottage, Wang Cheng felt the mighty pressure that his grandson release, so he muttered, it seemed that Wire was not a simple person in his past life. Yes, Wang Wei's family has already guessed that their son was actually reincarnated, and that he even woke up to the memory of his past life at an early age. After all, many of Wang Wei's actions and random sayings are just weird or not normal, especially after the things he did in the trial. Many of the ideas and concepts he used were not something that can be just attributed to genius. These ideas came from an entirely different civilization. Adding to that his powerful soul, his parents already guessed that he was reincarnated. However, they did not care about such a thing. After many years of observing, they can see that their son truly loves and cares for them. More importantly, Wang Wei displayed no great attachment to his past life, which greatly relieved his family, especially his mother. Yu Yan did not want to compete for her son's affection with another mother. Back to the cultivation room, after controlling his soul, Wang Wei continued his breakthrough. All the 720 divine veins in both his soul and altar combined into one pattern, then the pattern relocates itself on the ancient lamp. Wang Wei knew how important this origin pattern was, as it will be used to cultivate in the supernatural realm. In order to reach the peak of this realm, a total of 50 origin patterns is needed. More importantly, the origin pattern is used as a fuel source for the good fortune flame. The more there are, the brighter that the flame burns. After checking that everything was over, Wang Wei then proceeded to the last and easiest step, turning origin qi into origin essence. By controlling the good fortune flame, Wang Wei slowly burned his origin qi, thus further refining and processing his origin qi, turning into a higher quality of energy. After an unknown amount of time, his vast origin qi was left with only a quarter of its original volume. However, the quality was more than 100 times more than before. Moreover, Wang Wei knows that origin essence is not a simple transformation of origin qi. Origin essence allows cultivators to have many weird or uncommon abilities. If origin qi was still in the category of martial arts, then origin essence reached the level of immortal arts. With it, cultivators can use all kinds of strange, powerful, and inexplicable spells or origin abilities. After the transformation was finished, Wang Wei watched how his infinite divine C only produces origin essence now instead origin qi. He knew that his breakthrough was over. Then, he opened his eyes while looking at his floating body that was in the air. Unlike his previous ability to fly due to control of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, now flying was like a natural ability that did not require any learning or practicing. To be more precise, flying in the divine altar was like Wang Wei created a few invisible jet packs on his body, but now, flying was as natural to him as a bird. It was like another one of his limbs. Wang Wei left his seclusion, then he flew straight into the sky. Boom! Boom! Instantly, he broke through the speed of sound and reached Mach 5 while flying. However, Wang Wei had a frown on his face after checking his speed. According to information he knew, typical supernatural realm cultivators will only have a speed of Mach 1, meaning his speed was 5 times that of them. However, he was not satisfied. You should know, back in the trial, Ji Song used his gravity control technique to reach the speed of Mach 5 for a brief moment. And Wang Wei himself can reach Mach 7 while running on his feet with his powerful fleshly body. So, he was not satisfied with this speed. One downside of the ancient desolate body refining scripture is that only after finishing refining the organs can a cultivator use the fleshly body to actually fly, otherwise one has to jump very high in order to travel. However, he did not pay too much attention to this problem. All he has to do is cultivate a technique specially designed for speed and everything will be fine. Furthermore, the sect had an emperor scripture by the name of Rainbow Escape Art that perfectly fit his requirement. After checking his flying ability, Wang Wei then checked his divine sense. With a wave of his thought, his consciousness exited his body and started to spread all around. As a result, Wang Wei could see everything in the circumference of several thousand kilometers. Whether it was an ant on the ground, or the wind of an insect a few kilometers away, he could observe it. The only places that he could not scan were the places where powerful formations were placed. However, Wang Wei could still sense a few secret spaces, dimensions, or secret realms around the sect that he never existed before. While Wang Wei was having found his newfound ability, his rampant scan of the whole sect brought the attention of his father and many elders of the sect. They all flew in the air watching Wang Wei extending his divine sense without any end, and they all marveled at his talent. "What a powerful divine sense," said great elderly Jiang. "It is not worse than any of us," commented great elder Yang Mei. While the other people were talking, Wang Tian had a frown on his face, then he used his divine sense to communicate with his son. You better stop spreading your divine sense. Although it is as strong as a saint, you have still not reached that realm. Without a primordial soul and the power of law, it would be difficult for you to sustain such a large spread without injuring your soul or spirit. Wang Wei then suddenly woke up after hearing this. His father was right, as he was a little too impulsive. Although his soul is strong, he should not abuse it as he sees fit. Furthermore, after his breakthrough, he discovered that his soul was not as powerful as he imagined. However, the quality of it was beyond his understanding. After reining his arrogance, Wang Wei looked to the sky. There, he saw massive dark clouds starting to gather. He knew that his heavenly tribulation was coming. Chapter 179. While the cloud in the sky brewed, Wang Wei went to the tribulation peak, as he did not want his heavenly tribulation to spread out and harm other people. Furthermore, the tribulation peak can be a backup plan for him in case an emergency occurs. Although Wang Wei did want to use foreign aid to help cross his tribulation, however, given his relationship with Heavenly Tao, he needed to be cautious. After a few seconds of brewing, a white flame suddenly appeared from the cloud and headed straight towards Wang Wei, who had a frown on his face after seeing this. Although he knew that his heavenly tribulation was going to be hard, he did not expect it to be that hard. Wang Wei recognized this white flame as the cleansing purifying flame, and this flame is usually used by heaven to punish devil cultivators that have committed too many sins when they crossed heavenly tribulation. Wang Wei knew that he did not do anything to deserve such treatment. Even his extermination of the demonic beasts in the trial was not enough for heaven to treat him as a sinner. So, there was only reason for this. It was because of his transcendent Tao foundation when he broke through the 13th layer barrier of the body refining realm. She muttered to the sky, "How petty can you be? That was a long time ago." The tribulation seemed to have heard what he said, then the clouds in the sky suddenly increased again. The clouds that were only covering the entire sect suddenly expanded to cover half the heaven-span domain where the Tao opening sect was located. Wang Wei's corner of the mouth twitched a little after seeing this. In fact, he wanted to say a few more things to taunt heaven, however, he kept his mouth shut. As a person who pursued being free and unfettered, he did not like to restrain himself. However, he is also aware when not to provoke unnecessary trouble for himself, especially now that he is still weak. However, his pettiness made him mark Heavenly Tao in his dark book. When he is strong enough, he will deal with it. As for the dark clouds in the sky, it seemed to be furious that Wang Wei did not take his bait, thus giving it a chance to increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. As for Wang Wei, he did not really care about the cleansing purifying flame. Not to mention that this flame is not strong enough to break through his defense, he did not have to worry about the most threatening part of this flame, its purifying effect. Wang Wei did not commit any sins. In the cultivating world, sins are described as cultivators doing terrible things to large numbers of mortals with any reason, or for selfish benefit. So, those devil cultivators that like to kill mortals to absorb their blood, flesh, and souls to cultivate strange techniques are considered sinful. Furthermore, Wang Wei did not really care about whether he was a sinner. As a person who pursues ultimate freedom, if one day he decided to kill millions of people, then he would do so. He does not need any justification. Just because he always kept somewhat of a bottom line does not mean that he is a good person. Everything he does has a purpose, but Wang Wei never places any moral restraint on himself. After the cleansing purifying flame reached him, Wang Wei actively opened his defense, allowing the flame to actually reach inside his body. The reason is that he wanted to purify his body of any hidden dangers, and also tempered his bones. So, as soon the flame entered his body, Wang Wei groaned due to the intense pain, then started to use the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Few minutes after the white flaming started to burn Wang Wei, a bunch of dark and stinky pus or impurity were removed from body and stuck on his skin. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt that he could breathe more easily, and even felt that his lifespan might have increased a little. So, he smiled knowing that his plan worked. So, he went further and introduced the cleansing purifying flame into his sea of consciousness, hoping to remove the impurities from his soul. However, it seemed to be useless. To be precise, the flames seemed to be terrified to even come close to his soul. So, he gave up trying. Next, Wang Wei took out a bunch of sand that shone with a gray luster. This material was known as silver sand, and it was the supreme tier material needed to temper his bones. Normally, it would have taken him a very long time to absorb this material into his bones, but now, he was going to use this heavenly tribulation to increase the speed. During his retreat, Wang Wei had also already found the Tao rhyme of the silver sand, so he easily absorbed it into his bones. Then, he absorbs more cleansing purifying flame into his body to speed up the process. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be angry at Wang Wei's action, so the white flame was replaced by a deep red and dark one. Wang Wei knew that this flame was called Heavenly Destruction Flame, and its purpose was implied in its name: destroy everything between heaven and earth. Wang Wei frowned after seeing this, but he did not care. After the heavenly destruction flame hit him, his innate field was destroyed, then his skin and muscles were burned, leaving only a skeleton with organs inside. Then, many of the bones melted, leaving only the spine. Despite this, Wang Wei did not panic as he knew that he was not dead. He used the method of the ancient desolate body refining scripture, then the melted bones part grew back, an act which angered the heavenly destruction flame. So, a battle of destruction and rebirth took place. As long as the heavenly destruction flame burns Wang Wei's bones, it will regrow rapidly. In the process of constant destruction and regrowth, his bones became more and more powerful. And the silver sand started to take its effect as it was rapidly refined. After a few hours, Wang Wei's bones could no longer be burned by the heavenly destruction flame, so he allowed it to burn his spine next. Then, he repeated the same process that his other bones went through until his spine reached the same standard as the other bones. Afterwards, he regrew his muscles, skin, and innate field. After tempering his bones, Wang Wei suddenly felt a magical transformation occurred in his fleshly body. His strength increased dramatically. Right now, his punch could probably reach a few 100 million of force. More importantly, his innate field seemed to have become even more powerful, and it seemed that he could remove it from his body and allow it to protect other people or things around him. More importantly, Wang Wei felt that his regeneration had reached a new different level, so he tested out to see. He took out a low-grade heaven tier sword from his space ring and chopped one of his fingers without hesitation. The reason that he chose a heaven tier weapon was because they are considered law weapons, and only used by Void Shatter Realm cultivators. Only this level of weapon can actually easily break his defense. A top-grade Earth tier weapon which is used by Primordial Spirit cultivator would take forever to cut off even one of his fingers. After cutting his finger, Wang Wei watched how after a few seconds, the bone in his hand regrew back, followed by the muscles and skin. The whole process did not even take 3 seconds, however, it looked very creepy. Wang Wei smiled as he did not care about how things looked. He was genuinely happy as he knew that his fleshly body had reached the realm of regenerating limbs. Now, the only weakness in his body was actually his internal organs, however, that problem will also be fixed in the future. After finishing checking his body, Wang Wei looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. The heavenly destruction flame was still falling on him, however, they had no effect. Wang Wei's plan was to use this heavenly tribulation to also start tempering his heart, however, he knew that heavenly destruction flame was not suitable to do so. The cleansing purifying flame was way better for the job. After thinking about this, Wang Wei realized that this tribulation was useless to him, so he clenched his hand before throwing a punch. Boom! A massive shockwave traveled from Wang Wei's hand, then the sky exploded. All the tribulation clouds that covered millions of miles were scattered. An angry roar could be heard from the heavens, however, there was a hint of unwillingness in that voice. No matter what, the outcome was that clouds were dispersed, and the heavenly tribulation was finished. Wang Wei then looked inside his sea of consciousness where he saw 3 lights of different color hanging there. Chapter 180. Wang Wei put on a new robe before looking at the destruction caused by his heavenly tribulation. To his surprise, the entire mountain was completely fine. There was nothing destroyed, no burn marks. Nothing. This was probably because of all the formations that were arranged in this mountain. So, Wang Wei nodded before flying back to his cultivation room. Meanwhile, all the disciples of the sect had a look of shock on their faces. All they saw was massive dark clouds covering the entire sect, then massive pillars of white and dark red flames kept falling on the tribulation peak. Many people wondered whether a devil cultivator had infiltrated their sect, but they heard news that the young sect master was actually going through tribulation. As a result, many people became worried for Wang Wei when they saw how powerful that heavenly tribulation was. They wondered if he would be able to pass this tribulation. If it was not the formations in the tribulation peak that prevented both the cleansing purifying flame and the heavenly destruction flame from spreading outwards, heaven knows what kind of destruction this heavenly tribulation would have caused. Wang Wei returned to his cultivation room to finish the final step of his breakthrough, acquiring his innate talent. Wang Wei looked at the 3 floating lights in his sea of consciousness. These 3 represented 3 different talents, which was a surprise to Wang Wei. He concentrated on these 3 lights, then his 7-color rainbow Chi Luck dragon flew straight into these 3 lights, which further intensified their brightness. As such, Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, which was purple in color, shone an additional 3 colors, gray, black and white, and green. After his Chi Luck baptized his new talents, the 3 light spots turned into 3 different runes signifying that these talents had been concocted. According to Wang Wei's calculation, the whole process took him 3 days. Then, a message was sent into his mind telling him the name of the talents, what they are capable of and what grade they are. According to Wang Wei's knowledge, innate talents are divided into 4 grades: normal, growth, extraordinary, and taboo. Normal talents are the worst of the bunch. These talents usually accompany the owner only during the supernatural realm, then become useless. Of course, a normal talent is still better than no talent at all. Growth talent, as the name implies, is a talent that can slowly grow and develop by the owner. Although the starting point of growth talents are low, they have the possibility to reach terrifying heights. It is all based on the ability of the person who holds the talent. Extraordinary talents are very powerful and can accompany the owner throughout their entire cultivation path. Furthermore, they can also grow and develop, although it is often unnecessary to do so. As for taboo, well, they are extremely powerful, mysterious, and often heaven-defying. It is not impossible for a taboo innate talent to grant a cultivator the power to bring back the dead back to life. However, taboo talents always have a price to pay. More often, these talents are a one-time ability. Meaning, after using it once, the owner will not be able to do it again and the talent will be gone. Another possible side effect of taboo talents is they require lifespan to use, or a part of the user's body, or to even sacrifice their entire lives. So, although taboo talents are powerful, they are very unstable. As for Wang Wei, he received 2 growth talents and 1 extraordinary talent. The green rune in his sea of consciousness represents his pain talent. Wang Wei was speechless after knowing the effect of this talent. For once, this talent allows him to increase the pain that his enemy feels when he attacks them. According to his guess, this talent's purpose is to make his attacks so painful that it renders his enemies incapable of fighting. Or at the very least, weaken them greatly due to pain. Another ability of this talent is that the more pain that Wang Wei endures, the stronger his battle strength can increase. Well, Wang Wei guessed that the reason he has such a talent was probably because of the 18 level of hell that he experienced in the 3rd pagoda trial. And probably because he cultivated the Overlord Fist. His second growth talent is called Life and Death Wheel. Although this talent has a cool name, it is not as powerful as it sounds. This talent allows Wang Wei to absorb any form of energy to heal himself. For example, by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, he could heal a lot of his injuries. To Wang Wei, this talent was a little wasted due to his powerful regenerative ability granted by his powerful fleshly body. However, Wang Wei could use it to superpose to his regeneration. For example, it would probably take him a few minutes to regrow his arm in a battle. However, with the addition of this talent, it would only take him a few seconds if not instant. In the level of battles that Wang Wei will have to participate in the future, the difference between a few splits of seconds can decide life and death. As for the reason that he has this talent, it was because of his understanding of death during the second pagoda trial. The last talent was actually the one tailored specifically for his fate puppeteer physique. And to be honest, Wang Wei was surprised. This talent was simply too terrible to be just an extraordinary one. The amount of power that this innate talent grants him is simply unimaginable that it was a taboo one. In order to ensure that he did not make a mistake, he had to check for a few minutes. He sighed as he knew that his strength had dramatically increased. He was looking forwards to meeting a worthy opponent that would force him to use this talent. After checking his talent, Wang Wei did not immediately exit his seclusion, but took out a bunch of records about ancient desolate body refining scripture, in order to solve a puzzle he had for a while now. According to his previous understanding, he was not supposed to wake up with an ability like the innate field. What's more, after finishing tempering his bones, another ability was awakening. So, he was curious about the reason. He was also curious why he did not awaken one after tempering his muscles. After checking the records, Wang Wei discovered that this was the result of refining a certain body part to the realm of great perfection. The reason that his muscle did not produce an ability was simply because it did not reach great perfection. So, Wang Wei finally understood. He used chaotic space to temper his skin, heavenly flame to temper his bones. Only his muscles used ordinary methods. After figuring out the answer, Wang Wei then checked his new ability. To be honest, this ability was also heaven-defying. This ability, which is referred to as bone clone substitution, allows Wang Wei to create a clone of himself from his bones and use that clone as a substitution for a deadly attack. In order, if Wang Wei received an attack so powerful that it could instantly kill him, he could use the bone clone to die in his stead. Essentially, Wang Wei has another life granted to him by this ability. Moreover, this clone can also substitute for Wang Wei if he received strange, powerful and unnoticeable curses or cause and effect spells like wishing spell, karma backlash, or reality erasure. Although these kinds of spells or origin abilities are rare, they still exist. So, with this ability, once these hard-to-guard against attacks reach Wang Wei, they will kill the bone clone first, giving him enough time to react or defend himself. What's more, this clone ability is not a one-time thing. All Wang Wei needs to do in order to recreate one is to absorb very precious and high-tier metals like the silver sand or deep copper. If it was any other normal cultivators who received this talent, they would be anxious about where to find these rare minerals. However, all Wang Wei has to do is ask and someone from the sect will hand the materials he needs to him. This is the benefit of being a second-generation rich in the cultivating world. Well, technically speaking, his family has been rich for countless generations. But, that's not important. After checking that everything was alright, Wang Wei started thinking about how he is going to temper his muscles to the realm of great perfection. The best method would be to wait until he breaks through the divine body realm and goes through heavenly tribulation again. However, that would take too long. However, soon, an idea came to his mind as he knew that the opportunity he wanted would soon arrive in front of him, so he muttered with an evil smile, "Let's see if the fish was hooked by my bait after so many years." Chapter 181. After finishing his seclusion, Wang Wei went out to relax for a bit. At the same time, he wanted to know how long he was in retreat. Although he only felt that a few an instant had passed, he knew that he actually spent many years in seclusion during his breakthrough. However, not long after he exited his cultivation room, he received a divine sense message from his mother to come see her, so he headed to her room to see what it was about. After entering the room, Wang Wei saw a bunch of arrays projecting a 3D hologram of a person that was talking to his mother. The person was an elderly woman dressed in plain ancient garments. The elderly woman had white hair, eyes full of wisdom. She had a kind and gentle temperament emanating from her. Despite being old, she did not appear weak. On the contrary, she appeared to be vigorous and lively. However, if someone were to take a deep look in this woman's eyes, they would see a deep fatigue. "Grandmother," said Wang Wei excitedly with a smile on his face. The woman's hologram seemed to have heard his voice, so it turned around with a smile. "My lovely grandson, I have not seen you in many years. Have you forgotten your dear old grandma? I know that you young people have their own life, but you should not forget the old generation so quickly. Grandma, you know I was busy with a trial the past few years, that's why I did not contact you," replied Wang Wei with a smile after standing next to his mother. Then, the holographic woman smiled before answering, "I know about this and Grandma is proud of all your accomplishments." For some reason, Wang Wei blushed a little after hearing this. Ever since he was young, his grandmother from his mother's family has always been very close to him, always doting on him, sometimes even worse than his mother. In this life, Wang Wei has 3 grandparents. His grandfather Wang Cheng mostly talked to him about cultivation, imparted to him his wisdom and experience of his long years. He is more of a protector in Wang Wei's life. As for his grandfather Yu Zhuang, he was severely injured and was healing, so he only showed up on a few occasions through sending a clone. So, Wang Wei mostly talked to his grandmother, which was in many ways his emotional support in the early days after his reincarnation. One thing that many people did know about Wang Wei was that he suffered a lot of anxiety in his early days. From the perspective of an outsider, he was crowned a genius with many halos on his head and the full support of the sect, so his life should be happy and without worries. However, these halos were the very core of his problems. With how talented he was, many people had many expectations on him, hoping that he would bring the sect to new heights. All these things brought a heaven pressure or burden to him. Many times he doubted himself whether he could live up to these standards. He even contemplated whether he should fake an incident that made him look like he was crippled, so that people stopped having expectations of him. And it did not help the fact he did not have a golden finger. Well, at the very least, one that is easily recognizable. Although he guessed that his powerful soul was his golden finger, unfortunately this kind of thing is not noticeable. Yes, he was more intelligent than the majority of all the young generations of the sect. Yes, many people praised him for his outstanding comprehension. However, to Wang Wei, these kinds of praise were nothing but talk. People said that his comprehension was probably one of the top of the entire world. However, where was the proof of such a claim? How does he not know that these people were just praising just for the sake of praising him? Or to boost his ego? During these tough times in the early days, only 2 things kept on going. One was the fact that he was an adult, so he was more resistant to stress. But the most important was his grandmother. She was the only person that he could tell about how he truly felt, about the difficulties and pressure he faced. And she was a great help to Wang Wei. She listened to him when he needed someone to talk to, she advised him when he needed guidance. In many ways, Wang Wei's confidence and indomitable will was slowly built by his grandmother, Yun Zhaojun, in the first 8 years of his life. So, their relationship was really close. Maybe even closer than his real parents. "How is Grandpa doing?" asked Wang Wei, trying to change the topic in order to hide his embarrassment. His grandma sighed after hearing this before answering with a look of sadness in her voice, "Unfortunately, his injuries are still the same." "Are things that serious? Doesn't the Yu clan have any supreme tier or even quasi-emperor pills?" "Little Wei, things are not that simple." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Could it be that he needs a emperor tier pill to heal him? If that is the case, I can still ask my father if the sect has any secretly hidden. His grandmother shook her head. "Your grandfather's injuries have nothing to do with his body. His heart is simply destroyed, and I am afraid that he does not have long to live." The room instantly became quiet, while Wang Wei had a frown on his face along with his mother. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed before asking, "Is there anything I can do to help?" If there was, I would not hesitate to ask. "Okay, let's talk about other things. What's that I heard that you did not plan to give me a great-grandson anytime soon?" Wang Wei was speechless for a while, then he gave his mother a vicious look. However, Yu Yan just pretended that he did not see anything. "Grandmother. Okay, little Wei, I know that you are not the kind of person that easily changes a major decision that you make, so I won't try to convince you. However, I want you to remember that having children is not just about having an heir to pass on your inheritance. Wang Wei nodded his head. I understand, Grandma. Well, in that case we won't mention this topic again. Mom, cried Yu Yan. She told on his son hoping that his mother can change his mind, but now, Wang Wei's grandma ignored her daughter, then continued talking to her grandson. I have spent many things for you including your favorite Longxue tea. I assumed that your stacks would be finished by now. Thank you, Grandma. Then, Wang Wei spent a few hours talking to his grandmother about all the things he experienced during the trial. As for Yu Yan, she had a mostly gloomy look during the entire time. For once, she did not achieve her main objection of changing Wang Wei's mind about children. More importantly, her own mother completely ignored her most of the time. As a matter of fact, things have always been like this. When it comes to Wang Wei, his mother has always been partial, so you'd think that she got used to it by now, and she was. However, for some reason, she was not happy about this today. So, since she was not happy, someone else has to share her misery with her. Yu Yan could not do anything to his son as he could just report to his mother. Moreover, she could never treat her son like that. He was too cute. So, her husband was chosen. One could foretold that sect master Wang Tian will not be having any pleasant nights in the next few days. After chatting with his grandmother, Wang Wei called the members of his group in order to have a meeting. So, Li Jun, Yan Liling, Wang Ju, and Tai Gang showed up in the Wang Mountain clan to meet him. After settling down, the first thing he did was to ask how long he was in retreat. He has been so busy in the past few hours that he even forgot that question. Half a century, replied Li Jun, to be precise, 56 years, 3 months, and 18 days, added Wang Ju. Even the three of us finished our breakthrough more than a decade ago, said Yan Liling with a calm face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a surprised look on his face. He did not expect that it took so long as he only felt like it was an instant. As for the fact that those people finished their breakthrough 10 years earlier than him, he was not that surprised. With his deep foundation, of course it will take longer to make a breakthrough. Adding to that, he had to find the Tao rhyme of the silver sand in order to temper his bones. After calming himself down, he asked, what has happened throughout the world during my absence? Chapter 182. After hearing this question, Wang Ju took out a paper with a lot of information on them. Then she narrated, one of the biggest news in the past few years was the fact the number 1 absolute chaos physique finally showed up at the Emperor Enlightening Academy from the lower realm. His name is Lin Fan. Any other information on him? Asked Wang Wei with intrigue. Not very much is currently known as the Academy is keeping him under heavy protection, but some information can be analyzed. For example, he has a very lascivious side given the amount of beautiful women he came with from the lower realm. Wang Ju paused for a few seconds before looking at Li Jun, who blushed shyly and moved his head so as not to meet her gaze. Meanwhile, Yan Liling was secretly pinching the side of his abdominal muscles. As for Tai Gang, he had a stoic look on his face. He has still not gotten used to this group, however, he will try to slowly adjust himself to fit in. Many of his ambitions were destroyed after learning of the history of this world and the background of Wang Wei. Although he knew that there were a few great emperors that were from the lower realm, unfortunately, their rise has always been accompanied by tragedy and misery. Many of them relied on their heaven-defying talent and luck in order to reach such terrible heights. And Tai Gang had a good look of himself and realized that he did not have either the talents nor the luck to try to imitate those great emperors. Especially in this glorious age where the talents and strength of the heaven chosen have reached the absolute peak of any past generations. After looking briefly at Li Jun, Wang Ju then continued, another character trait of his is his arrogance and pride. However, this information can only be considered a conjecture at this state. How come? Asked Wang Wei. We have come to this decision after analyzing his behavior after entering the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This Lin Fan acted prideful, arrogantly, and was very boastful of his strength. However, we cannot determine whether that is his actual character, or is he compensating for his original low background. Many of the Fate's shadow guards believe that he only acted this way because he is very conscious of his origin from a lower world. They believe that he acted this way in order to overcompensate for his low background and to rally supporters behind him. Furthermore, this plan seemed to have worked especially after he defeated one of his seniors in the primordial spirit realm while still the supernatural realm. A successful battle 2 great realms above his own? Is he showing up? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. Young master, it is not just him that has done such a thing. Whether it is the number 3-6 emotions and 7 desires physique, Suya, or the innate sword bone Jian Wushuang, all of them have fought and won against a primordial spirit realm cultivator in the supernatural realm. It was as if all these top heaven chosens were using this method to declare their entrance to the world stage. Wang Wei nodded after hearing this, then thought that it was also time for him to show his fangs. Any news regarding Hanli? Yes. A few months after you entered the trial, young Master Hanli briefly exited his seclusion. His strength had dramatically increased. With overwhelming strength, he easily defeated all the other contemporary sacred sons. Then, shortly afterwards, he managed to break through the primordial spirit realm. 3 years ago, he showed up again, this time with the cultivation in the peak early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Then, he went out of the sect and challenged a bunch of peak primordial spirit realm cultivators and was victorious. Many people are wondering where his newfound strength comes from. What about the reaction of Great Elder Longbow? Asked Wang Wei with a sneer in his mouth. As you might expect, young master. Great Elder Longbow has been using his disciples' recent success to rally other elders to support him, however, he is not having much luck in that regard. Wang Wei was not that surprised. Given his accomplishment in this trial, how could the little thing that Hanli did compare to him? So, he was not that worried, however he still wanted to make sure that any unexpected things did not occur. Did he only lobby the sectarian faction or also members of different families? Asked Wang Wei while looking at Li Jun and Yan Liling. According to my father, many of the Li clan members were contacted by Long Bo, however, the majority told the news to my father, a few remained neutral, while the rest accepted his invitation. However, the quantity was negligible and the power these people hold in the sect is very small. It is the same situation with my aunt and the Yen family, added Yan Liling. Wang Wei nodded before starting thinking, Wang Ju, I need you to send a challenge to Hanli that 1 year from today, we will battle it out for the position of Sacred Son. Wang Wei plans to end this farce of political intrigues with the most direct and rudest way, beat his opponent into submission. Although Wang Ju was a little surprised at first with this sudden decision, she understood the reason behind it, so she nodded. Next, Wang Wei planned to discuss the talents that these people received after entering the supernatural realm. However, he suddenly felt something, so he left for the outside. And it was not just Wang Wei who felt the sudden change in heaven and earth, but the entire world. After exiting his manor, Wang Wei looked in the sky. To be precise, he looked towards the sun. Under the bright day, the sun started to glow before emitting powerful heat waves. These fire waves did not hit the ground, but covered the entire sky, turning the world into a bright red shade color. What's going on? Asked Ji Jun. As a matter of fact, he was not the only one confused by this worldwide phenomena. It's the Yang family, suddenly said Sect Master Wang Tian, who had just appeared next to the groups along with a few other elders. See Uncle, see Sect Master, see Patriarch. The entire group saluted Wang Tian by different titles. So, he nodded to them with a smile. Father, what do you mean by the Yang family? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Tian looked into the sky with deep eyes. In the sun, there used to be 2 emperor lineages living there, the Samadhi True Fire sect, which is a Taoist sect with 3 great emperors, and the royal demon race, the Golden Crow with 2 great emperors. These 2 factions used to fight for countless years, however, they managed to form a peace treaty that lasted for a long time. Well, until 2 generations ago. During your grandfather's generation, the winner of the Heaven Will battle was called Yang Chen, and he single-handedly elevated his family from a supreme tier 1 to an emperor lineage. Afterwards, he moved his Yang family to the sun after his ascension to emperorhood. Since then, a battle between these three factions often occurred, resulting in this phenomenon that you see. Wang Wei had his brow raised after hearing that. Don't these people fear that their battle will actually affect all the cultivators living in the land? Of course not. They all know that the reason that the other factions ignore them occupying the sun was due to the fact that the environment is not conducive for anyone but people with special physique or cultivation methods. However, if one day their battle actually interfered with the myriad emperor world in a negative way, they know that their only result would be to be surrounded by all the factions of the world. Wang Wei nodded, but then no longer cared about this problem since it did not affect him that much. After seeing his son's reaction, Wang Tian reminded, "You better pay attention to the Yang family. From the information the sect received, they most likely have an emperor offspring." All of Wang Wei's group with the exception of Tai Gang looked at Wang Tian with a surprised look on their faces. This cannot blame them as emperor offsprings are very rare things. Emperor offsprings referred to the child of a great emperor after proving the Tao. It is common knowledge that the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it becomes to conceive children. However, the difficulty reached another entire level when it comes to great emperors as they are considered a higher dimension of life. How can a high-dimensional life form procreate with a lower-dimensional one? However, despite the statistical odds, it still happens sometimes. As a result, these people are called emperor offsprings, and they possess terrifying talents at birth. Chapter 183. Emperor offsprings are the pinnacle of bloodline aristocratic as the direct bloodline of an emperor runs through their body. As such, not only are they extremely talented when it comes to cultivating, their bloodlines provide them with unimaginable powers. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, there have been a few emperor offsprings born, and the majority of them managed to follow their parents' footsteps and also proved the Tao. Only a few failed during their generation's heaven will battle. However, the shocking news that this group was about to receive today was far from over. "What's more," said Wang Tian to his son. "He's not even the only emperor offspring that has shown up in this generation. According to the information that we received, the Golden Crow clan has a three-legged golden crow born in this generation." "Wait, father, that does not make any sense. Where does this other emperor offspring come from?" "Logically speaking, since in each generation there can only be one great emperor, there also can only be one emperor offspring unless the emperor gave birth to twins. This three-legged golden crow is the child of Emperor True Yang Fire. However, she failed during her heaven will battle. But, she slept in bloodstones for countless generations until she was woken up in this generation. However, you do not need to worry about her for now as she is already in the peak of the Supreme Realm and just waiting for the heaven will battle. Well, unless she decides to recultivate." Wang Wei took notice of the fact that his father used the pronoun she to identify the gender of this heaven chosen. However, he still had some doubts. How do you know that she will not be a problem? Wang Tian looked at his son, secretly nodding in satisfaction in how observant he always was. After she was awakening, many of the emperor lineages received the news. So, we banded together to put pressure on the Golden Crow together. We agreed that she should not intervene in the younger generation's growth in any shape or form, otherwise, we will not hesitate to exterminate their clans. Wang Wei could guess the reason that the emperor lineages acted this way. In this glorious age where many powerful and extremely talented heaven chosens are born, many people believe that they have a chance to win this generation's heaven will. However, the appearance of this three-legs golden crow might actually ruin that chance given the overwhelming advantages that she had over the still-growing heaven chosens of this generation. So, they banded together to cut the danger in the bud. However, Wang Wei guessed that the Yang clan was not feeling very well now given the fact that their emperor offsprings have to face one of his kind, and one that is way more powerful and more experienced than him. Of course the people suffering the most were the Samadhi True Fire sect. If they do not have a heaven chosen to represent them on the world stage, then their situation will become very passive, being stuck between the other two factions. After watching the fire phenomenon, Wang Wei and his group returned to his room to continue their discussion. Wang Wei then asked them what talents they have received. Li Jun received 2 talents, 1 growth and 1 taboo, which was a great surprise to Wang Wei. However, after hearing what the taboo talent was, he sighed before saying, "Hopefully, there never comes a day that you have to use this talent." After that, Wang Wei looked at Yan Liling, who then explained, "My talent is an extraordinary one called pill synthesis. It allows me to create any pill formula just by deciding the function of the pill." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Wei. It's not that he did not understand her words, but he simply could not believe that such a heaven-defying talent exist, let alone it is just an extraordinary one. Yan Liling organized her words for a while. An example would be that I wanted to create a brand new pill that can increase origin essence. All I have to do is activate my talents, then all the materials, the ration, and the runes needed to invent this pill will appear in my mind. Isn't that a little heaven-defying? Suddenly asked Tai Gang. Even with the little knowledge he has absorbed in the past few years, he knew that this was simply terrifying. Yan Liling nodded her head, "You are right. All the recipes that I create have to be based on my knowledge reserve. So, if I have no knowledge of something, it is impossible for it to work. For example, if I wanted to create a pill that provides immortality, then my talent would be useless as this scope of knowledge is beyond my understanding." Wang Wei nodded as this restriction made more sense, but he still said, "Your talent is not that simple. I'm guessing that even if something is out of the scope of your knowledge, this talent will probably still guide you to ways to make up for it, right?" Yan Liling was a little surprised by Wang Wei's words. "Big brother, you are so smart that you figure this out so quickly. In the past few years, I tried to make a top-grade Earth-tier pill, however, I kept failing. However, when I tried using my talent, I suddenly felt a mysterious power guiding me to find the answer to the reason that I kept failing. After that, I guess that this talent can probably guide me to find the answers to any problem I'm facing when it comes to alchemy, even if it is outside my expertise." Wang Wei nodded with a little bit of envy on his face. Although his alchemy talent is also very high, it is nothing compared to the innate talent of Yan Liling. Moreover, in the past few years, he has been more focused on array and refining, and did not pay attention to alchemy as much, especially since Yan Liling came to the team and took the role of alchemist. Although Wang Wei was a little envious, it only lasted for a brief moment. He did not really care, as he did not really consider himself an alchemist. The only reason that he studied these professions was to prepare himself for the worse. If one day he needed this knowledge to save his life, then he would be ready or prepared. After asking about Yan Liling's talent, it was Tai Gang's turn, so he said, "My talent is a growth one called life sharing. It allows me to share vitality with people around me. The more people there are, the more vitality is shared. Unfortunately, this ability is useless in a frontal battle, as the person who shared vitality with me has to be weaker than me by a whole realm and has to be present." However, Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing about this talent. "You are overlooking the true purpose of this talent, training troops. Imagine if you create a large army that links their vitality together. These soldiers would essentially be immortal, because as long as one soldier is injured, they can absorb the vitality of the entire army to heal themselves. Unless someone used a powerful attack that instantly killed the soldiers, essentially they would be undying cockroaches." Tai Gang's eyes also lit up after hearing this. At first he thought that his innate talent was lame due to its severe restrictions, however it appeared that he overlooked its true function. This talent was not meant for single battle, but to raise powerful troops. Tai Gang knew that the reason that he was chosen to be one of Wang Wei's generals was because of the charisma he displayed in the lower realm. However, in the past few years, Tai Gang has been worried that he would not be able to do his job properly, that his so-called charisma only works in the lower realm. However, with this innate talent, it is not difficult to create an undead army that brings fear to all of Wang Wei's enemies. Tai Gang then suddenly remembered how he trained his army back in the Iron Fist Kingdom. He installed the fever of war, death, and blood into all his soldiers, into the heart of all his citizens. Now, all he has to do is recreate the same fever again. What's more, with this talent, he can be even more extreme and completely remove the fear of death in his soldiers. After thinking about this, an extreme confidence suddenly emanated from Tai Gang's body. He then gazed at Li Jun with a provoking look on his face before looking away. Li Jun, however, just smiled as he could guess what this guy was thinking. More importantly, he knew that his big brother was using this method to secretly encourage Tai Gang and bring back the confident Iron Fist King that dared to challenge him during the trial. Wang Wei and his team talked about many things for a few hours before everyone left to do their own thing. As for Wang Wei, he went to the library and took out a booklet with the title, Rainbow Escape Art. This was the last preparation he needed to do before his fight with Han Li a year later. Chapter 184. The Rainbow Escape Art is an emperor tier technique created by the Rainbow Emperor, the second great emperor of the Yan family after the Sword Empress. The Rainbow Emperor cultivated the Tao of speed, and she was considered one of the fastest emperors that have ever existed in the myriad emperor world. She ranked along with the Void Emperor, the Light Emperor, the Mind Speed Emperor, and the Time-Skipping Emperor. Wang Wei once wondered who would win if these giants ever raced. Little did he know that this thing actually happened out there in the world. These great emperors from different eras met and had a heaven-defying race. As a result, the Mind Speed Emperor was the winner, while the Rainbow Emperor came in second. As for the reason she was so fast, it was because her Rainbow Escape Art followed the idea that if you are fast enough, you can escape time, space, life and death. At the highest level of this technique, a cultivator can reach a state of constant and eternal movement. Then, the person standing in front of you is the real one, but a shadow created by the after-image of his movement. In other words, the person will become untouchable. Wang Wei wanted to cultivate this technique in order to make up for the deficiency in his speed, and prepared for his battle in a year against Han Li. While Wang Wei was in retreat again, the #1 contemporary sacred son, Han Li, received an invitation to a duel from Wang Wei. He was surprised at first, then excited. He thought that he would have to wait a while in order to have a chance to avenge himself, but now an opportunity has presented itself to him. However, after calming down his excitement, Han Li realized that this challenge was in fact a grave insult to him. His opponent was more than 2 great realms lower than him, but dared to challenge him. Does he think that he is like those other people that the heaven-chosens of other factions used as a stepping stone? As a person with the #12 Heavenly Thunder physique, he is still considered a heaven-chosen that can still fight in the heaven will battle for this generation, and yet he was treated as a stepping stone by someone else. As such, Han Li wanted to refuse the fight. However, he kept remembering what his master told him that the sect did to him. He thought of all the pain he suffered, so he gritted his teeth and accepted the challenge. Furthermore, Han Li knew that if he refused, then news of this would soon spread throughout the entire sect. And Han Li was right. News of the Battle of the Sacred Sun was soon spread throughout all the disciples and elders of the sect. Many people could not wait for the year to pass by quickly. Tianwei Peak, Sect Master Wang Tian also received the news about the battle between these two. She muttered, "Has the time for you to take that step arrive?" Wang Tian was not worried about his son even a little bit. He knew that Wang Wei never does anything without being sure that taking risks was not in his son's nature. This was proven by the fact that he took a year before actually fighting Han Li. According to Wang Tian's understanding of his son, after tempering his bones, there was no way that Han Li was a match for him. However, he still made sure to make up for his other weaknesses in order to better prepare. After pondering for a while, Wang Tian suddenly said to the empty hall, "Shadow, go watch Long Bo closely to make sure that he doesn't make any strange action." There was no sound after Wang Tian spoke out loud, however he knew that the shadow had heard him and went to execute his order. Meanwhile, he suddenly thought to himself, after this battle, it should be time for the academy to open. And just like that, a year passed by. Wang Wei opened his gray eyes and exhaled lightly, however his breath traveled in the air like a small arrow and broke the wooden floor after landing. In just 1 year, Wang Wei has managed to cultivate the Rainbow Escape Art to the point of being usable in battle, so he was more than satisfied. The reason that he sighed was due to the fact that in 1 year, he only managed to cultivate 1 more origin pattern, which made him having only 2/50ths origin patterns. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei knows that 1 origin pattern in 1 year is a very fast speed, but he could not help complaining because of the vast difference between cultivating in the divine altar realm and the supernatural realm. However, this kind of thing is common knowledge in the cultivating world. The higher the cultivating level, the longer time it takes to cultivate. Hence, the reason for longer lifespans. Cultivators in the supernatural realm have at least 10,000 years of lifespan, which is 10 times that of the divine altar realm. And Wang Wei has more than 30,000 years of lifespan due to his special physique. This amount of lifespan is the same as cultivators in the divine body realm. After exiting his cultivation retreat, Wang Wei only called Wang Ju to discuss recent events. After seeing her, he was quite surprised as her aura was dramatically stronger than before. "Did you finish digesting the Tao washing pill?" he asked. "Yes, young master. I would like to thank you for the pill. With it, not only has my strength increased, more importantly, my talent has also improved. As such, I will not have any problem keeping up with your pace in the future." "Well, there is no need to thank me, as you deserve it for all the years you have spent taking care of me," nodded Wang Wei. Then, the two discussed the events that happened in the past year. Unfortunately, there was not much news except for the movement of a few heaven-chosens. Afterwards, Wang Wei then asked Wang Ju to tell Han Li that their battle will take place a few days later. So, this news once again quickly spread throughout the entire sect. A few days later, Han Li was standing in an arena waiting for Wang Wei. This arena was especially designed for the sect's competition. As such, there were many powerful formations engraved on it to prevent the destructive power of the participants from affecting the audience. Furthermore, this arena could withstand the strength of the peak of the void-shattered realm. Meaning, this arena could even withstand the power of law. While Han Li was waiting, all the disciples were waiting with excitement while talking with each other. They were debating who would be the winner of this battle. The majority of people believed that Wang Wei would win without any doubt. This can't be helped. His halo of genius was too strong. Adding to that the terrible heavenly tribulation that he survived a year ago, many people were rooting for him. As for the other disciples, they believed that Han Li would be the winner. Not because he was better than Wang Wei, it was because he had a higher cultivation level. As a matter of fact, the disciples were not the only ones debating the outcome of this battle. Even the sect's elders and great elders were doing the same. Not many people actually had confidence in Han Li. The majority of them have seen the battle between Ji Song and their young master. The last stroke that he made during that battle was truly amazing. And that was still when he was in the divine altar realm and he had not tempered his bones yet. However, not all the elders believed in Wang Wei, especially the ones that have sided with great elder Long Bo. They all knew that the current Han Li was not the same as the previous one. Luckily for everyone present, they did not have to wait long, as they soon saw a rainbow rapidly rushing from the Wang clan mountain before landing on the arena, showing Wang Wei with his dazzling gray hair and his deep eyes that could see through anyone's fate. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, the boisterous audiences instantly became quiet, and he became the center of attention. After landing, Wang Wei observed his opponent. Han Li was dressed in a yellow ancient robe. He had fair skin and he could be considered handsome. Lightning could be seen constantly flashing in his eyes, which also displayed a terrible hatred. After finishing checking his opponent, Wang Wei then said with a calm face, "It is about time this farce was over. After I beat you down, I can finally suppress these annoying flies that dare to question my rise to the top." Han Li's face became ugly after hearing this, and it was not just him. The majority of the sectarian faction that supported Long Bo had an ugly look on their faces. As for Han Li, he snorted coldly after hearing this. "Do you think it is acceptable what you did to me? A member of the same sect?" Wang Wei was calmed after hearing this. "If that is your tactic, then you are an even bigger disappointment than I thought. Look out at Ji Song, he suffered the same fate as you, but he did not complain one bit. Instead, he challenged me in order to avenge himself and proved himself. I respect him for that, as he is a person who knows that the path of emperor is built on the bones and blood of others, leaving a trail of broken dreams and shattered hope. So, let me ask you, are you a little worm that uses the power of public opinion to avenge himself, Or are you going to use your fist to prove yourself like a real warrior? Han Li's face became even more ugly after hearing this. He knew that his plan had failed, so took a deep breath before saying, "In that case, let this fight begin." Chapter 185. As a matter of fact, Han Li's original plan was to tell what Wang Wei and the sect did to him in order to ruin his reputation. Then he and his master could use the advantage of public opinion to amass power. Unfortunately, not only did Wang Wei not care about being exposed, he even called him a whining little bitch. So, in a burst of anger, he ignored his master's previous plan and decided to prove himself. So, he mobilized all his powers. The clouds in the sky suddenly gathered, turning the whole arena into a dark and somber mood. Many of the disciples marveled at Han Li's power. Meanwhile, Great Elder Long Boss' face was very ugly. He could easily see that Wang Wei provoked his disciples in order to prevent him from saying anything, and the stupid kid fell for it. And had he followed the original plan, they could still have ruined his reputation. After all, no disciples would like to know that their sects can sacrifice them for the benefit of others without their consents. And even if the clan factions managed to control the situation and reverse Wang Wei's image problem, he could still plant a seed of doubt, of resistance inside the disciples' hearts. But now, everything is over. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the angered Han Li. "I thought you would say something stupid like sealing your cultivation on the same level as me." Han Li snorted coldly. "I have learned the hard way that when a lion hunts a rabbit, it still has to use all his strength." "Well, it has not yet been decided who is the lion and who is the rabbit," replied Wang Wei calmly. Then, he took a punch stand, before clutching his hand, then a crack sound followed Wang Wei's action. The sounds could be heard throughout the entire arena, making all the disciples wonder how powerful the young sect master's fleshly body was. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch. Boom! The air exploded following the trajectory of his fist. Then, a powerful force travels into the air rushing straight towards Han Li. Suddenly, yellow thunder manifested around Han Li and he also threw a powerful punch. Boom! An explosion occurred after the two attacks met, then Han Li was pushed backward by a few steps. Wang Wei was a little surprised by Han Li's fleshly body, but he quickly figured out the reason for it. So, he rushed straight towards his opponent and faced him head-on. However, Han Li was smart and refused to clash head-on with Wang Wei, knowing that his fleshly body was nowhere as powerful as him. So, he threw a powerful punch, then a giant thunder fist appeared before rushing straight towards Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei just extended his innate field to block the attack, before rushing towards Han Li instantly and throwing a powerful punch. Boom! Another explosion occurred in the arena. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not hit anything as his opponent managed to easily evade his attack. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw another punch while roaring, "Wing Calamity!" Countless black wind blades enveloped the entire arena, wishing to cut everything and everyone into countless tiny pieces. Han Li's face became ugly after seeing this, so waves his hand to manifest a thunder sphere to protect himself, and he succeeded in preventing the wind blades from cutting him. However, before he could react, he heard his opponent said, "Flame Calamity," then a terrifying black flames covered the arena, wishing to destroy anything in its path. As for Han Li, his lightning shield was instantly destroyed, giving the black flame the opportunity to reach him. In a last act of desperation, Han Li raised his hand in the air, then a powerful thunder fell from the sky and turned into a giant thunder being that protected him. Unfortunately, the black flame still reached him and burned many parts of his arms and torso. However, the lightning seemed to have healing abilities, so his injuries were only superficial. As for Wang Wei, he took a brief moment to check the power of his new move. After tempering his bones to great perfection, he can now use the Flame Calamity in the ancient desolate body refining scripture. While this terrifying battle took place, all the disciples in the audience had a shocked look on their faces. If it was not the powerful formations that prevented the spread of these attacks, all of them would probably be killed by any of these attacks. As for Han Li, he looked at Wang Wei inside his thunder giant armor with an ugly look on his face. He knew that if he did not use all his hidden cards as soon as possible, then not only would he lose this fight, he would not be able to even injure his opponent. Then, the thunder armor around Han Li shrunk until he entered his body, then thunder around his body turned from yellow to blue. Not only the thunder around Han Li that turned blue, but his entire body. He essentially turned into a Thunderman. As a matter of fact, Han Li wanted to use his supernatural realm's innate talent that allows him to borrow the heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth to punish his enemy. However, before the fight, his master warned him that if he used this method, Wang Wei would most likely use the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshly body. And according to Wang Wei's past behaviors, Han Li knew that his master was probably correct, so he had to use his advantage, speed. After turning into a Thunderman, Han Li rushed straight towards Wang Wei and punched him straight into the location of his heart. Wang Wei, who failed to respond in time, was pushed a few meters, sliding in the arena. However, there was not even a scratch on his clothes, let alone him. Afterwards, Wang Wei frowned for a brief moment before turning into a rainbow and rushed towards Han Li, leaving 15 booming sounds in his wake. Unfortunately, it was of no use. No matter how he attacked, he could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Despite having the speed of Mach 15, Wang Wei's speed was still outclassed by Han Li's. Moreover, while his attacks kept missing his opponent, the same cannot be said for Han Li's attacks. Every time he evades an attack, he would counter with one of his own. Unfortunately, Han Li's attacks were ineffective. As a result of this, the two fighters became vexed at the situation of the battle. Meanwhile, Wang Wei suddenly stopped attacking, then closed his eyes. Wang Wei predicted this possible outcome, as he knew that although he had the strength, defense, and stamina of a peak primordial spirit cultivator, his speed was the problem. So he rushed to cultivate the rainbow escape art, before fighting with Han Li in order to make up for his defect. Unfortunately, he underestimated Han Li's true speed. However, Wang Wei also had a backup plan for this situation, his intuition. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei can perfectly see every one of Han Li's attacks, but he cannot react in time to do something about it. He could not even capture him. So, he came up with a plan to deal with this situation. Back when he was on Earth, Wang Wei's intuition ability was actually an active one. He could use it to make decisions in his career, to decide which people to trust in his life, and even to know when someone lied to him. However, after his reincarnation, his intuition ability became a passive one instead. It only served as a warning of danger to him or a way to remind to pay attention to certain things that he might have overlooked. So, Wang Wei decided to use this battle to turn his intuition into a battle instinct that allows him to react as fast as his subconscious. Wang Wei knew how fast his subconscious was just by the fact that he could slow down the movement of everything around him when he was just a mortal back in the Spirit Road trial. This was further proven by the fact that his divine sense could still see Han Li's every movement. Meanwhile, Han Li was puzzled by Wang Wei's behavior, but he did show any mercy because his opponent closed his eyes. On the contrary, he believed that this was probably some kind of tactic that was being prepared to deal with him. So, Han Li increased the rate of his attack against the seemingly defenseless Wang Wei. Unfortunately, it was no use. This time, his attacks did not even move Wang Wei a single step, a feat which greatly bewildered Han Li, thus making him frown. After close observation, he saw that Wang Wei's innate field was connected to the ground, rooting him to the arena. As such, Han Li pondered using his most powerful attacks to prevent his opponent from accomplishing his purpose. Chapter 186. After thinking about it for a moment, Han Li refused to do so. The reason is that he was unwilling. Despite the fact he did not seal his cultivation to the same level of Wang Wei, his pride was still hurt that he had to use his higher cultivation to fight someone on a lower level than him. So, Han Li increased the blue lightning around his body, thus further increasing his speed. He began to attack Wang Wei with punches after punches. Boom! 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 Each of his attacks created powerful explosions that spread lightning all around the arena. However, it was useless. Wang Wei was still glued to the ground, all the attacks had zero effect on him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was deep into a meditative state, trying to allow his intuition to take over his body. As a matter of fact, he was not just doing this randomly and without any basic guideline. According to Wang Wei's guess, since his intuition ability came to this world with him, then it proved that this gift was the result of his soul. So, all he has to do is tap into the potential of his soul and activate this ability again. And he succeeded. During one of Han Li's attacks, lightning from Wang Wei's tempered muscles suddenly traveled throughout his body, then his body moved by instinct and evaded Han Li's attack, an act which greatly horrified him. Han Li refused to believe that what he saw was real, so he overloaded his body to further increase his body. At this point, his speed reached more than Mach 50. However, it was no use. With his eyes closed, Wang Wei easily dodged any attacks that Han Li threw at him. Wang Wei found himself in a mysterious state where his body moved on his own accord. No, to be precise, he was no longer using his brain to move but directly use his soul to determine his next action. As a result, his reaction reached an unimaginable level. Now, not only could he see Han Li's movement, he could also dodge his attacks. Then, Wang Wei opened his eyes looking at Han Li with a calm smile on his face. However, to Han Li, this smile was nothing but his opponent mocking him. Enraged once again, he rushed to directly attack Wang Wei's heart, wanting to kill him in a fit of rage. Unfortunately for him, right before his lightning hand reached its destination, Wang Wei caught Han Li with his left hand. Han Li was instantly horrified, so the lightning around his body further increased in intensity as he tried to get free from his opponent's firm grip, but it was useless. So, Han Li used his remaining hand to attack, however, it was still useless. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched the struggling Han Li with his deep gray eyes. Suddenly, the #1 contemporary sacred son felt a deep fear enveloping his mind, making him stop his attacks. Then, countless tattoo-like patterns appeared all over Wang Wei's body. He raised his right hand and punched forward. Bang! A thumping sound riveted throughout the arena, then Han Li started screaming out loud. No, to be precise, he was squealing like a pig that was about to be slaughtered. However, Wang Wei just looked at him with his cold and indifferent eyes. Then, he continued his pummeling. Punches after punches hit Han Li. They hit his stomach, making vomit blood mixed with saliva. They hit his face, breaking many of the bones in his skull. And during the entire situation, he did not stop squealing. Many of the disciples grimaced at Han Li's scream, thinking about how painful these attacks must be for him to behave like this. Meanwhile, in the elder booth, many people were commenting on the battle. Is that one of the young master's innate talent? Asked great elderly Jiang. Apparently so. It seemed to have the ability to intensify pain by a few hundred folds. This is a talent with a lot of potential. Imagine having to fight an opponent while being distracted by intense and uncontrollable pain. I bet that this talent has other abilities as well. Many of the elders nodded after hearing this. While the upper echelons of the sect were leisurely discussing this battle, Han Li felt like he was in hell, and that his misery would never end. Every time Wang Wei punched him, he felt that all the nerves in his body became extremely sensitive, so after each attack, the pain he received was instantly magnified by 100 times. On top of that, he felt that the pain of each previous attack kept increasing. It was as if the pain of these attacks were stacking up on top of each other. What's worse is the fact that the pain seemed to have an effect on his spirit, making it impossible for him to think normally. As a last resort, Han Li suddenly took out a staff and hit Wang Wei with it. With a tremendous amount of force, he was sent flying a few meters, thus separating the two of them. After being separated, Wang Wei first looked at the tattoos or patterns all over his body, even his face. He knew that this was a side effect of the supernatural realm. When using origin essence in the body, the origin pattern in the body would reflect in real lives through these tattoos in the body. Although Wang Wei did not like these patterns from an aesthetic point of view, he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. Furthermore, these things will eventually go away after he breaks through the divine body realm. After that, Wang Wei looked at the staff in the hand of Han Li and he muttered, "Proven Tao artifact." Wang Wei knew that after a cultivator reached the divine body realm, they will refine a proven Tao artifact, which is an origin weapon or artifact that will accompany a cultivator throughout his entire life until he or she manages to prove the Tao. Then the proven Tao artifact will turn into an emperor artifact after being baptized by the heaven will. This particular artifact is bonded directly to a cultivator's Tao or path, so it is very important. If something were to happen to a cultivator's proven Tao artifact, then they would suffer from backlash and become greatly injured. And unlike other origin artifacts, proven Tao artifacts cannot be changed or traded after being created. As such, he was not surprised by the fact that Han Li had such a weapon. Wang Wei has spent a great deal of time thinking about what proven Tao artifact he will refine in the future and what ability it could have. However, he has not made any real decision as of yet. Personally, Wang Wei does not like weapons. To him, they are nothing but external aids, thus the reason that he tried so hard to turn his body into the ultimate weapon. He did not want to rely too much on origin artifacts. He knew that this idea was somewhat radical, as origin weapons and artifacts are as much part of a cultivator's strength as any cultivating technique. Nevertheless, that did not change his perception in this matter. As a result of this, Wang Wei rarely used any weapons during his battles. Meanwhile, Han Li was breathing hard with clenched teeth while holding his proven Tao artifact, which was a staff that reached the top-grade Earth tier level. Unlike other origin weapons that can reach a very high level right after refinement based on the materials used and the accomplishment of the refiner, proven Tao artifacts are different. They start from the lowest level low-grade profound tier, then slowly upgrade their tiers based on the nourishment of the cultivator that they belong to. So, it can be seen that Han Li spent a great deal of time taking care of it, from the fact that his proven Tao artifact already reached the top-grade Earth tier despite the fact that Han Li reached the primordial spirit realm not long ago. After taking a few moments to regain his bearings, a cold and ruthless light flashed across Han Li's eyes. Then, a black aura appeared on his staff, followed by black lightning. As soon as the black lightning manifested itself, a powerful and suppressing aura suddenly enveloped the entire arena. All the disciples suddenly felt as if they were about to be annihilated the next moment. Many people were surprised by this black lightning, as the memories of it were deeply imprinted in their mind, their souls. And they were shocked to see someone actually control this kind of power. Many of the sect's elders looked at the gloating long bow with shock in their eyes. They did not expect for him to provide this kind of hidden card to his disciple. As for Wang Wei, a gleam of light flashed from his eyes after seeing the black thunder and lightning, then he said, "Divine punishment thunder." Chapter 187. Han Li started laughing before saying with gritted teeth, "You are correct, and I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. If you did not attract heavenly punishment on yourself, I would never have the chance to gain this power. You do not need to boast so much. There is no way that you could really control divine punishment thunder. At best, it is a weakened version of it," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Maybe, but it is still enough to kill you." After saying that, Han Li waved his staff, then a black lightning bolt rushed towards Wang Wei, who used the Flame Calamity attack in response. Wang Wei's black flame and Han Li's black lightning clashed. However, there was no explosion one would expect. The black lightning instantly destroyed the heavenly destruction flame and hit Wang Wei straight into his stomach. Wang Wei's defense was no use for this lightning. His innate field, skins, muscles and bones were completely destroyed, leaving a big hole in the middle of his chest. Luckily for him, he moved all his organs around in his body so that they were not affected. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the hole on his chest with a calm look on his face. He then started to use the ancient desolate body refining scripture in order to refine the black thunder in his muscles. However, he failed. The divine punishment lightning further destroyed his muscles instead of being absorbed by them. So, Wang Wei stopped his attack and stomped on the ground, removing the thunder from his body. Following this, Wang Wei activated his life and death will innate talent, absorbing massive amounts of spiritual energy around him. Then, In just a few seconds, the hole on his chest was completely healed, not leaving even the slightest mark. Han Li frowned after seeing this, so he waved his staff again to throw another lac thunderbolts at his opponent. As for Wang Wei, he used a new method called Thunderflame Calamity. This is a technique that combines the elemental powers in both his muscles and his bones, and Wang Wei learned it from the ancient desolate body refining scripture during his retreat. After using this attack, countless thunder and flame enveloped the entire arena, trying to stop the Black Thunder. However, this powerful attack only managed to weaken it. As such, Wang Wei threw another punch. This time he used the Thunderwind Calamity. Countless wind blades with thunder flashing on them attacked the remaining Black Thunder. Boom! With a powerful explosion, the Black Thunder was completely annihilated. A powerful shock wave traveled from the epicenter of the explosion all around the arena. Luckily for the watching disciples, a powerful formation appeared that blocked the shockwave from reaching them. Han Li had an ugly look on his face when he realized that his opponent only needed 2 attacks in order to stop his one move. It might seem that he had the advantage, but he knew that with Wang Wei's terrible stamina, these powerful attacks were nothing but child play to him. So, Han Li mobilized more divine punishment thunder from his staff. Then a dragon-shaped lightning manifested itself before heading straight for Wang Wei. Although this attack was powerful, Han Li still paid a price for using it. If someone were to look closely at his hand, they would find that they were burned by his own thunder. As for Wang Wei, he did not care about Han Li's increase in strength. To him, this battle was nothing but a way to quickly acquire the position of Sacred Son, and to test out his new strength in battle. So, after using more than 4 calamity punches, the divine punishment Thunder Dragon was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Han Li suddenly realized that he might not win this battle, so he took drastic measures. He bit the tip of his tongue, drawing a few drops of his source blood and spitting them on his proven Dao artifact. Then, the black lightning that he could use suddenly increased. With a wave of his staff, 3 more Thunder Dragons appeared, exuding a supreme will that wishes to punish any person that stood in their ways. As for Wang Wei, after seeing this attack, he knew that he needed to take things seriously. So, he clenched his hand and prepared one of his most powerful attacks. All parts of his body started to vibrate. His innate field, skins, muscles and bones, his origin essence and his soul. World-breaking fist, roared Wang Wei as he punched forwards. Bang! The entire Dao opening sect trembled slightly, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and many tiny space cracks could be seen appearing around Wang Wei's fist. All 3 of the Black Thunder Dragons were instantly destroyed, and Han Li was sent flying until he hit the protecting arrays that separated the arena with the audience. As for Wang Wei, he did not wait for his opponent to get up and rushed towards him with all his speed. However, Han Li was not fully incapacitated. Black lightning suddenly appeared from his body and rushed straight to the approaching Wang Wei. Unfortunately, after these thunder destroyed the approaching Wang Wei, they eventually turned into countless rainbow lights before dispersing. This was a technique from the rainbow escape art. Han Li's face turned ugly after seeing this. However, before he could even react, Wang Wei was already behind. Without hesitation, he grabbed Han Li's 2 hands, including the one still holding the staff, and ripped them apart. Blood started to spill all over Han Li's empty sockets as he screamed in agony in the grounds. As for Wang Wei, he completely ignored his opponent's scream as he concentrated on the staff on his hand. He could tell that the reason that Han Li was able to control the divine punishment thunder was due to this weapon, hence the reason he ripped this guy's weapon off his hand. Well, forget the fact that he meant that quite literally. After that, Wang Wei used his origin essence and divine sense to seal this weapon and prevent his owner from calling it back. As for Han Li, after screaming in pain for a few seconds, he stopped as a ruthless light flashed across his eyes. Then, a pale person that looked exactly like him came out of Han Li's body. This was his primordial spirit. Then, the primordial spirit rushed straight into Wang Wei's body, heading for his sea of consciousness. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he entered, he saw a massive purple cloud with gray outlines floating above him. Then, a supreme pressure enveloped the primordial spirit, making it impossible to move. For some reason, Han Li felt like this purple cloud was smiling at him. Soon, he knew the reason. A powerful divine sense started to search the memory of the primordial spirit. He tried to resist, but it was useless. The divine sense seemed to be searching for something specific from his memory. And after a few seconds, it found what it was looking for and took it. Afterwards, Han Li's primordial spirit was pushed out of Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, returning to his owner's body. As for Han Li, he was not happy that he was not killed. On the contrary, he was furious. He started to laugh hysterically on the floor. His laughter contained a certain madness, a deep and profound sadness. "So, that's it is," yelled Han Li after forcing himself to stand up, despite his missing 2 arms. However, the hysteria on his face was not gone. "It all makes sense now. I finally understood. You have been scheming against me and my master for more than 100 years, yelled Han Li while looking at Wang Wei with pure hatred in his eyes. "More than a century ago, when you experienced divine punishment thunder, the sect master called all the elders to come to help. With my master's contradiction with the other factions, he would never have come to help. However, suddenly, one of his advisors gave him the idea of capturing divine punishment thunder in order for me to refine and increase my strength. So, with excitement, he followed the advice." The madness in Han Li's eyes increased as he continued to narrate past events. His eyes had already turned completely red, signifying that he was on the verge of bedevilment. Little did he know that this was actually your calculation. You wanted to use divine punishment thunder to temper your body. However, this kind of thunder is extremely destructive. Without the proper method, it is impossible to use. So, you used me who possessed the heavenly thunder physique to create the method needed to refine the black thunder. Only a person with my physique have the ability to create a method to refine divine punishment thunder. You probably guessed that my master would use the pain and misery I suffered to motivate me. After all, what better way to motivate someone than through pure hatred and desire for revenge? Ha ha ha, little did I know that I was only a little fish hooked to your bait. To be precise, everyone can be your little hooked fish. Whether it was Crown Prince Ji Song, me, or even my master. Ha ha ha, young Master Wang Wei. No, sacred son Wang Wei, you are worthy of being one of the most talented members of the sect in countless generations. Chapter 188. Thank you for the compliment, replied Wang Wei calmly while secretly reviewing the method that Han Li used to refine the divine punishment thunder. Haha, said Han Li, I'm guessing that even if I did not intrude in your sea of consciousness, you probably even have other plans on how to get that technique from me. It is probably through the members of my inner circle. I am guessing that many of them have already been infiltrated by your people. It would be easy for you to manipulate a few of them to trick me into giving them the technique. However, this time Wang Wei did not answer him. Meanwhile, all the other disciples were shocked by Han Li's revelation. They were terrified by the fact that Wang Wei could actually scheme against someone for more than 100 years in order to get some sort of technique. According to Han Li, even a great elder in the saint realm was also easily calculated by the young sect master. Of course, the person currently most furious was of course Great Elder Longbo. He did not expect that he was schemed by a younger generation without even knowing him anything about it. What's even worse was the fact that there was nothing he could do about it. After hearing his disciples' words, a flash of killing intent appeared in Longbo's eyes. However, immediately afterwards, he felt a powerful pressure locked on him. He knew that this was a warning against him. And this warning came directly from the true monarch's supreme elders. So, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. As for Han Li, after venting his emotions, he smiled crazily. Well, sacred son, you can calculate everything. Did you calculate this? Boom! A powerful explosion enveloped the entire arena, creating a mushroom cloud a few thousand kilometers high. Countless space cracks appeared. Although the protecting arrays still protected the surrounding area, the arena still shook tremendously. Cracks could be seen appearing everywhere amidst the terrible heat. This explosion was due to Han Li blowing up his primordial soul in a suicided attempt to kill Wang Wei in his madness. What's more, this suicided attack actually reached the level of the Void Shatter realm, a fact which was proven by the fact that the stable space of this world was actually broken. After the explosion site was cleared out of all the fire or heat, Wang Wei was still standing in the middle of the arena, and he was intact, with no injuries whatsoever. And this was not due to his powerful fleshly body, but due to the powerful talisman that he activated right before the explosion. A powerful barrier surrounded him as he looked at the few rags remaining of Han Li. Then, he muttered, "Yes, I can also calculate such an outcome." During the trial in the lower realm, Wang Wei had long learned his lesson on enemies that were driven to the verge. Whether it was his fight against Dong Hao or Ji Song, his opponent would always use desperate moves when death approached them. Not to mention that Wang Wei could feel through soul fluctuation that Han Li was not in his best state of mind. So, how could he not take precautions? After the arena calmed down, then everyone suddenly realized what had happened. The number 1 contemporary sacred son tried to kill the young sect master in a suicide attack. Many people were puzzled by Han Li's actions, while few people could actually guess the reason. No one can easily accept that someone that they thought was their opponent actually treated them as nothing but a chess piece that can move or discard any time. Han Li's suicide attack was actually a last of rebellion in order to show his enemy that he could not calculate everyone, that he has his own will and will not be used as a hooked fish or a discarded chess piece. Unfortunately, in the end, he still failed. Many people signed after thinking about this. Some people admired Han Li's last determined will before his death. Some disdained him and thought that he took the easy way out. He should have waited until he was strong enough to avenge himself. No matter the different opinion that people have of him, his actions will still have some lasting impact. Or maybe not. After the battle was over, Great Longbow snorted coldly before returning to his own mountain. Unfortunately for him, none of the people who previously followed him left with him. These people are realists. They knew that with Han Li's death, the sectarian faction led by Longbow no longer had any ways to fight with the other factions. And soon enough, they will be heavily suppressed. So, they wanted to quickly change sides while there was still the opportunity. Meanwhile, Sect Master Wang Tian watched Longbow flying away as he thought to himself, "Longbow, I have known you for many years. Although we do not see eye to eye on many things, I still consider you a member of the sect. So, do not force me to do something that I do not want to do." After that, Wang Tian looked at the disciples in the arena before announcing, "Now it is the perfect time for any of the other contemporary sacred sons to challenge Wang Wei to become the sacred son, otherwise the position will go to him." The arena instantly became silent after this announcement. All the other disciples looked at the place where the other contemporary sacred sons were sitting. However, none of these guys moved or said anything. All of them were still in the peak of the divine body realm and were not even a match for Han Li. So, how dare they challenge that demonic genius that almost ripped Han Li apart? Unless they were not afraid of death. After seeing the reaction of these people, Wang Tian then announced, "In that case, the Sacred Sun ceremony will take place in 7 days." Afterwards, everyone evacuated and headed home to their own abode. Wang Wei returned to the Wang clan mountains in order to further ponder his gain during this battle. As for Wang Tian, he headed back to Tianwei Peak with all the other elders. This was the perfect opportunity to unite all the factions of the sect under one banner for a better future development. Furthermore, he needed to watch Longbow closely and ensure that he does not do anything stupid. As for Wang Wei, after returning to his seclusion, he started thinking about his strength as he discovered a problem. He could not fully use the power of his physique. Since his fate puppeteer physique is a new one, there is no cultivation technique best suited for him. Although the origin path scripture allows anybody to cultivate it, it cannot bring to full display Wang Wei's physique. One example of that is after breaking through the supernatural realm, Wang Wei can see a bunch of lines on top of people's heads with his divine sense. Instinctively, he knew that these lines were referred to as fate line and contained information about a person's fate, whether it was when they were born, what they have accomplished in their lives, and even things that are going to happen to them in the future. Despite knowing the ability of the fate lines, Wang Wei does not have the ability to observe a person's fate. All he can do is see the fate lines. As such, he knew that he needed a specific technique to be able to do such a thing. However, creating a technique that is perfectly suited for him is not that easy, as he needs the perfect opportunity, otherwise the technique he creates might end up being a third-rated one. However, Wang Wei knew that such an opportunity was rapidly approaching. And that was the opening of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. The academy contained a powerful artifact known as 3,000 Tao tablets, which contained the enlightenment of many great emperors throughout the ages. So, when the academy officially opens up to the public, many heaven chosens throughout the entire world will head there in an attempt to get access to these tablets, and Wang Wei was one of these people. As long as he becomes enlightened of the 3,000 Tao tablets, he will be able to create a powerful cultivation technique perfectly suited for his physique, and thus further increase his strength. Chapter 189. After making plans for his foreseeable future, Wang Wei began to review the technique that he got from Han Li's memories. According to its creator, the technique was rudely and simply called Divine Punishment Thunder Refining. After taking a brief moment to review this secret technique, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. The reason for that was due to the fact this method requires a proven Tao artifact in order to cultivate. And Wang Wei will not have one of these things until he breaks through the divine body realm. Thinking about this, Wang Wei felt like it might have been better to wait to use heavenly tribulation to reach the realm of great perfection for his muscle. After spending a few seconds secretly complaining, Wang Wei regained his bearing. He knew that it was better to use divine punishment thunder than any other form of heavenly tribulations. However, he has to modify this secret technique to make sure that a proven Tao artifact is no longer necessary when cultivating. After taking a few days in cultivating retreat, Wang Wei went out in order to prepare for his ceremony. As part of the ceremony, Wang Wei was granted a very fancy dress. It was a purple ancient garment with gold lines carved on them. He had a very fancy crown-like headband in his top knot that matched his outfit. This outfit made his already very prominent noble temperament even more noticeable. It seemed that the color purple was made for him. Of course, Wang Wei was satisfied with his new clothes not because the color was pleasing to the eye, but because of the protection that these clothes provided him. Although his clothes looked like any normal garment, Wang Wei knew that they were in fact full of arrays or formation. These arrays consist of ones that made the clothes perfectly fit him, able to adjust the temperature to his desire, and even able to change color. More importantly, this new garment was full of protective arrays that can protect his life in the case of danger. Of course, he needs to be able to activate them in time. One thing that Wang Wei liked the most about his new clothes was the fact that it had the ability to regrow by itself after being damaged. Wang Wei does not know how many times his clothes have been destroyed in the midst of battle, so he truly appreciated this setting. After dressing himself properly, a ceremony took place in front of all the disciples and elders of the sect. As a matter of fact, these kinds of ceremonies where a powerful sect chooses an heir is usually a grand and lavish event. The Tao opening sect would then invite many powerful sects and factions all over the world to witness such an occasion. This was a way to show their wealth, strength, and status. And also a way to show their heaven chosen to the world and warn other people not to mess with him or her. However, in this glorious age, all the factions are being very cautious. As such, not factions including the Tao opening sect actually sent invitations to other people. Even the Eternal Dream sect, a very close ally of the Tao opening sect, was not invited to attend the ceremony. Of course, Wang Wei's image and status will be reported to all the sects of the world. After all, the Tao opening sect still needs to warn other people not to mess with their future sect master. However, this warning might be useless in this glorious age. Many people can feel that a tremendous amount of change will occur after this generation heaven will battle. There is a chance that the new emperor era might end and a new era might be started by this generation's great emperor. As such, they will do anything possible for their future heaven chosen, even if they have to attract the ire of the most powerful sect of the world. During the ceremony, Wang Wei received a token that represented his status as the sacred son. Then, his father explained to him all the rights and powers he had as a sacred son. For example, he can take a large amount of spiritual milk in the calcify milk cave. He can enter many of the sect's secret realm without any need for contribution points. He has access to a mountain of his own. And this mountain is only second to the Tianwei Peak, Sect Master's Mountain, in terms of level of spiritual energy. In general, many of the rights that the sacred son should have were already available to Wang Wei. However, this was not publicly announced to the sect before. Now, things just became official. Of course, there are some powers that he did not have before that he could use now. For example, given the right reasons, he can mobilize any of the Saint Realm cultivators of the sect to take action for him. As for cultivators below the Saint Realm, Wang Wei did not need a reason or excuse to mobilize them. As long as he ordered, all the void-shattered realm cultivators and below can be mobilized by him as his strength. After the ceremony, Wang Wei went to visit his mountain. During this process, a little accident occurred. His mother started crying that he was actually abandoning her, that he did not want her anymore. If Wang Wei did not promise her to visit often and have family dinner with her, he feared that she would cry for days at the foot of his new mountain. Of course, later he learned from his father that the crying was just an act by his mother to guilt-trip him into all these promises. Well, he has to admit that his mother was a better actress than anyone from his past life, because even with his very keen observant ability, he did not discover that she was acting. After arriving at his mountain, the first thing Wang Wei did was to rename the mountain from Absolute Sword Mountain to Dominating Fate Mountain. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he absorbed the vast amount of spiritual energy in the surrounding area. This single breath of him was worth more than a few hundred origin sources. All around, he could see demonic beasts like cranes flying and chirping the air. The grass grew luscious and beautiful. There was a white ancient manor made of wood in the middle of the mountain. Countless beautiful servants stood in rows in the front of the manor. The entire place was like an abode of a mortal taking a leisure vacation in the mortal world. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in front of the manor, Wang Ju, who was in the front of all the other servants, suddenly bowed, "Welcome the sacred son." Then, all the other servants followed her actions. The words, "Welcome the sacred son," echoed throughout this mountain, and it was in perfect harmony with the cranes flying in the sky. Wang Wei smiled after seeing this. "You may all rise." Then he entered the manor followed by Wang Ju, who started to explain the entire layout of the manor to him. This included all the normal rooms, the medical garden, the alchemy and refining room, and the formations that surrounded not only the manor, but the entire mountain. The entire process took a few hours. If the two of them did not have the ability to fly, this process could have taken days given how vast this manor actually was. Wang Wei guessed that a space-folding formation was placed inside the manor due to the fact that the inside appeared too big compared to the outside. The next day after the ceremony, both Yan Liling and Li Jun came to see him bringing gifts. Then, the three of them had a brief chat. "So, how did the task I gave you go?" asked Wang Wei directly. "It was fine. Besides the number 2 contemporary sacred son who was a little challenging, I easily beat or suppressed all the other ones," replied Li Jun with a big smile on his face. "That's good. Big brother, you should have been there when I beat the 5th-rank contemporary sacred son. I made sure to hit this guy in his face until even his mother could not recognize him. Hey, who made him more handsome than me?" Wang Wei's mouth started to twitch after hearing this. He remembered a long time ago that this particular contemporary sacred son was voted the most handsome person of the sect. After so many years, he had forgotten about such a thing, but it seemed that the same thing could not be said for Li Jun. After chatting with these two for a while, Wang Wei went back to cultivate. There was still some time before the opening of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. He has a feeling that things are about to become more intense from now on as all the Heaven Chosens are starting to make their debuts on the world stage. Chapter 190. And just like that, another 5 years passed by and Wang Wei opened his eyes from his meditation. He first checked his infinite divine sea and he saw 7 origin patterns lying on his ancient lamp. Then, he stood up while cracking the bones in his body. However, instead of normal popping sounds, his bones sounded like grenades exploding. After that, Wang Wei sighed helplessly. The real reason that he went into seclusion was to modify the divine punishment thunder refining secret technique. However, the results were not that satisfactory. Divine punishment thunder is very destructive by nature, making it very difficult to make it beneficial to anybody. Even Han Li's method is at best a shoddy method that allows someone to refine a tiny amount of it. Well, this can blame Han Li, as this specific thunder was designed to destroy beings like a great emperor. And even Wang Wei does not expect to be able to directly refine this kind of thunder. What he has to do is to allow his body to slowly absorb a little of its power, then slowly increase the amount as his fleshly body becomes more adaptable to it. Unfortunately for him, even the first step of absorbing a tiny amount has proven to be of great difficulty for him. Of course, Wang Wei could use the remaining merit that he has to increase his comprehension, but he still needs to create a cultivation technique best suited for his physique. Furthermore, it's not that Wang Wei cannot improve Han Li's secret method, but that the process is slower than he anticipated even with his terrifying comprehension. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei was being a little too picky. Not many people in this world can improve such a technique, let alone do it in such a short time. Some people might not even be able to cultivate Han Li's original version, let alone improve it. Even Han Li himself was lucky to be able to create such a heaven-defying technique, and it was mainly due to his special physique. On top of that, he did not really succeed in doing so. His technique did not really allow him to refine divine punishment thunder, but to be able to use a little part of it through a powerful artifact. At the higher stage of this technique, Han Li was able to store some of the thunder inside his body, but he did not actually refine it. After exiting his seclusion, Wang Wei went to meet his parents and spent a few days with them. Then, he left the sect, heading to the academy on his own. Wang Wei spent the majority of his time in the sect or going to places through instant teleportation, so he rarely has the opportunity to travel and personally see the world. So, he decided to take this time to do exactly that. So, he left alone without his group, which he had already notified to head to the Emperor Enlightening Academy before him. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he was not truly alone, as his Tao protector, Yan Chen, was secretly following him. But he did not care. Wang Wei knew that compared to the really powerful cultivators, he was still considered a weakling, so he needed the protection. As long as Yan Chen did not interfere with his sightseeing, he would not mind. After leaving the mountain range of the sect, the first thing that Wang Wei did was leaving the Heavenspan domain, which was occupied by the Tao opening sect. Afterwards, he did not go through a few teleportation arrays in order to get to his destination. Instead, he hired a flying demonic beast from one of the businesses of the herd-raising valley. Given the fact that teleportation is very expensive and not all cultivators can nor are willing to pay for it, the business of hiring demonic beasts has been very prosperous, and the herd-raising valley controls the majority of this kind of business. During his journey, Wang Wei started to observe the environment around him. The entire world is divided into cultivators and mortals. The cultivating cities are usually vast and prosperous. And they gave off a similar vibe to the eras of Great Tang in Wang Wei's past life. It was the vibe of being refined, ethereal and immortal-like. Whether it was the way people spoke, dressed, or even culture was similar to the Great Tang dynasty. As for the mortal cities, the vibe was more similar to the Great Qin dynasty. There were severe laws and ordinary people could be whipped or killed based on the severity of the laws that they broke. The clothes that they wore were more plain and simple. And things like poetry and art were not really appreciated by ordinary mortals except for a few noble or wealthy individuals. While slowly enjoying his travel, Wang Wei heard about an auction that was about to take place in a city called Clear Lake, so he stopped by to check it out. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in front of the auction, he saw a beautiful woman waiting outside. At first he thought that something special was going on in this auction, but it turned out that this woman was actually waiting for him, so he asked her how did he know that he was coming here. Her answer did surprise him a little. The woman, who called herself Li Jingfei, said with a smile, "Sacred son Wang Wei, you might not be aware, but many people around the world are monitoring your travel. Although many people know your final destination, this cannot stop them from keeping an eye on you. And this includes our Association of Chamber of Commerce. Wang Wei nodded as he realized this. Since Wang Wei decided to treat this trip like a vacation, he did not really pay attention to many things around him, so he failed to notice this kind of thing. However, he did not care. With true monarch Yan Chen protecting him, nothing would truly happen to him. Furthermore, as long as someone had a slight killing desire or intention towards him, he would have noticed it. Furthermore, it's not like he was actively trying to hide himself. Wang Wei knew that heaven chosen like him is similar to popular stars from his past life. Everywhere he goes, he will always have one or two eyes secretly following him. Whether it is to know his destination, secretly observe his strength, or trying to determine his temperament through his day-to-day behavior, people will always try to observe him when he goes out. So, he did not care. However, what he did care about was this Association of Chamber of Commerce. According to information he read in the past, this association was formed by a group of powerful chambers of commerce scattered throughout the entire world. More importantly, this association is a core member of the Immortal Tao Alliance, which is basically a group made up of countless immortal lineages. To this day, Wang Wei only knows a little about immortal lineages. According to what he recently learned from his father, Immortal Venerate and Tao Ancestor is a cultivation stage above the Supreme Realm. These two realms of cultivation are considered an alternative way to the path of Emperor. And in this stage, cultivators are considered immortal, meaning they do not have to worry about their lifespans. However, in order to become an Immortal Venerable or Tao Ancestor, the help of a great emperor is still required, as cultivators cannot reach this realm on their own. This is one of the reasons that many sects are always fighting to cultivate another great emperor, because this will lead to their sects having a few more immortals cultivators. For those people who do not have the opportunity to prove the Tao, the immortal path or the Tao Ancestor path is their only chance at becoming immortal beings. After hearing this information, Wang Wei was quite shocked, so he asked his father so many questions. What exactly are immortal venerables and Tao ancestors? How does one reach such a cultivating realm? Can any of these people fight a great emperor? What impact can these cultivators have in the world? Why has the news been kept secret from the world? Why has he never seen or heard about any immortal venerables from the sect beside the one that provided Li Jun with his bloodline when he was cultivating his new physique? Unfortunately for him, his father did not answer most of his questions. The only thing that he did answer was the fact that is an agreement called the Immortal Avenue Pact, signed by all the cultivators of the world, that no immortal venerables or Tao ancestors will intervene in the world until a great emperor is born in each generation. The reason for that was due to how powerful and destructive a battle between these immortal beings can be, so it was necessary to limit them. Chapter 191. As for the Immortal Tao Alliance, it is composed of many immoral lineages that banded together in order to protect themselves from the Emperor's lineage of the world. The members include sects like the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and the Association of Chamber of Commerce that was in charge of the auction that Wang Wei is about to take part in. After thinking about these things, Wang Wei motioned for Li Jingfei to bring him inside the action. Then, with a happy smile on her face, she brought him to the VIP area and handed him a list of all the things that were about to be auctioned. Most of the items were of no interest to Wang Wei, however he still stayed throughout the entire process. It turns out that Li Jingfei was also the auctioneer, an act which apparently passed a lot of people. As soon as she appeared on the stage, countless cheers echoed throughout the entire room. Many people started to compliment her and shower her with praises. However, Li Jingfei seemed to be used to this type of behavior. She secretly looked at the number 1 VIP area, and she was disappointed when she noticed that Wang Wei was not part of the people who were complimenting her. Then she started introducing all the items one by one and people bid for them fervently. However, Wang Wei did not react, as none of these things were of any value to him. The only time that he paid attention was near the end of the auction. And it was not because he was interested in the objects being auctioned, he was just surprised by the item and people's desire for it. Next, we will auction a bottle with 10 drops of holy spring water. I do not need to explain how valuable this actually is. Only 1 drop is needed to save a dying cultivator. And with this bottle, it is like having 10 extra lives. The starting bidding price is 0, and each bid has to be increased by 1,000 origin sources. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, origin stones are no longer useful. Li Jingfei had a smile on her face after announcing the price. Although the room became quiet for a few seconds, she was not worried about people not buying it. And she was right. A few seconds into the silence, someone from another VIP booth yelled, 10,000 origin sources. 20,000 origin sources, 50,000 origin sources, yelled one person. Then that person released a powerful saint aura, preventing other people from bidding after him. However, soon another person snorted coldly and released its own saint aura, 70,000 origin stones. Then those 2 Saint Reem cultivators started to wage a price war with one another while the other people remained silent. As for Wang Wei, he was reflecting on his life after seeing this scene. It was at this moment that it dawned on him the kind of advantage he has due to his high background. Back more than a century ago, after exiting the Spirit Road trial, his mother asked him to bathe in holy spring water in order to remove all the hidden injuries in his body. But now, these Saint Realm powerhouses were fighting like their families were slaughtered by the other person over a few drops. And he could bathe in such precious material as an ordinary mortal. Wang Wei sighed as he realized that wealth and resources inequality exist in any world. Some people might spend their entire life accomplishing something, while another person was born with it. Although Wang Wei never believed that a person's beginning or origin dictated their future accomplishment, he was still very glad that he had such a high starting point. This fact has saved him a lot of time and trouble. The prices of the holy spring water reached a few hundred thousands before it was bought by the first Saint Realm true person that spoke. However, Wang Wei could tell that this guy will not be able to leave this auction peacefully. Of course, this was not the main attraction of this auction. That glory was reserved for supreme-tier weapons. Many other Saint Realm true persons participated in the bidding for it. The price reached a few million origin sources, however Wang Wei did not care nor did he bid for it. For once, his space ring has a few supreme-tier origin treasures and they are not of the lowest quality like the one auctioned. More importantly, he could not even use such a powerful treasure without the power of law, so it was pointless to buy something that he could not even use. The only thing that Wang Wei bought was a map that supposedly led to an inheritance from the past. As soon as Wang Wei bid for this treasure, no one competed against him. The cultivators of this world were not stupid. Based on Wang Wei's temperament and the way the association treated him, these cultivators guessed that he was one of the heaven chosen of one of the powerful sections. And these cultivators knew that every heaven chosen is usually accompanied by a powerful Tao protector, so they did not dare to mess with him. Of course, a few of them still could not resist the temptation. Unfortunately for them, they were all annihilated by true monarch Yan Chen in order not to disturb Wang Wei's little vacation. A few weeks passed by and Wang Wei was still slowly traveling towards the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Wang Wei was currently traveling by boat with many other people. His gray hair and eyes attracted the eyes of many ladies, but he ignored them as he was used to being the center of attention everywhere he went. A few days ago, he followed the map he bought and entered a secret realm and got the inheritance of a sect that was long destroyed. The sect was a supreme land, so he got a few treasures and techniques of such caliber. Although nothing of true value was found inside, Wang Wei was still happy to acquire a bunch of treasure without much effort. No one disliked getting richer. Another notable event was the fact that a Saint Realm true person was killed. However, this had nothing to do with him. While Wang Wei was standing alone watching the breathtaking view of the ocean, someone approached him and started a conversation. It was quite the beautiful woman, however, she seemed plain and simple at the same time. Her body exhumed a kind and gentle temperament that made anyone want to be friends with her. She was wearing a blue hanfu with long black hair. A broken jade pendant was hanging around her dress, and she smiled after walking next to Wang Wei. "Hello," she said with a smile. "Hello, can I help you with something?" "No, I just wanted to take a look at you. Oh, are you like one of these women that secretly admires me and looked at me like I was the rarest and most beautiful jade that they have ever seen in their life? Well, I admire the fact that you are more bold than them. She was a little surprised by my words before giggling a little. No, it was because you remind me of someone that I knew from long ago. Her cheery laughter faded after saying that, replaced by deep nostalgia and sadness. Wang Wei took notice of the change in her mood, but he did not ask as they had just met. Is that so? Well, I do not believe that, as I am a very unique individual. Well, that is according to my mother. Her smile returned again. You are indeed unique. But you still have two similarities with that person. Oh, I'm suddenly intrigued. Please elaborate. The first thing is your sense of humor. He was always able to make me laugh no matter the situation. He had a way to bring joy to me no matter the dire situation, she replied, then paused for a few seconds. She seemed lost in her own memories. The second similarity is the fact that you two have the same eyes. Eyes? Yes, you two have the same dedication in your eyes. The dedication to do anything for the people they loved. The dedication to destroy millions of lives in order to save a few. The dedication to overturn heaven and earth for your loved ones. The dedication to turn into the most vile of devils for the sake of love. Wang Wei was silent after hearing this, as he knew that she was right. He knew that if something were to happen to his friends or family, he would not hesitate to do any of the things she said to save them. The problem is, how can she determine his entire personality just by looking at his eyes? Noticing that something was wrong, he activated his true vision ability, however he did not see anything. She did not have a chi luck dragon on top of her head, and Wang Wei did not even see any fate lines on her. Chapter 192. Discord in the comments section. After noticing that something was wrong, Wang Wei wanted to say something to her, but she suddenly asked, "Can I touch your face?" Instinctively, he wanted to decline her, but changed his mind after looking deep in her eyes. So, she reached out her small and jade-like hands to slowly caress his face. Although she was looking straight at him, Wang Wei could tell that he was not the person she was seeing. In her eyes, he could see that his figure was replaced by someone else. She caressed his face for a few seconds before muttering under her breath, "You should not go through all of this length." Wang Wei was both surprised and curious towards her, so he wanted to ask her about the person she seemed to be reminiscing about. However, she had suddenly disappeared in front of him. He did not see how she did that. Even his true vision and divine sense did not notice anything. It was as if she was never here in the first place. Confused, Wang Wei suddenly yelled out loud, "Supreme Elder!" "Yes, young master." "Did you see the woman that was talking to me just now?" "Yes, I did." "Do you know what she was? How did she disappear?" "She seemed to be a ghost spirit." "Seemed?" asked Wang Wei, not sure where the uncertainty came from. "Well, usually ghost spirits are mortals or cultivators who died with grave grievances, which served as a tether to the living world. However, I did not feel any grievance from this person, so I'm not really sure." Yan Chen paused for a few seconds. "As for how she disappeared, even I could not detect how she did it." Wang Wei had a frown on his face as he began to ponder the whole situation. Then he found a few things weird after reviewing the entire encounter. First thing, he did not notice how she approached him until she spoke to him. For someone with such a keen sense of his surroundings, this was odd. Secondly, how did she manage to read his personality in such details after they had just met? Only a few people that are very close to him truly know what kind of person he was. To the outside world, he always portrayed a facade of strength, wisdom, and ruthlessness. A person who will do anything to achieve his goals, even if he needs to sacrifice the people close to him. This was shown by the way he treated Han Li, a member of his own sect. However, that woman was able to see through him so easily. As a matter of fact, this was not the most disconcerting thing that happened during their brief encounter. The thing that worried Wang Wei the most was the last act. When she asked him to touch his face, given how cautious his nature was, he would never allow a person that he found strange and incomprehensible to easily approach him, let alone touch his face. In that situation, he was very vulnerable. Yet, he still allowed it to happen. This can mean two things. 1. Her soul is so powerful that she can easily influence his mind without him even noticing, or she used a secret technique that can bypass his soul or mind defense. No matter what the situation is, the result is still terrible news for Wang Wei. Although he believed that if that woman had any negative thoughts against him, his intuition would warn him, this did not change the fact that he was still spiritually influenced. This event has proven to Wang Wei that his so-called high-quality soul was not as perfect as he imagined. This world is vast and has a long history. Who knows what kind of heaven-defying techniques or abilities that cultivators have developed over the years. Wang Wei then took a deep breath to regain his bearing. This event has taught him an important lesson. Although his soul is special, without the knowledge on what makes it special and how to use this speciality, he should never blindly believe in its power. After thinking about this, he continued his travels toward the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. Meanwhile, back at the Tao opening sect, Great Elder Longbo received the news of Wang Wei's departure. A crazy and ruthless light flashed across his eyes as he looked at the formation. I refuse to swallow this breath, he muttered to himself as he injected his origin essence in the formation to activate it. He has been secretly preparing this array for the past 5 years. The purpose is to allow him to secretly leave the sect unnoticed by anyone. After activating the formation, a clone with the same look, cultivation, and aura as Longbo appeared in the room. The clone even has the ability to fight and interact with anyone, so it is virtually impossible to tell the real Longbo from the clone. After that, the real Longbo teleported out of the sect, and even out of the Heavenspan domain. After teleporting away, Longbo looked in the direction that Wang Wei was heading as he muttered with gritted teeth, the Death Order Palace may refuse to take on this job, however the same cannot be said for these devil cultivators in the Western continent. As long as the price is right, they will gladly send more than one true monarchs to preoccupy Yan Chen and kill that little bastard. After that, he placed a hood over his head and headed on direction. However, Longbo did not know that as soon as he disappeared from the sect, a shadow appeared in his seclusion room. Even his clone did not notice the shadow, who proceeded to inform Sect Master Wang Tian of his departure. At Tianwei Peak, as soon as Wang Tian received the news, he sighed out loud and looked out the window for a few minutes. As it comes to this, he thought to himself. The sound of footsteps soon woke Wang Tian from his daze, then he immediately stood up when he saw the person who came. Father, what brought you here to see me? Wang Chang took a brief look at his son. I know despite the factional disagreement between you and Longbo, long ago you two were considered friends. So, I will take care of this matter in your place. Thank you, father. Wang Chang nodded before disappearing instantly from the room. It did not take him long before he tracked Longbo's location. While traveling through space, Longbo suddenly felt the void around him become unstable, then he was ejected out by the space channel that he created. Immediately knowing that something had gone wrong, Longbo instantly opened his domain. Then, the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding few kilometers were usurped and changed by him. Wang Tian, I know you are here, so come out. Don't be a coward and show yourself. Unfortunately for you, he is not here, replied a powerful and overbearing voice. As soon as Longbo saw who showed up, he knew that he would not survive today. So he laughed maniacally. Did I do something wrong? Is it wrong for me to want the sectarian faction of the sect to rise and prosper? Do not place yourself as an unjust martyr, replied Wang Chang with a cold voice. The truth of the matter is you did not do all this for the sake of the sectarian faction, but for your own selfish greed. You wanted to take power for yourself, you wanted the glory of being a great emperor's master. However, after you failed, you did not accept defeat gracefully. Instead, you had the audacity to plot against my grandson. The reason that you will die today is not because of your ambitions, but because these ambitions far exceed your capabilities. After saying these words, Wang Chang ignored the ugly look on Longbo's face, then a giant figure appeared behind him. This figure was Wang Chang's Dharma body, and unlike Yan Chen's, this one looked exactly like him. With a wave of his hand, the Dharma body squeezed and crushed Long Boss domain without much effort. Well, this was normal as Dharma bodies are physical manifestations of domain, as such, in essence, are a higher form of evolution of Saint's domain. Following which, Long Bo was crushed to death, and he did not even have the chance to scream. His body, soul, and laws were completely destroyed instantly. He did not have a single chance to resist, let alone fight back. Then, Wang Cheng left immediately afterward. As soon as Long Bo died, a phenomenon of countless stars falling appeared in the sky of the myriad emperor world. Then, a profound sadness enveloped all the cultivators in the world, making them take a few minutes of mourning. As for the knowledgeable ones, they knew that this was the sign of a saint fallen. They sighed knowing that this was a turbulent world, and even such a powerful cultivator cannot escape the shackles of life and death. Chapter 193. After Long Boss' death, his soul lamp back in the sect was destroyed, thus alerting many of the other elders. Many people sighed at this unfortunate event, but few actually cared, even the members of his own faction. People like Fan Lei, the great elder that oversees the library, knew that this was a predicted outcome. Although he wished that his old friend would not do anything stupid to force the sect to do anything against him, unfortunately for him, his wish did not come true. So, after taking a few moments to grieve the death of his old friend, he moved on with his life. In the cultivating world, death is a constant and eternal theme. Death is nothing but one of the many natural cycles of the universe, of the Tao. As for Wang Wei, he did not learn of Long Boss' death until later on. After spending a few months traveling throughout a few domains in the central continent, he finally arrived in the Heaven Bliss domain, which was the location of the Emperor's Enlightening Academy. Just like the Tao opening sect, the Academy has control over countless domains, which served as the locations for its different branches. But the Heaven Bliss domain is the core area of the Academy where all the elite reside. Whether it is the teachers, deacons, or students, they are the best of the best. All the students and staff of the other domains dreamed of one day being eligible to be transferred to this place. The entire Heaven Bliss domain was actually a giant city. According to Wang Wei's estimation, the entire city is probably the size of the solar system from his previous life. As such, there are designated areas for people to fly and teleportation arrays to send people to different places. This was the first time that Wang Wei had seen such a large continuous city, so he decided to take a tour before officially reporting to the academy. Of course, he did not know that his arrival caused a great stir. It was like a stone thrown in a calm lake, creating far and wide ripples. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, all the Heaven Chosen suddenly felt his existence. It was as if the final boss of a video game suddenly appeared, making all the players nervous. They all knew that with his arrival, the real competition was about to begin. The first worldwide struggle in this generation's Heaven Will battle was about to take place. From now on, all the Heaven Chosens will officially declare their existence to the world. More importantly, the people that can truly hold the title of Heaven Chosen were about to be decided. While most of the geniuses of different factions were preparing for the future confrontation, Wang Wei was leisurely continuing his tour of the city. He did not care that people were waiting for him. After eating at one of the most popular restaurants of the city, Wang Wei was walking in the streets with a satisfied smile on his face when he noticed a beggar in a corner with a Go board in front of him. There were two reasons that he noticed this beggar. One is the fact that such prosperous city would never allow a beggar to live unhindered and without worry. Second was this beggar's cultivation level. Although most people passed by the beggar with a look of disdain and disgust on their faces, Wang Wei could tell that this beggar was actually a Saint Realm true person. So with curiosity, he approached the beggar to figure out his deal. However, as soon as eyes landed on the Go board, he frowned as he realized this was not just an ordinary game. Intrigued, Wang Wei sat on the floor while deeply observing the board. As for the beggar, he completely ignored his visitor as he also concentrated on the board game. After spending a few hours analyzing this Go board, Wang Wei sighed before saying, "Old man, you are crazy. The beggar finally raised his eyes to look at Wang Wei. You understand this board? He asked with a hoarse voice. Yes, this board is a representation of the Tao of heaven, the ability to acquire all the knowledge and secrets that exist between heaven and earth, then use this knowledge to secretly control all worlds and beings like a chessboard, the Tao that allows one person to become omniscient. The beggar has a surprised look on his face. He did not expect the brat to only spend a few hours to analyze the entire board in just a few hours. You know, only a few of his peers can do such a thing, and they would need days if not months. You are an interesting brat. No, you are the interesting one. I am seriously wondering how you managed to cultivate the saint realm with such a Tao. The beggar sighed after hearing this, then sadness, anger, despair, and unwillingness flashed across his eyes. Brat, what do you mean by I'm crazy? Is there something wrong with my Tao? Do you think you can truly become all-knowing, become omniscient? Why not? The Yin-Yang Emperor could calculate everything under heaven and earth and treat the world as a chessboard. The key word is calculate, meaning he could anticipate all the variables possible under heaven and earth, then create a method to deal with it. But what you are doing is to know everything in the universe, know all possible outcomes with 100% certainty, know all the Taos in existence. The beggar sighed again, then looked at the Go board instead of looking at Wang Wei. However, the latter did not stop talking. Let me ask you, have you ever heard of any great emperor that has become omniscient? Even among the best of them? No. That's right. Heavenly Tao is ruthless and treats all things as equals. As such, there is no difference between an ant and a great emperor. They still have limits, restraints or shackles. The beggar looked at Wang Wei with a look of shock on his face, then he started laughing. You called me crazy, then went on to compare an ant with one of the greatest beings that have walked between heaven and earth. However, Wang Wei was calmed and did not react much. This is the difference between you and me. You see a great emperor as an unimaginable and indescribable being, but I see it as just another cultivating realm. Furthermore, in the endless void with infinite possibilities, who knows if there is a place out there where a great emperor is nothing but a bigger ant in front of the truly powerful beings. The beggar stopped laughing and looked at Wang Wei with deep and profound eyes. As a person who cultivates the Tao of heaven, he knows many deep and hidden secrets of the world. However, this less than 200 years old snot-nosed brat can actually infer these secrets by himself, so he must not be a simple role. After reining in both his laughter and his wandering mind, the beggar looked at the Go board for a few long seconds before saying, So, sacred son Wang Wei, what do you think I should do? Abandon my path? Not necessarily. In this world, there is only one person or thing that can successfully cultivate the Tao of heaven. Heavenly Tao, replied the beggar with a deep look in his eyes. Yes, there are countless worlds each with a heavenly Tao of their own. And if they are all connected, then they can share knowledge from trillions of years, trillions of people, and trillion of worlds. Only with this method can heavenly Tao come remotely close to being omniscient, but even that is probably not enough as there are too many restrictions and possibilities. The beggar had another shocked look on his face. He never thought about this possibility. How does that help me? Simple, by merging with heavenly Tao and getting access to all its secrets, knowledge and mechanisms will you have a chance for you to continue on your Tao. However, that is a dangerous method as it is easy for you to be completely swallowed by heavenly Tao instead or become its puppet. The beggar's eyes shone after hearing Wang Wei's words. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the possibilities of this method. Then, a powerful aura came out of the beggar's body, then golden clouds appeared in the sky around him. Countless chain-like objects started to circle around him. These things were actually laws of the world. This beggar had entered a state of enlightenment. After a few seconds, the visions around him faded and the beggar started laughing out loud while muttering to himself, so that's how it is. I finally found my path forward. After calming himself down, the beggar looked at Wang Wei with a happy smile. Brat, in order to repay the karma of directing the way, I accept one of your requests. How about become one of my followers? Asked Wang Wei directly. Haha little brat, unfortunately for you, no matter how talented and special you are, You are not yet worthy for me to follow you. Maybe later when you surpass me in strength." After saying that, the beggar took out a token and handed it to Wang Wei. When you are confused and need some special information or guidance, then use this token to find me and I will tell you all I know. Wang Wei looked at the token strangely. Why would I need your guidance? You cultivate the Tao of fate, right? After frowning for a while, he answered, that's correct. Then you will definitely need it. Then, the beggar disappeared, leaving a puzzled Wang Wei standing there by himself, looking at a token. Chapter 194. After Wang Wei finished thinking about the strange words of the beggar, he realized that many people had surrounded him. From their uniforms, he could tell that they were the academy staff. Well, it made sense that they would appear here after sensing the aura of a saint. One person, who seemed to be the leader of the group, approached Wang Wei before saying, "Sacred son, we have been waiting for you." This person did seem to care about the beggar. No, to be precise, he seemed to be already aware of his existence. Wang Wei looked at the person who spoke to him. He could easily sense that this person was also a saint and that he was not pleased to wait for him. And it was not just him, all the people who came together with this teacher had similar attitudes. However, this people easily displayed their emotions on their faces. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care. The academy could have started the main event without him. The reason that they did not do so was because they needed his presence to draw attention and prestige to the world. Despite this, Wang Wei did not show any kind of arrogance in front of this teacher. As a former king, he knew how political games worked, so he just smiled calmly. I apologize for my tardiness. It's just that this city was so breathtaking that I could not help but be mesmerized by it. As soon as Wang Wei said that, many of the other people removed the annoyance on their faces and thought that he was more pleasing to the eye. After all, the only reason that this famous sacred son was late was due to the beauty of their academy's city. So, they showed a look of pride and satisfaction on their faces. As for the true person teacher, he secretly sighed as he could tell what Wang Wei did. With just a few empty compliments, he turned the unfavorable views that these people had about him around. He sighed at this kind of emotional manipulation. Our true disciple Lin Fan has a lot to learn if he wants to catch up to these heaven chosens, secretly thought the teacher. Well, it is our honor that this city satisfied your needs. However, if you do mind, I am here to escort you to the main area. Wang Wei nodded before following this escort group. They flew to a specific designation. Wang Wei knew that the academy city was divided into different areas. The place he met the beggar was just the outer area, which is accessible to anyone who wishes to visit. This area is mainly used for trading and served as the housing area for the students' families. According to the academy's rule, the students are only allowed to bring a few family members with them. Of course, there are a few exceptions. The place that Wang Wei was headed was a teleportation array. The city was so vast that he needed it to navigate quickly. After a few teleportations, Wang Wei and the group arrived on a plain. In front of him, he could see another vast city with many buildings and people moving around. However, he felt that something was wrong with this city. It seemed to be unreal, an illusion. So he closely observed for a few seconds before asking, "Is this a void mirage?" Very keen observation, sacred son. The real academy is located in a secret space isolated by the outside world. However, a void mirage was used to cover the fact from the general public, and it was also set as a form of defense. After saying that, the teacher handed Wang Wei a token, explaining to him that he needed this token in order to enter the secret space. Of course, another token was given to Yan Chen that was secretly protecting Wang Wei, otherwise he would have to forcibly break through and alert all the higher-ups of the academy. After activating the token, Wang Wei felt like he just passed through a thick water cover or filter. Then, the heaven and earth seemed to have changed. It was like he was transported from one world to another. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei found himself floating in the sky, looking at everything below him. He saw vast stretches of lands, forests and mountains scattered everywhere, and a beautiful city in the middle of everything. Right at the center of this city was a tall, grand, mighty, and majestic golden building with the words Emperor Enlightenment Academy written on it. Wang Wei easily noticed that this particular writing has a special Tao rhyme inserted on it, signifying that whoever wrote it was very powerful and had a deep understanding of the Tao. Wang Wei wanted to spend some time touring this city, however his escort did not give him the chance. They brought him straight to his residence, which was shared with the other member of the Tao opening sect that arrived earlier. So, with a speechless look on his face, Wang Wei entered his residence to reunite with his group. Then, they had one of their usual meetings. "Where is Tai Gang?" asked Wang Wei as soon as he noticed his absence. "He became enlightened after your talk with him 5 years ago and has been in seclusion in order to create a method to train his undying army," replied Yan Liling. "Is that so? Well, what else have I missed?" Li Jun instantly became excited after hearing this, then he began to narrate his experience. "Big brother, you should have been here a few months ago for the opening ceremony. All the Heaven Chosens decided to use the grandest mode of entrance they could think of. For example, Lin Fan arrived in a chariot followed by hundreds of beautiful women. Ji Song had an army of powerful demonic beasts carrying his carriage. He even had a golden rock leading the army of demonic beasts. I can't believe that he actually tamed a demon race with imperial bloodline. And this was not all of it. Suya was carried on a throne made of humans. You should have seen it. When she walks off her throne, people will bend down on their hands and knees in order to create a path for her to step on." Wang Wei was again speechless for the second time today. However, Li Jim did not finish talking. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, "And this was not even the worst of entrances. Many members of the demon race were carried by humans with chains in their necks. And they would take pleasure in whipping these humans to the point of almost killing them. This made me so angry. However, since the academy did not say anything, I did not intervene. Of course the worst entrance has to go to the devil cultivators. These people had things like rotten corpses, zombies, and wraiths pulling their carriages. It was quite disgusting." Wang Wei sighed and started to ponder whether he should have come earlier and also created a grand entrance. However, he quickly removed these thoughts from his mind as it was already too late and there was no point in thinking about this now. "So, did you have your own big entrance?" "Of course, big brother. With the use of my innate talent, my entrance did not lose to anyone. I did not lose the face of our Tao opening sect." Wang Wei nodded, however he could see that Yan Liling was rolling her eyes in the corner. Obviously she did not like Li Jun's so-called grand entrance, but she did not want to extinguish his excitement, so she did not say anything. As for Wang Wei, he ignored the affairs of this couple. "Wang Ju, what do you have to report to me?" "Young master, I have gathered basic information on all the people who came to the academy. However, before that, you have an invitation to attend tomorrow." "What's so special about this invitation?" "It is from Miss Shi Shi." "Who?" "Shi Shi, the only daughter of the leader of the Association of Chamber of Commerce, also the person recognized as the most beautiful woman of the world in this generation." "Most beautiful woman in the world? Isn't she a little narcissistic to give herself such a title?" "Young master, she did not give herself the title, but there is a published list with her as the #1 beauty of the myriad emperor world." Wang Wei nodded as he understood her meaning, but he pondered for a while before asking, "I'm guessing I am not the only one who received this invitation?" "That's correct, young master. All the Heaven Chosen of different factions also received the same invitation." Wang Wei nodded as he could guess this Shi Shi's plan or her father's. It is to invite all these geniuses and future powerhouses using the title of the most beautiful woman of the world, then see if any of them have any interest in acquiring her. Although Wang Wei disdains these methods of using women as an object, he understands that this is a world where the culture is not as advanced as his past world. Furthermore, powerful men like to conquer beautiful women. This is a simple truth in this world. Additionally, the concept of gender inequality is not as prominent in this world as one would imagine. As long as a woman is powerful enough, she can do anything she wants, even opening her own harem. And no one can judge her or say anything about it. In the end, everything depends on strength in this cultivating world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care about the purpose of this shishir. What he cared about was the fact that he had the opportunity to meet with all the other heaven chosens as soon as possible. Chapter 195. So who decided this ranking anyway? Asked Wang Wei. This kind of thing is not something just anyone could do, let alone let other people accept the result. It is the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. For many years, they have created many lists like the most powerful saint, the best chamber of commerce, and the strongest heaven chosen of a generation. Due to the fact that they have mostly been correct for countless generations, people not only accept their lists, but use them to acquire information about the world, replied Wang Ju. Strongest heaven chosen? Is the list already available for this generation? Yes, you are ranked number 1 on it, while Di Tian from the Di family is second. However, what? You can say it. By now you should me well enough that I do not have such a massive ego that I would let a list made by strangers dictate my mood or actions. Wang Ju nodded before continuing. According to the list, the only reason that Di Tian is ranked second is because there is not enough information about him compared to you. They theorized that if you and him were to fight, Di Tian would have a 60% chance of winning, while you only have 40%. Wang Wei nodded after hearing this before asking her to hand him the official list to read. Number 1. Wang Wei, Sacred Son of the Tao Opening Sect. Cultivate the Origin Path Scripture, Overlord Fist, and the Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture. His fleshly body, origin essence have reached the peak and beyond of any cultivators. And his soul is currently behind comprehension. His will and Tao heart are also beyond measure, as it is known that he is a young emperor. Personality and trait, very intelligent and manipulative. Does not always use his strength to achieve his goal, as he can create elaborate plans and schemes that take hundreds of years. Feat, defeating Crown Prince Ji Song and Han Lin, who had the strength of the peak of the primordial spirit realm. As a matter of fact, the list about him was a lot longer, especially under Frat, as it also noted certain things he did in the Spirit Road trial and the fact that he evoked divine punishment thunder. After reading about him, Wang Wei continued, #2. Di Tian, young master of the Di clan, cultivates his own created cultivation techniques known as the 9 Samsara Fist. However, as of currently, no individual has survived more than his second Samsara Fist. Personality and trait, also very intelligent and cunning. His schemes and plots are not under Sacred Son Wang Wei. However, unlike the latter, Di Tian is more brutal, cold-hearted and ruthless. So far, he displayed no moral bottom line, as he can do anything to achieve his goals. Many people could even argue that he is a devil cultivator. Feat, under his command, the Di family has completely annihilated countless devil sects or cultivators in the Western continent. For his Chi Luck trial, instead of setting a fortune dynasty, he single-handedly brought the world close to destruction before saving it. We have theorized that he did such a thing in order to absorb the souls of the fallen, however no proof of this has been found. Wang Wei frowned after reading this, as he could tell this person was not a simple role. Then, he continued to read. The list placed both Ji Song and Jian Wushuang of the sword-casting villa at number 3. Wang Wei remembered seeing Jian Wushuang after the Spirit Road trial. He was almost killed by a devil cultivator of the heart-beating cult due to his low background, but he was saved and accepted as a disciple of the sword-casting villa due to his innate sword bone. According to Feat, he defeated the third heavenly physique, Suya, during their Chi Luck trial. That made her position right after him. What surprised Wang Wei the most was the fact that the absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan, was ranked 5th. He sighed, as this list perfectly displayed the fact that having a higher ranked physique does not equate to strength. In the end, it's all about the owner and how the physique is used or trained. After that, Wang Wei read the entire list with great detail. This was the perfect way for him to gain information about his future competitors. Of course, he did not take the list as 100% accurate. He knew that some people like him and Di Tian have hidden a lot of their strength and cards. Not to mention that this list was created 5 years ago. In that short period of time, many heaven chosens in the list have rapidly grown in strength, experience and wisdom. So, this list can only be used as reference. After reviewing the list, Wang Wei suddenly began to ponder how the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquired all of this information, especially about him. Some of them can be attributed to his battle with Ji Song as the whole world witnessed it. The other information should be gathered due to his battle with Han Li, however only members of the sects were present at that time. So, this shows that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion has many spies inside the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei is not surprised about this as the sect also has many hidden spies in all the powerful emperor lineage all over the world. With the system of shadow spread throughout the world, each faction has gone through extreme lengths to spy on each other. However, this was not what bothered Wang Wei. What bothered him was the fact that some of the information revealed in this list should only be accessible to the most trusted people of his clique. So, how did the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquire such information? Wang Wei believes in his judgment and does not believe that someone close to him betrayed him, so they must have acquired this information another way. According to the information he knew about the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, they are an immortal lineage that is very good at divination, so this explained how they acquired that information. However, Wang Wei soon shook his head. This possibility is very unlikely. The pavilion's most powerful tool of divination, the 8-trigram turtle shell, is still in his hand. Furthermore, it has been proven that Wang Wei's Transcendent Tao Foundation nullified most divination against him, not to mention his heavenly physique. The fate puppeteer body also involves the power of fate. So, if someone tried to divine something about him, not only would it be blocked, he would also be aware of it. Wait, suddenly thought Wang Wei. The people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion do not need to divine about me in order to acquire the information they need. They just need to do it to the people closest to me. That way, they can bypass my anti-divination ability and get the information from the people I share these knowledge or secrets with. Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju were surprised by the intense and scrutinizing look that Wang Wei gave them. For a brief moment, they thought that they might have done something wrong and upset him. But then they were briefly relieved after Wang Wei explained his conjecture. Then the faces of these people became ugly once they realized that they might have unknowingly released secret information to their enemy. The worst of them was actually Wang Ju, as this was essentially a dereliction of duty in her parts. As a shadow, she should have anticipated such a thing. This time, however, Wang Wei did not console her. "What are you going to do now?" he asked her calmly. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, she replied, "I will contact the sect and ask about techniques or methods of anti-divination as soon as possible." "That's good," replied Wang Wei calmly. Then, the group started to discuss what to expect from tomorrow's meeting before they all disbanded and returned to their own residence. While Wang Wei went to rest himself after a long journey, Wang Ju had a serious look on her face after returning to her residence. Then, she took out a talisman to contact someone. "What is it?" asked a weird voice. The reason that the voice was weird was because it was impossible to tell whether it was a woman or man. "Shadow teacher, I need your guidance," replied Wang Ju with a serious look on her face. Yes, the person that Wang Ju contacted is the current shadow that serves sect master Wang Tian. As her predecessor, she can ask him for guidance when she needs to. Knowing that her teacher was a person of few words, Wang Jun went straight to the topic. "Teacher, I need to know whether the sect has a method of anti-divination." "So, you finally have reached this stage." "Teacher, you already knew?" "Yes. Part of the training of the shadow is to learn through mistakes, so the problem of divination was never mentioned. It also served as a test." "Teacher, then how did I do? What do you think?" Wang Ju then lowered her head. However, the shadow did not continue mentioning the test and proceeded to teach her about the method of anti-divination. The next day, Wang Wei woke up fully refreshed as he prepared for the day's meeting with all the other heaven chosens. Chapter 196. Before heading to the meeting, Wang Wei began to ponder about all the information he knows about the Emperor Enlightening Academy in order to further tune out his plans. Despite being the second most powerful faction currently in the Myriad Emperor world, the Academy is actually very new compared to all the other factions as it was created during the Middle Emperor era. To be precise, the Academy started that era. After the Devil era, the Myriad Emperor world had gone through another catastrophe that almost ruined it. As a result, countless emperor lineages and other factions were destroyed in the process. During a brief period between these two eras, many great emperors were born and they tried to revitalize the world, but they failed. That was until Emperor Kong, also known by the name Kong Meng. Emperor Kong was a very powerful cultivator born during that period. According to information left over from that time period, Kong Meng was a very enlightened person who preached the idea or notion that all cultivators should have access to education, to knowledge, no matter their background, status, or talents. As you can expect, no other faction supported this idea. For countless eras, the idea of only hoarding knowledge has been practiced. And in this world where knowledge equates to power, no faction wants to release their techniques or methods to outsiders, especially without receiving any benefit. Not to mention that the cultivation world was at an all-time weakness and low morale after the Devil era. At that time, precious cultivation techniques were even more valuable given that a large majority of them were destroyed. However, Kong Meng did not see it that way. He believed that only by circulating more techniques that other people will be inspired to create or renovate the already existing one, thus pushing the cultivation world back to recovery and further development. And it turned out that he was right. After the Heaven Will battle, Kong Meng proved the Tao and took the name Emperor Kong. Then, he created the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. To be precise, he created or invented the concept of academy. Before Emperor Kong's time, there was no such thing as an academy. All factions in the world could be divided into two branches, families and sections. When it comes to families or clans, all cultivation techniques or methods were passed between people with the same bloodline or the same surname. This method was used because cultivators believed that this was the safest way to guard these techniques. After all, it is very difficult to betray your own family, your own blood. As for sects, they allowed talented people from outside into their groups. However, these people were usually taken from a young age so that they can be brainwashed into being loyal to their sections. These kids were usually taught to place the sect before everything else, even their family or own death. However, even that method had many problems due to unfair distribution of power and resources. A perfect example of that is the Tao opening sect. Although the sect is ruled by 4 factions, it was not always like that. In the early stage of its creation, the majority of power and resources were in the hands of the Wang, Li, and Yan family. As for the sectarian faction, they usually hold the lowest of positions in the sections. The resources that they received were the least amount, they did not have access to all the powerful techniques, and they were forced to do the most dangerous tasks like being trained as death slaves or suicide soldiers. It was not until the Shadow Ruler Emperor appeared in the sect that they realized the importance of the sectarian faction and the benefit that they could bring to the sect as a whole. So, more power and resources were granted to them, elevating them to the status of one of the main factions of the Tao opening sect. However, the Emperor Enlightenment Academy created another system of inheritance. A system that allows all cultivators access to techniques and resources as long as they enter the academy. Of course, the academy did not give them all this for free, but granted them the opportunity to acquire precious cultivation resources. An example of that is a loose cultivator that does not belong to any faction nor wanted to join one. If he wants some rare material that is strictly controlled by the powerful emperor lineages of the world, he can join the academy and serve there for a few years. Then, using contribution points, he could get such rare material. Theoretically speaking, according to the rules of the academy, even their emperor's scriptures could be bought with the right amount of contribution point. However, Wang Wei knew that this was one of the biggest lies ever. The amount of contribution points needed for a cultivator to buy such a thing was so outrageous that they could spend their entire lives slaving for the academy without even coming remotely close. Not to mention all the secret conditions are required to be eligible to get access to these powerful cultivating scriptures. The academy used this method to lure in countless cultivators all over the world to join them with false promises and hope for a possible better future. The only people that have access to these scriptures or very rare and precious resources are the disciples that are personally trained by the academy, as they know that these people are loyal to them. Back to Emperor Kong, after creating this new system, the academy started to thrive throughout the entire world. Many cultivators knew that their chances of having enough resources in their path of cultivation finally arrived, so they rushed to attend. Then, something amazing happened that shocked the entire world. The next 4 great emperors after Emperor Kong all came from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. The academy dominated the world for 5 generations by successfully cultivating 5 consecutive great emperors. All the cultivators of the world freaked out as they realized that this new system was effective. More importantly, they feared that the academy would become like the Buddhist sect in the incense era and dominate the entire era. So, they copied the system and used it on their own. Many other academies were also built across the myriad emperor world. The sects then copied some aspect of it. They were not as strict when recruiting outside disciples. They created branch sects that recruited disciples all over the world and from different backgrounds. Then, the best of these disciples in the branch sects will be sent to the main sect in order to get access to better techniques and resources. With this new system, the myriad emperor world began to rapidly recuperate as a newfound vigor was instilled in it. Then a new and prosperous era started. As a matter of fact, that period of time used to be called the Academy Enlightenment Era, but was renamed Middle Emperor Era. The Emperor Enlightenment Academy tried hard to fight this name change, but the sects of the world were determined to change the name in the history book in order to reduce the influence of the academy on the world, and reduce their chi luck. Of course, there is one benefit that the academy still retains to this day: the Heaven Chosen Selection Trial or the Heaven Chosen Worthy Trial. As the name implies, this is a trial held by the academy to designate who is worthy to hold the title or position of Heaven Chosen. Ever since the Middle Emperor era, countless genius cultivators have come to the academy to attend this trial. The top 30 will receive the title of Heaven Chosen. This process has been going on for millions of years, and many other factions have tried to take this honor from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. However, they have failed and are still forced to send their geniuses to attend the trial. One of the reasons for that was the fact the academy is recognized by the majority of cultivators, thus having more credibility than the other factions. The second reason being that the Heaven Chosens will have access to the 3,000 Tao tablets. These Tao tablets have been blessed by countless great emperors during the past 2 eras. Due to the fact that the academy is open to anyone, many great emperors from different factions have been helped by the academy during their rises, not to mention that they received the position of Heaven Chosen there. So, in order to repay their karma, these great emperors would leave their understanding of the Tao in these tablets, making them the best treasure for enlightenment on the laws of the world. Many people drooled to gain access to these Tao tablets as a result of this, including Wang Wei himself. Of course, this was not the main reason that the Emperor Enlightenment Academy can hold the power of holding this trial for so long. It was mainly because of something called Heavenly Tao Protection, which secured their unshakable positions against so many factions. Chapter 197. The Heavenly Tao Protection, as the name implied, is a form of absolute protection granted to the top 30 heavenly chosen that are selected during this trial. As a result, from the supernatural realm all the way to the primordial spirit realm, all these heaven chosens are excused from death. No matter the circumstances, as long as they are in the myriad emperor world, they cannot die during that period of time. Even if a supreme realm true monarch were to attack any of these heavenly chosens, they would not succeed. The reason for that is that they are under the protection of Heavenly Tao itself. Unless someone has the power to overwhelm the might of Heavenly Tao, then these geniuses will be fine. Because they are the true chosens of heaven and earth. As a result of this, after the heaven-chosen worthy trial, the world would turn into chaos for a few hundred years. With this newfound protection, these heaven-chosens often act crazy and wild. They will attack other powerful sects fully knowing that they could not be killed. Especially those devil cultivators, they would go crazy after the trial. They will kill, burn, rape, and loot all around the world. Of course, after the protection period is over, the majority of these people will run to hide, knowing that many people will want revenge against them. The only way to stop these people is also to have a true heaven-chosens. This kind of behavior resulted in many factions throughout the world competing for the few spots in the trial, thus also further boosting the popularity and reputation of the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. After pondering all of these things for a while, Wang Wei then spent the morning visiting the main city of the academy and got acquainted with everything around. Later that afternoon, he met with his group before heading to the meeting place. "Have you figured things out?" asked Wang Wei towards Wang Ju. "Yes, young master. I have received cultivation techniques from the sect regarding anti-divination. Due to the short time period, it is not possible to learn, but the sect have also sent me origin treasures with the same ability. There are some for me, young master Li Jun and Miss Yen Liling. Even Tai Gang and the 5-number generals will also receive one." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this. He had long noticed that his future shadow, although excellent at her job, can suffer from low self-esteem at times, especially when it comes to her failures. Wang Wei often had to reassure her during these moments, hence why he talked to her during the trial and offered her the Dao washing pill. However, he also realized that he could not always babysit when she faced difficulties or failures in her life. That's why he did not say anything to her when she oversaw the problem of divination. Nevertheless, it seemed that she handled the situation quite well this time. Having the ability to not let your mistakes dictate who you are and be able to learn from them is not a simple thing. Even Wang Wei sometimes makes mistakes and suffers from doubts as he knew that he was not perfect. But he always strived to learn any kind of lessons from his failures, thus ensuring that they were in fact not failures, but learning opportunities. After ensuring that Wang Ju was fine, he suddenly asked Li Jun, "What happened to the 5-number general? Shouldn't they have received their own names by now? They are fine and are under special training." As for their names, they chose to retain the system of calling each other by numbers. According to them, this is the perfect way to motivate each other to surpass the other, plus they think it is more cool that way. Wang Wei nodded as he could guess that this was the result of these people wanting to be unique. They probably hope that one day the name, 5-number general, will actually echo throughout the entire world, thus creating their own lasting legend or myth throughout the world. While the two of them were chatting, they had already arrived at the location of the meeting. It was a very luxurious inn decorated with countless precious jade and jewels. Wang Wei looked at the sign that read, "True Dragon Inn," and under it was the logo of the Association of Chamber of Commerce. He wondered what kind of price that this association paid for the academy to allow them to set an inn this close to their main location. With a quick scan of his divine sense, Wang Wei's mouth started to twitch. He realized that he was the first person to arrive, despite the fact that the true starting time of this meeting was less than a few minutes away. According to normal time, once these horny heaven-chosens learned that a beautiful woman invited them to meet, they would arrive a few hours in advance to show that they are gentlemen, and in hope to meet the beauty as soon as possible. However, there was no one here, except for she sure that Wang Wei noticed in one of the rooms. Unfortunately, he could not see her face as there were powerful formations that prevented his divine sense. Wang Wei could guess the reason for these people's tardiness. It was because he was late to arrive at the academy and many people had to wait for him. They seemed to want him to experience the feeling of waiting for other people. Wang Wei knew that his guess was correct as he felt all the different visions that were observing him, then reporting to someone else through talismans. Wang Wei then smiled as he thought to himself, "You guys want to play? Then, let's play." After thinking about this, Wang Wei walked to the front of the entrance door. He wrote on the top with his origin essence, "Are you worthy to enter?" Then, he mobilized the power of his 13th layer body refining realm, his infinite divine C, all his 720 divine veins, his 13-colored good fortune flame and combined them into one, his true will ability. He placed the powerful will on the entrance, which would test anyone who tried to enter through this door. Afterward, he and his group entered the inn. Wang Wei and his group were received by a bunch of beautiful maids that led them to the place of the meeting. He then arrived in a large red room full of lavish decorations. There were many cushions with small tables in front of them, however, all the seats formed a circular pattern. Wang Wei was slightly surprised as he could tell that the person who designed the seating arrangement did this in order to prevent a discussion or fight for the number one seat or the one in the center. This person did not want all these heaven chosens with massive ego to fight each other over seating positions. However, there was still some sort of hierarchy as the seats were in rows. The first seat is probably for the people who are in the lists published by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The second row is probably for the heaven chosens who had potential, but are either relatively low-key or had low background, like being from a holy land or supreme land, or even worse, being a loose cultivator. After seeing this, Wang Wei smiled as he and his group took a random seat in the first row. While waiting, the maids served them tea, fruits, and wine, along with a few snacks. While eating, Wang Wei and his group used their divine sense to monitor the entrance of the inn. Soon, a person came to the door. Xian Yi was very excited. A few days ago, he received an invitation from the most beautiful woman of the world to attend a meeting. He was excited not only because of who sent the invitation, but also what it represents. He knew that only some of the best heaven chosens that entered the eye of the association would receive this invite. More importantly, his elders warned him that if the association's princess has a liking for him, it is his chance to rise to the top. So, Xian Yi was prepared to arrive early on the day of the meeting in order to give a good first impression. Unfortunately for him, on the night before, he received a secret letter stating that no one was to attend the meeting until Sacred Son Wang Wei arrived. Although Xian Yi was angry, he had no choice to agree with this after seeing all the names that were signed in this letter. However, he was still preparing to be the second person to arrive. So, he had one of his servants wait around the inn to send him a message notifying him as soon as Wang Wei arrived. So, that is exactly what Xian Yi did. He rushed to the inn as soon as he received the message as he was actually waiting not far from the inn. However, as soon as he arrived in front of the inn's door, Xian Yi read the message on top and he became furious. All he could think about was who was so arrogant that questioned his talent and strength, and also prevented him from seeing his future wife. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.